Bloom in Barcelona, written by Lena Bianchi, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1. Juliet. The thing about Barcelona mornings is that they arrive like a dare. 8:17 on a Tuesday, and I was barefoot on my balcony with a broken watering can, a lukewarm cortado balanced on the railing, and Aretha Franklin telling me through my phone speaker that I'd better think about what I was trying to do to her. Sound advice, honestly. I should have been thinking about a lot of things. The rent I was 3 weeks behind on. The 12-week countdown until Verde's lease renewal, which my landlord had started referring to as the situation. In a tone that made it clear he considered my struggling plant shop a terminally ill patient he was too polite to euthanize. The email from my mother sitting unopened in my inbox like a guilt grenade with a subject line that just said, "Juliet, honestly." The cortado was from the cafe on the corner, the one where I asked for a cortado every morning, and every morning the man behind the counter said something back in Catalan that was probably a correction. 18 months of this. I'd figured out around month 3 that the word I wanted was talat, but by then it felt too late to switch without admitting I'd been cheerfully wrong for a quarter of a year. So we'd settled into a routine. I ordered wrong, he judged, I drank it anyway. So I was singing, badly, at full volume, in a floral wrap dress that clashed with my hair and bare feet that were turning terracotta orange from the tile dust because I kept forgetting to sweep. My balcony was less a balcony and more a garden that had staged a jailbreak. Succulents in mismatched terracotta pots lined every surface. Trailing pothos hung from hooks I'd installed myself with a YouTube tutorial and a hammer I'd borrowed from Doña Carmen and never returned. A propagation station made of repurposed jam jars sat on the folding table next to my cortado, 3 of them already growing roots, 2 of them growing something I chose to believe was also roots. The whole thing cascaded over the railing in a green curtain that made the balcony look lush and tropical and disguised the fact that the ironwork underneath was in desperate need of repainting. Lorena, my enormous, magnificent, deeply uncooperative bougainvillea, had decided overnight to stage a hostile takeover of the neighboring balcony railing. Her magenta arms were draped across the ironwork like she owned the place, trailing blossoms onto the empty terrace next door. Gorgeous and shameless, I told her. My kind of woman. Don't give me that look, I added, because she was giving me a look. Plants give looks. People who don't talk to their plants are missing critical data. You're growing into someone else's apartment. There are boundaries, Reina, social contracts. She swayed, unrepentant. I tipped the watering can toward the trailing pothose along the railing. The spout, which had cracked last Thursday when I'd knocked it off the table reaching for my phone, responded by shooting water in 3 enthusiastic but wildly incorrect directions. One stream hit the succulents, one hit my dress, and one, the ambitious one, the overachiever, launched itself in a clean arc over the balcony railing and into the open air below. I didn't notice immediately. Aretha was doing her thing. I was doing my thing. The sun was warm, and the stone buildings across the narrow street were glowing that particular shade of honeyed coral that made me feel, every single morning, like I'd made at least one correct decision in my life. Then I heard the crash. Not a small crash. Not a polite, contained, I'll deal with this privately crash. A spectacular, crate of heavy objects hitting centuries-old courtyard stone crash, followed by a silence so pointed it had punctuation. I leaned over the railing. Below me, in the courtyard that served as our building's communal entrance, a man stood among the wreckage of what had clearly been a very full cardboard box. Books, big ones, hardcover, the kind with spines thick enough to prop open a door, were scattered across the tiles in every direction. Some had landed open, pages fanning in the breeze. One had come to rest in the sad, dry fountain that hadn't worked since before I'd moved in. The man was soaked, not damp, not misted. Soaked, dark hair plastered to his forehead, the shoulders of his white linen shirt gone translucent, water running down his jaw and dripping from his chin onto a chest that I had absolutely no business noticing through wet fabric. My eyes went there anyway, with the speed and accuracy of a nature documentary narrator identifying a new species. He looked up. Oh no. Oh, for the love of... He was beautiful. Not cute, Not nice looking, not has a great personality, beautiful. Mediterranean beautiful in a way that should come with a warning label and a liability waiver. Sharp jaw, dark eyes narrowed against the sun or against me, hard to tell. Cheekbones that looked better angry, and he was definitely angry. Even from one floor up, the general situation was extremely clear. He said a word. In Catalan, I thought, though it might have been a creative hybrid. "Oh God," I said. "Oh God, that was me, I'm sorry, my watering can the spout is broken and it." He switched to Spanish. Precise, clipped Spanish that I caught about 70% of. His books. The water. 8 in the morning being an unreasonable hour to be assaulted from above. I know. I held up the watering can as evidence. See? Broken. It's broken. It just shoots. In directions. I can't control it. He stared at me, then at the watering can, then back at me. "You are watering plants," he said. He switched to English with the careful pause of someone selecting the correct language from an organized mental filing system, and you cannot control where the water goes. That is an accurate summary, yes. And you thought this was acceptable. I thought I was alone. You are singing Aretha Franklin at a volume that suggests you believe no one else exists in this building, he said. So, consistent at least. I had the distinct and uncomfortable feeling of being assessed by someone whose assessment would be accurate. "It's a good song," I said, which was the weakest defense I'd ever mounted, and I knew it. "It is an excellent song," he said. "That is not the issue." I opened my mouth to respond, to apologize again, to explain, to be useful for once, and my hand chose that exact moment to lose its grip on the watering can handle. The can tipped, the remaining water, a solid half-liter that I'd been saving for the herbs, poured over the railing in one clean, committed sheet and hit him square on the head. 1 full second of silence. I could hear pigeons. "Ho has fet expressament." I did not do that on purpose. You aimed. I don't even know how to aim this thing. It has 3 spouts and none of them agree on a direction. You are holding it directly over me. I am holding it in a general downward direction. That is where gravity goes. That is where I am. That feels like a coincidence we are both responsible for. A page from one of his books tore loose and drifted past his shoulder like a slow literary goodbye. We both watched it. Neither of us acknowledged it. "Nope," I whispered to myself. "Nope, nope, nope." The ground floor window below me banged open. Doña Carmen, 70-something, 4'11", the self-appointed mayor of our building, leaned out in her housecoat with her reading glasses perched on her head and an expression that suggested Christmas had arrived 8 months early. "Juliet," she said, craning out to survey the carnage. "Que has hecho?" "It was an accident. 2 veces." She held up 2 fingers. "Twice." "Thank you," the man called up to her. "Exactly. 2 veces. Oh, good." They'd formed an alliance. From the balcony directly above mine, old Senor Ferrer appeared. He didn't say anything. He just glanced down at the soaked man, then up at me, then back down, and shook his head before retreating inside. His judgment was more devastating than words. The balcony across the courtyard produced the Martinez twins, 19, perpetually entertained by my existence, who leaned out like they'd been waiting for this moment their entire lives. One of them already had his phone out at what I recognized as his vertical video maximum chaos angle. The other was eating an apple. He took a bite, assessed the scene, and began filming from a second angle, because apparently this was a 2-camera production now. "Is he okay?" one of them called down. "Do you want us to call someone?" the other added. "A lawyer? A priest?" "I am fine," the man said through his teeth. "He doesn't look fine," one twin stage whispered to the other. I heard that. Doors opening, balconies filling, phones appearing, the whole thing unfolding like a theatrical production titled The American Ruins Everything. "Fu un accidente," I called to Doña Carmen. "Era rotto," I added to Senor Ferrer, accidentally switching to Italian because my brain had given up on language selection and was just dealing cards. "It was broken," I tried in English, to the stranger, who was no longer looking at me but at the sky, as if requesting divine patience from a god he suspected had stopped listening. "The watering can. Not me, though honestly, debatable." The Martinez twins were filming. Of course they were filming. "Stop filming," I called up. "No," they called back, delighted. "I'm coming down," I said. "I would prefer that you stay exactly where you are." the man said. Away from me and my books. I was already through the door. I made it to the courtyard in 90 seconds. Long enough to step on a Lego my neighbor's kid had left on the stairs, stub my toe on the building's front step, and arrive limping in front of a man who was crouched among his books with the focused quiet of someone assessing exactly how much he was going to hold against me. Up close, the damage was worse than it had seemed from the balcony. Water pooled between the old courtyard tiles, turning the grout lines into tiny rivers. The cardboard box had split at the corner and was slowly disintegrating. They were architecture texts, big, expensive ones, the kind with glossy pages and titles in multiple languages. Gaudi and the Grammar of Structure, Heritage Restoration in Mediterranean Context, and between the hardcovers, loose pages. Handwritten notes in small, precise script, sketches, technical drawings of building facades, margin notes in Catalan. The pages were wet, but the ink looked like it was holding. Mostly. A few of the sketches had started to blur at the edges. Oh, mother of pearl. I'd soaked someone's entire moving day with a watering can. Let me help, I said, dropping to my knees and reaching for the nearest book, which was face down in a puddle of my own making. I think you've helped enough. I'm very good at damage control. It's my secondary skill set, right behind causing the damage. I gathered 3 books against my chest. The pages were wet but maybe salvageable. I'll dry these. I have fans. I have a dehumidifier that I bought for my bathroom and never installed. The instructions were in Swedish, but the principle is, you flooded my books and now you want to take them to your apartment to save them. He studied me, then reached past me for the book that had landed in the fountain. Up close, his hands were large and careful, with a graphite smudge across one set of knuckles. His arm came close enough that I caught the smell of him underneath the courtyard water situation, something clean, like soap and paper. He fished the book out, shook it once, and examined the damage with the focused quiet of a surgeon assessing whether to operate. This one is out of print, he said. Oh God. Since 2019. Oh God. The notes in the margins are going to need to dry properly or they'll smear. I pressed my hands over my face. Through my fingers, I said, I am going to fix this. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to fix this, and you can hate me in the meantime. That's fair. I would also hate me. I don't hate you. He said it like a concession he hadn't planned to make. I don't know you. I know your watering can, and I hate that. Also fair. He stood. He was tall, taller than I'd clocked from the balcony. He looked down at me, still on my knees in the courtyard holding his wet books against my floral dress, and his expression did something I wasn't expecting. Not softening, more like recalculating. Like I'd become a variable in an equation he'd already solved, and now the math was wrong. You live in 1A, he said. Not a question. I live in 1A. I am moving into 1B. I looked at the pile of boxes stacked against the courtyard wall. The open door of the apartment right next to mine. The apartment whose balcony Lorena had already colonized. Oh, I said. Oh, you're going to be neighbors. He said the word like it was a diagnosis. Doña Carmen, who had somehow materialized in the courtyard without using stairs, she had a gift, appeared at my elbow and launched into a rapid-fire Catalan briefing directed at the new tenant. I caught the words Americana, plantas, loca pero encantadora, and benvingut al caos. Welcome to the chaos. Antoni listened with the polite rigidity of a man enduring a natural disaster he couldn't outrun. Doña Carmen patted his arm. She pointed at me. She made a gesture I chose to interpret as affectionate rather than diagnostic. From the balcony above, the Martinez twins offered to help carry boxes. From the 3rd floor, old Senora Puig called down that she had towels. The building had absorbed the new tenant in under 5 minutes, the same way it had absorbed me 18 months ago. Swiftly, loudly, and without asking permission. I'm Juliet, I said, extending a hand that was wet from his books. Santoro, I'm going to fix this. He glanced at my hand, took it. His grip was firm and dry in the specific way of someone who'd managed to wring himself out while I was destroying my toe on the stairs. Antoni, he said. Moreno. He paused before releasing my hand. Not long, a half second at most. But enough that I noticed the graphite smudge had transferred to my fingers. enough that my brain decided to catalog the exact degree of brown in his eyes, instead of focusing on the fact that I was almost certainly looking at hundreds of euros worth of architecture books that I had just soaked. They were probably fine. They were definitely fine. Books survived water all the time, right? His jaw tightened when he looked at the wet books still scattered across the stone. My brain cataloged that too. "I'm going to go now," I said, because staying in that courtyard one more second was going to result in a third act of accidental destruction, and I could not afford the property damage emotionally or financially. But I'm going to fix the books. I'm going to bring them back dry, and I'll bring you something. As an apology. Do you like cookies? I would like my books back. Books and cookies. Consider it done. I gathered 7 more texts, stacked them in my arms until the pile reached my chin, and headed for the stairs before he could stop me. He took a step forward. "I can dry them myself." "You're still soaked. You need to deal with." I gestured at the general situation of him. "All of that. I've got fans, I've got counter space, I've got this. I'll have them back to you by noon." He opened his mouth, closed it. His expression said he was calculating whether physically retrieving his books from a barefoot stranger would constitute an escalation he wasn't prepared to manage. I was already on the stairs. On the landing, I passed one of the Martinez twins, heading down with a box labeled Fragile in thick black marker. He grinned at me. I tried to wave and nearly lost the entire stack. "Don't," I said, catching a sliding hardcover with my chin. "Don't say anything." "I wasn't going to," he said, still grinning. "Your face is saying plenty." Doña Carmen's voice floated up from the courtyard, narrating my departure in Catalan to whoever was still listening. I caught the word desastre, which needed no translation. Back in my apartment, I set the books out across my kitchen table, my desk, and the 2 square feet of counter space not occupied by a propagation station or my bougainvillea print cloth planner from the papeleria down the street. I positioned the fan, I opened the windows, I moved the dehumidifier from the bathroom to the kitchen. I should have been downstairs opening Verde. Tuesday mornings were supposed to be for inventory, counting the succulents nobody was buying, rearranging the trailing ferns in their macrame hangers so the shop looked full instead of desperate, updating the hand-lettered price tags I'd spent 3 hours making because I couldn't afford printed ones. 12 weeks until the lease renewal meeting. 12 weeks to prove that a plant shop in the Gothic Quarter, run by an American with no business degree and a talent for catastrophe, was a viable commercial enterprise and not an elaborate art installation about failure. Instead, I was drying a stranger's books with a hairdryer I'd found under the bathroom sink. The pages curled as they dried, warping at the edges like petals wilting in reverse. His handwritten notes were the worst of it. Page after page of detailed observations on cornice restoration and ironwork preservation. The script small and controlled, and so precise it looked like it had been written with a ruler. This wasn't a student's homework. These were the working notes of someone who understood old buildings the way I understood root systems, structurally, obsessively, and with handwriting that put mine to shame. Then I watered the table, not on purpose. The watering can, which I had carried back upstairs without thinking, because I am a woman who apparently collects evidence of her own crimes, still had water in the reservoir. When I set it on the edge of the table, it tipped, and the last dregs pooled across the spread-out pages of his handwritten notes on heritage building restoration. I watched the ink blur. "Oh, shit," I said. Then louder, to the ceiling, to God, to whoever was in charge of my life's recurring theme of spectacular self-sabotage. Shit. Lorena, visible through the open balcony door, swayed in the breeze, unconcerned, shameless, beautiful. Through the wall, I heard a door close. The careful, measured sound of a man unpacking boxes in the apartment next to mine. A man whose books I was currently getting wet for the 2nd time in an hour. I sat down on my kitchen floor, pulled my bougainvillea planner into my lap, and wrote on today's date, soaked neighbor's books. Twice. Probably owe him €1,000,000. Books are fine. Books are not fine. Verde lease review. 12 weeks. Stop singing before 9 a.m. Then, underneath in smaller letters, he looked good soaked. The man in 1B is going to be a problem. Because here's the thing about Barcelona mornings. They arrive like a dare, and I have never once in my entire life known how to back down from one. Chapter 2. Antoni Doña Carmen walked into my apartment before I'd finished drying my hair. I'd been at the kitchen counter, towel around my neck, spreading wet notes across the tile, and trying to decide which of the morning's disasters to process first. The books were fine. Water and paper have a relationship I understand, and most of the ink had held. The out-of-print Gaudi text was in the American's apartment, which was the part I minded. Not the water damage. The fact that she'd taken it, announced she was taking it, and been halfway up the stairs before I'd finished deciding what to do about it. I am not a slow thinker. She was simply faster. 34 years old, first apartment alone, and a woman I'd known for 20 minutes had already taken my books, my composure, and apparently my ability to form a sentence while being yelled at in 3 languages. That was when Doña Carmen walked past me into the kitchen. The door was open because I'd been carrying boxes through it, and she treated this as an engraved invitation. She was carrying a ceramic dish covered in foil and already talking. "Benvingut," she said, setting the dish on my counter next to the wet pages. She looked at the notes, looked at me, looked at the towel around my neck. "Ah, the watering can. You saw." Everyone saw. Senor Fer is still shaking his head. He may never stop. She pulled the foil back. "Coca de recapta. Still warm. Eat. You look like you need it." The previous tenant of 1B was a music teacher. Quiet. Played cello on Thursday evenings. We will miss him. She said this directly to my face while standing in the middle of my kitchen, and the subtext was not subtle. Her eyes went to the upper cabinet. The coffee cups I'd already unpacked. White ceramic. No handles. My mother's. I'd arranged them by size without thinking about it. Smallest on the left. Old habit. "Igual que la teva mare," Doña Carmen said. "Like your mother." She didn't explain. She cut the coca. "I'm quiet," I said. She looked at the wet pages again. "You've met Juliet." Briefly. "She has been here 18 months. She runs the plant shop downstairs, Verde, on the ground floor. She talks to her bougainvillea. Calls it La Reina." Doña Carmen said this fondly. She also talked to things that couldn't answer. "She sings before 9. She is..." A pause. She settled on a Catalan word that translated roughly to a natural disaster with good intentions. And what? "And she is very pretty, no? I didn't notice." "You noticed." She patted my arm. "Sunday lunch, 1 o'clock, not optional." She was leaving, finally, mercifully leaving, when the Martinez twins materialized in the doorway carrying 2 boxes each. "We brought these up," one of them said, already inside, already setting the boxes down, already looking around my apartment with the unearned familiarity of a 19-year-old who considers all spaces communal. "Where do you want them?" I didn't. "We got the whole thing on video," the other one said. "Both times, different angles. Delete it." Senora Puig wanted to call the police. We told her it was a watering can, not a weapon. She said the distinction was irrelevant. "She's not wrong," I said, and immediately regretted giving them material. The twins dropped the boxes, waved, and left. Doña Carmen followed. The door stayed open behind them. I closed it. Silence for approximately 40 seconds. 34 years old. First apartment alone. The kitchen is where a space begins to function. My mother's phrase, not mine. I had imagined this morning differently. Quiet unpacking, orderly shelving, the satisfaction of a space that belonged only to me. Instead, my notes were drying on the counter, my books were in someone else's apartment, and a woman I'd known for 20 minutes had already been the subject of a building-wide interrogation about my feelings. Then Aretha Franklin started again through the wall. I ate the coca at my counter, and it was the best thing I'd had in months. That was the only part of the morning that had gone according to plan. The knock came at noon. I knew before I opened the door. She moved the way weather moves. You heard it coming. A stumble on the landing. A muttered Madre di Dio that confirmed the Italian theory. The rustle of something being rearranged in her arms. She stood in my doorway barefoot. The feet first, then the plate of cookies, flower-shaped, unevenly iced, the kind of baking that means someone cared more about the gesture than the result. Then the check, held out in front of her with both hands, a peace offering she wasn't sure would detonate. Her hair was down and still damp at the ends, darker where the water clung. She had flour on one wrist and what appeared to be lemon zest under a thumbnail. Her hands were small, short fingers, no rings, a callus on her right palm from whatever she did to those plants all day. I looked up how much architecture textbooks cost, she said, at 2 a.m, on my phone, in bed. I don't want to talk about it. The point is, I owe you, and I know it's probably not enough, but it's what I can do right now, and I'm going to pay you the rest. I just need to... The books are drying. You don't need to pay me. I absolutely need to pay you. See, I soaked your entire moving day. The pages are fine, most of the ink held. Some of the ink did not hold, and I saw the smearing and the out-of-print one. Is in your apartment, where you took it, without asking. She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. I was trying to help. You were trying to help by taking my property up one flight of stairs while I stood in my own courtyard too wet to chase you. I said I'd have them back by noon. It is noon. I am here. With cookies. I looked at the check. She had spelled my name 3 different ways. Antoni Moreno at the top, crossed out. Antonio Moreno below it, also crossed out. Antoni Morena at the bottom, committed to with an underline that suggested she'd decided confidence would compensate for accuracy. Moreno, I said. What? The surname. Moreno, with an O. Oh, God. She pressed her eyes shut. I can write another one, both hands still on the check. Her whole face contracting around the mistake as if she could unsee the ink by force of will. Her lashes were dark and there was a crease between her brows that I suspected was permanent, the kind that comes from a face that reacts to everything at full volume. Please don't. I meant it. Her feet were bare on the hallway tile, orange dust on her toes from the terracotta planters. She wore a different dress, still floral, small yellow flowers on a dark background, buttercups. I should not have been close enough to identify them, except that she was standing in my doorway, and my doorway was narrow. The cookies, she said, holding up the plate. I don't know if you're allergic to anything. I should have asked. I didn't ask. They have butter and almond flour, and I put lemon zest in because I had lemons, and I thought, well, you're in Barcelona. Everyone has lemons. Thank you. She stopped. The flush started at her throat. A slow bloom that climbed toward her jaw. She had been in constant motion since the moment I'd met her, and now for the first time she went still. You're welcome, she said, softer than anything she'd said all morning, as if someone else had reached over and turned her down. Between the cookies sat a pressed leaf, bougainvillea, magenta, papery, perfectly flattened. Tucked between the flower cookies, a signature. She left. I stood in my doorway holding uneven cookies. There's an unspendable check and a pressed leaf, and none of it belonged in any category I had a drawer for. I put it all in a drawer anyway. Ate a cookie at the counter. Lemon and almond and slightly too much sugar. Not a perfect cookie. Also the second best thing I'd eaten that day. She had left a sticky note on the back of the plate. I'm really sorry about your books. If any of them are ruined, I'll find replacements. Even the out-of-print one. I'm resourceful when I'm guilty. I pulled a fresh sticky note from my own desk, color-coded tray, organized by size because of course, and wrote, the books survived. The notes will recover. You may keep the Gaudí text until Thursday. The cookies were adequate. I walked across the hall, stuck it to her door, went back inside. Her note went in the drawer, next to the leaf and the check. The light was doing the thing it does in the Gothic quarter in early spring, turning the stone facades from gold to copper to something close to rose, making the narrow streets feel like the inside of something ancient and warm. I leaned on the railing with a glass of water and let the sky do its work. This was mine. All the quiet was mine. From next door, Aretha Franklin. Again, louder this time, if that was possible. Then the singing, hers. Off-key in places, committed in all of them, interrupted by what I could now confirm was Spanish swearing. Creative, inventive swearing that suggested she was simultaneously cooking and losing a fight with an inanimate object. A crash, a pause, more swearing. Then Aretha again, louder, as if volume could repair whatever had just broken. I stayed on the balcony and listened to my neighbor destroy her evening to a Motown soundtrack, and my chest did something I pretended it didn't. My phone rang. Clara, how's the flat? My sister, calling from Berlin at a reasonable hour, which meant she'd been waiting and had opinions she was timing carefully. Fine. You sound weird. I do not sound weird. You sound like you're smiling and trying not to. You never smile on moving day. You reorganize your tools and color code your shelf labels and send me a photograph of your completed bookcase and it's efficient and joyless. What happened? Nothing happened. Antoni. A woman next door flooded me with a broken watering can, twice, then took my books without asking and brought them back with cookies and a check that had my name spelled 3 different ways. She has a bougainvillea that has colonized my railing. She is currently singing Aretha Franklin at a volume that suggests she believes the building is soundproofed, which it is not. Clara was quiet for 2 seconds. Then she laughed. Not a small laugh, the kind that meant she'd heard something I hadn't said and found it more informative than everything I had. Oh, Antoni. What? You just told me more about another human being than you've said in 6 months, and every single word was a complaint. You know what that means. It means I've had a difficult day. It means you're screwed. I almost said something. About the cookies. Or the leaf. I didn't, and the silence went on 1 beat too long, and Clara heard it. Good night, Clara. You called her a woman next door. What's her name? Juliet, I said, and realized too late that I'd said it without hesitation, without the half-second pause I usually insert before offering personal information. Clara heard the missing pause. I could feel her hearing it across 2 time zones. Juliet, she repeated. Like the play. Like the neighbor who brought you cookies, and a check, and apparently a bougainvillea. The bougainvillea is not hers to give. It has taken my railing hostage of its own accord. You're describing a plant's territorial behavior to me at 10 o'clock at night instead of hanging up. You understand that, right? You are voluntarily extending this conversation. She had a point. I did not concede it. Antoni, my brilliant, emotionally illiterate, profoundly screwed older brother, still laughing. Call me in a week, I want updates. She hung up. Through the wall, Aretha gave way to something slower. Sam Cooke, maybe. The singing softened. Not quieter, gentler. The singing of someone who'd forgotten anyone could hear her, or who didn't care. When I reached the gap on the bookshelf where the Gaudi text should have gone, the one she was supposedly drying with a Swedish dehumidifier and good intentions, I left the space open. The drawer was still ajar. The check, the leaf, the sticky note. 3 objects from a woman I'd known for less than 12 hours. I closed it, went outside. The latch was fine, original 1920s hardware, the kind of craftsmanship that doesn't need checking. But her light was on. Lorena spilled over her railing in a cascade of magenta that caught the single lamp below and turned the ironwork into watercolor. A terracotta pot sat on the edge nearest my side, trailing pothose already reaching toward my space. An advance party, testing the border. I went back inside, sat at my drafting table and sketched the building's facade from memory. The ironwork, the tile details, the proportions. I did not sketch the balcony with the bougainvillea. I didn't need to. I'd already memorized the angles. Chapter 3, Juliet. I should have been doing inventory. It was Wednesday evening, and Verde's books were a disaster. Not the romantic version. Not the, oh, she's such a mess, but its charming version. The real one. I'd sold 11 succulents in 2 weeks and needed to sell 40 to make rent, and the lease renewal meeting was in 11 weeks, and my landlord had started signing his emails. Regards, F. Delgado instead of just Fernando, which in landlord language meant I was being downgraded from tenant to problem. I should have been downstairs counting inventory, updating the hand-lettered price tags, answering the email from my mother that had been sitting in my inbox for 6 days. Subject line, Juliet. Honestly. Could mean call me. Could mean I've given up on you as a human being. I wasn't ready to find out which. Instead, I was standing in my hallway holding a sticky note I'd found on my door that morning and had been thinking about for 11 straight hours. The books survived. The notes will recover. You may keep the Gaudi text until Thursday. The cookies were adequate. Adequate. He called my cookies adequate. I had put lemon zest in those cookies. I had pressed a bougainvillea leaf between them. I had iced them into flowers. Imperfect flowers, sure, flowers that looked more like pink amoebas. And this man, this architect with his careful handwriting and his jaw and his everything, had graded the entire production and landed on adequate. I'd found the note at noon, coming upstairs for lunch after a morning in Verde, stuck at eye level. My eye level, which meant he'd calibrated for my height, which was either considerate or clinical, and I didn't want to think about which. I'd read it standing in my doorway with one shoe on. Read it again over lunch. Read it a third time in the middle of ringing up Senora Puig's trailing pothos, which she'd noticed and slid out of my grip without comment. I'd tucked it into my bougainvillea print planner between Tuesday's to-do list and a receipt for almond flour, and it had sat there all afternoon and evening, one word pulsing through the pages like a small, precise grenade. 11 hours. 11 hours of adequate lodged in my skull while I watered ferns and smiled at customers and pretended to be a functioning adult who did not stay up until 2 a.m. icing lopsided flowers for a man she'd known less than 2 days. Nope, nope, nope. I grabbed the gaudy text from my kitchen table, dried, dehumidified, pages carefully fanned and pressed, hours of my life I would never get back, and marched across the hall. I knocked on his door. Knocked is generous. I hit it with the flat of my hand hard enough that the sound echoed down the stairwell, and Senor Ferrer's door creaked open, 1 floor up. I didn't care. Antoni opened the door. White t-shirt, gray trousers, barefoot, which I resented because bare feet made him look human, and I didn't want him to look human right now. His hair was pushed back, pencil in hand, and he had clearly been doing something organized and productive at his drafting table, while I'd been losing my mind over a sticky note. The gaudy text was in my arms like a battering ram. "Your book," I said, and shoved it into his chest. Not handed. Shoved. The spine hit his sternum with a satisfying thud. He caught it with both hands, reflex, fast, and staggered back half a step. "Dry," I said. "Dehumidified, pages pressed, you're welcome." He looked down at the book, turned it over, examined the spine with the focused attention of a man checking structural integrity on a load-bearing wall. "Thank you," he said. "It appears to be in adequate? Good condition. No, we're not doing good condition. We're doing adequate, because that's the word you chose. For cookies, I made you, from scratch, at 2 a.m, with lemon zest and almond flour and a pressed bougainvillea leaf that I flattened in a book for you. You pressed a leaf in one of my architecture texts, and you wrote adequate on a sticky note in handwriting that looks like a font and stuck it on my door like a performance review. Which of my books did you press a leaf in? That's not the point. It is if it was the Bohigas. I don't know which one is the Bohigas. They were wet. I was saving them. 6 hours with a Swedish dehumidifier, Antoni. 6 hours. And you wrote adequate." He looked at the book in his hands, turned it over, ran his thumb down the spine. Slow, deliberate, checking for damage. And I watched his thumb move and my brain went somewhere it had no business going. "The dehumidifier is Swedish?" That's not the point. "You're shouting?" "I am aware that I'm shouting." In a shared hallway at 11 in the evening, which is, if we're keeping score, exactly the kind of noise issue I mentioned. He leaned against his doorframe, crossed his arms. The pencil was still in his right hand, resting against his bicep, and I hated that I noticed his bicep. I hated it with my entire body. The hallway was not big enough for this argument. It was not big enough for him, leaning against that doorframe with his arms crossed, and the pencil resting where it was resting and his bare feet on the tile like he lived here. Which he did, which was the problem. I was standing close enough to see the graphite smudge on his index finger. Close enough that every breath pulled in warm and woodsy that had to be his soap, and it was unwelcome, because I had not come over here to notice how he smelled. "The cookies were adequate," he said. "That was an accurate assessment. They were slightly too sweet, the icing was uneven, and the baking time was approximately 2 minutes short. They were edible. They were fine. Adequate." Adequate is what you call a parking garage. Adequate is what I call adequate. Would you have preferred I lied? I would have preferred you said thank you, Juliet, for the lovely cookies you made me at 2 a.m. after you spent your entire evening saving my books from the flood that was an accident. Twice. That was an accident, and instead you wrote a word on a sticky note that my planner autocorrects to mediocre, and you stuck it to my door where my neighbors could see it. Your neighbors were already aware of the situation. Your neighbors filmed the situation. Your neighbors have a group chat about the situation. He paused. I moved in yesterday. And whose fault is that? Yours. Directly. Provably. With video evidence from 2 angles. I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. Also, he said, and his voice dropped half a register into something flat and precise that made my spine straighten. Your bougainvillea has crossed my railing by 8 inches. Your Aretha Franklin starts at 7:15 in the morning, and your mail falls out of your broken mailbox onto the lobby floor every day. I've kicked a furniture catalog across the tiles twice before coffee. My mailbox is Senor Vidal's responsibility. Your mailbox is a hazard. My bougainvillea is a living thing. Your bougainvillea is staging an invasion. It has annexed my railing. I have flowers on my balcony that I did not plant and do not want. La Reina goes where La Reina wants. La Reina is on my property. He crossed his arms tighter, which is why I mentioned it to Senor Vidal this morning, along with the noise. Everything stopped. You what? I spoke to building management about the noise levels before 8 a.m. and the vegetation encroachment on the shared railing. It's a building maintenance issue. You went to my landlord? I went to building management about a building issue. You complained about me to Fernando Vidal, the man who holds my lease. My voice had gone very quiet. Not calm quiet, fuse quiet. The man who is deciding in 11 weeks whether I get to keep my shop. His expression changed, a flicker, confusion, maybe. He'd heard a floor creak under his foot and didn't know what was beneath it. That's a separate. It is not separate. Nothing in this building is separate. Fernando Vidal is my landlord for my apartment and my shop, and you just told him his tenant is loud and her plants are a problem, and he already thinks I stopped. I was not going to say a liability to this man. I was not going to hand him the word Jake Donnelly had used to take me apart. The word sat in my throat like something swallowed wrong. I could feel the shape of it. 4 syllables, clinical, final. The same word typed into an email I'd read standing in a kitchen that used to be ours. You've become a liability, Jules. Not to us, to yourself. As if the problem with our life was me and the solution was subtraction. Antoni was watching me. Not the way he'd been watching me 30 seconds ago. Sharp, ready, waiting for the next opening. His face had gone still. He'd caught the flinch the way you'd catch a crack in a foundation wall, not understanding what had caused it, but clocking that something structural had moved. He already thinks what? Antoni said. Nothing. Forget it. You were going to say, I said forget it. He didn't push. That was the worst part. He just stood there with that crease between his brows and didn't push, as if he could feel the bruise he'd landed on without knowing where it came from. I swallowed. My throat was tight and my hands were shaking, and I could not stand in this hallway for one more second. We were both breathing harder than the conversation warranted. His jaw was tight. My hands were fists at my sides. 18 inches of hallway between us. His soap. My shampoo. 36 hours of whatever this was, filling the air like smoke. Somewhere above, a door cracked open. This building had never once in its history minded its own business. Fine, I said. My voice came out quiet and clipped, and nothing like me. Fine. You know what? I'm done. I'm done talking to you. That, he said, might be the best thing you've said since I moved in. I turned around, walked into my apartment, closed the door. Both doors slammed at the same time. The hallway shook. Something rattled on Senor Ferrer's floor, a picture frame maybe, or whatever breakable object lived nearest his front wall. From the courtyard below, one of the Martinez twins said hostia, with the satisfied reverence of someone who just witnessed a natural event. Above Ferrer, Doña Carmen's window scraped open. I heard the distinctive wooden frame groan, the one that preceded every piece of unsolicited intelligence she'd ever delivered to the courtyard. She didn't call down. She didn't have to. Above that, the shuffle of Senora Puig's slippers crossing a floor, then stopping. The whole building had gone quiet in the specific way it went quiet when it was paying attention. I stood in my kitchen with my back against the door, heart hammering, hands shaking. I didn't know if I wanted to scream or cry or go back over there and finish the argument or nothing. There was no or. I called Marta. Because when you need someone to tell you exactly why you're being an idiot, you call your best friend. Marta Reyes, co-runner of Verde's business side, keeper of my tax receipts, wearer of jewel tones that put my wardrobe to shame. The only person who's enough to tell me the truth every single time, especially when I'm not asking for it. I need you to agree with me that he's terrible, I said. Who's terrible? The neighbor. 1B. The architect, Antoni. The one you flooded. He called my cookies adequate, Marta. And I went over there and yelled at him about it and threw his book at him and told him I'm never speaking to him again. Silence. The loaded, weaponized pause Marta deploys when she's deciding between honesty and mercy. You threw a book at him. Not at him, into his chest. There's a difference. There is not a difference. I was returning it, aggressively. Juliet, Marta's voice went careful. Did you get dressed before you went over there? I looked down. Bare feet. The same floral wrap dress I'd been wearing all day, the one with the torn hem I kept meaning to fix. No bra. I hadn't, oh God, I'd gone to war with no bra and no shoes and thrown a man's own book at him while brayless and screaming about lemon zest. That's not relevant. It's extremely relevant. You went to his apartment, brayless and barefoot, to yell at him about cookies. About respect. About cookies you baked him at 2 a.m. with a botanical garnish. You pressed a leaf, Juliet. You pressed a leaf. Stop saying it like that. Like what? Like it means something. Marta let the silence do its work. She was very good at that, at leaving space for me to hear myself. I hated it. I also needed it, which was why she was my person. I'm not talking to him, I said. It's decided. Okay, I mean it. Not a word. He can live next door and exist in silence, and I will pretend he doesn't. I will pretend 1B is empty. He's a wall. He's plaster. He's a load-bearing column with cheekbones. A load-bearing column with cheekbones. Don't repeat it back to me. I'm just making sure I heard it right. Good night, Marta. Juliet, how were the cookies? What? The cookies, were they good? I stared at my kitchen ceiling. I thought about the cookies. The too much sugar, the uneven icing, the 2-minute short baking time that he had clocked with a precision that meant he'd actually paid attention to them. They were adequate, I said. Good night, Juliet. She hung up. I stood in my kitchen listening to 1B. No music, no unpacking sounds. Just nothing. He'd won the argument, and he wasn't even gloating. Gloating I could have handled. This was worse. I should have gone downstairs to Verde. I should have counted the succulents nobody was buying. I should have opened my mother's email. Instead, I pulled a sticky note from the chaotic pile on my counter. Yellow, crumpled, nothing like his color-coded architectural-grade squares, and wrote, La Reina stays. Touch her, and I'll flood you again. This time on purpose. I held the pen over the period for a beat too long, leaving a small ink blot after the J. His notes were pristine. Mine looked like ransom demands. I stuck it on his door at 11:30 at night, barefoot, in the dark, and went back inside before he could hear me. He'd find it in the morning. Good. Chapter 4. Antoni, a note on my door. Yellow. Crumpled at one corner. Stuck at a height that said 5'3", not 5'4". She'd screamed at me about cookies, and I was estimating her height from adhesive placement. I needed to stop. Lorena stays. Touch her, and I'll flood you again. This time on purpose. I read it twice. Peeled it off, put it in my pocket. The hallway still smelled like her shampoo. 10 hours later, and the air in the corridor hadn't cleared. Something floral, something warm, something that had no business lingering in a space she'd occupied for 11 minutes while throwing a book at me. I was furious about the shampoo. I was furious about the fact that a woman I'd known for 36 hours had appeared at my door like a small barefoot hurricane, yelled until my neighbors opened their doors and left. And the only thing my brain wanted to process was what her hair smelled like. I made coffee. Black, measured. The kitchen is where a space begins to function. My mother's voice, 19 years of mornings in her apartment, making her coffee before mine, checking that things worked. School, then work, then whatever version of life I was maintaining on her behalf. Checking that things worked meant the faucet that dripped on a 3-second cycle, the radiator that needed bleeding every October, the window latch in her bedroom that slipped unless you lifted the frame a centimeter before turning the handle. I learned the apartment the way other kids learn sports statistics. Each failure point memorized, each fix mapped before she had to ask. She never asked. I never waited for her to. My father was a silence in the apartment, not a presence that left, a space where a presence should have been and wasn't. My mother filled it with coffee and routine and the expectation that the faucet would be fixed by the time she got home. I filled it with tools. By 12, I could replumb a sink trap. By 15, I'd regrouted her bathroom. By the time I left for university, the apartment functioned better than the building it sat in. And my mother's only comment was that the grout color was slightly off. She'd meant it as a compliment. I'd taken it as one. This kitchen was mine. This coffee was mine. The quiet was mine. Through the wall, nothing. No Aretha, no humming. She was being quiet at me. Somehow that was worse. I opened the balcony door. Lorena had advanced overnight. 2 new tendrils past the property line, a petal on my chair. Below, Verde's door was propped open. She was inside, talking to a plant whose root system was apparently being dramatic. Her voice carried up through the courtyard into my kitchen like an invasion I hadn't consented to. I closed the door. Sat at my drafting table with a fresh blue sticky note. I wrote, "Your bougainvillea has crossed my railing. Remove it, or I will." Crossed it out, too aggressive. Sounded like a threat against a plant, which it was, but seeing it written down made me feel like a person I didn't want to be. I wrote, "Please address the vegetation encroachment on the 1B balcony railing." Cross that out too. Please. Since when did I write please on a sticky note to a woman who wasn't speaking to me? Third attempt. Lorena is in violation of building code section. I stopped writing. There was no building code section for bougainvillea. I'd looked at 3 in the morning with coffee and the Heritage Manual open and found nothing because no municipal code in the history of Barcelona had anticipated a woman naming her plant and daring her neighbor to touch it. Fourth attempt. The branch will be trimmed at my discretion. Too autocratic. I sounded like a man issuing a demolition order on a flower, which again, I was. But the written evidence was damning. Fifth attempt. This branch is 11 inches past the property line. It has until Friday. I looked at it. It was precise, factual, exactly the right tone for a building maintenance communication between 2 adults who were no longer on speaking terms. I'd spent more time composing this sticky note than I'd spent on the Marti project timeline this week. I was going to deal with that information later. I stuck it on the branch nearest my railing. The blue paper against the magenta blossoms looked absurd. A bureaucratic notice served on a living thing. Below, her voice was still going. The dramatic roots had apparently been joined by a fern with trust issues and a succulent she was calling a little overachiever. She ran an entire therapy practice for plants. I went inside, gathered the Marti project files, and headed downstairs. She was crouched by the sidewalk display when I came through the courtyard, watering can in hand, a different one, not the weapon from yesterday. She looked up. I looked at her. For 1 second, neither of us moved. Then she huffed, an actual audible huff, the kind I'd thought only existed in novels, turned her back, picked up a potted fern, and walked into Verde without a word. The door swung shut behind her. The bell rang once, sharp and final. She huffed at me. I only go into the firm when I have to. Client meetings, filing reviews, the kind of FaceTime that Enric considers essential, and I consider a commute. Most of my work happens at the drafting table by my window. But the Marti project needed signatures, and Enric had called a meeting, so I took the metro to the Eixample. The firm occupied a narrow building on Carrer de Valencia, 3 floors of exposed brick, high ceilings, drafting tables positioned for the northern light. The staircase was original, wrought iron, tight spiral, the kind of craftsmanship that made you forgive the absence of a lift. The walls held framed elevations from past projects, a modernista townhouse in Gracia, a Gothic quarter facade, the St. Pau Pavilion Annex that had put the firm on the Heritage Register's shortlist 12 years ago. All of them hung level. I'd checked. The ground floor was storage and the archive. The second floor was us, me, 2 junior associates who were competent and quiet, and Sergi, the project manager, who communicated primarily through sighs. Sergi had been with the firm for 12 years, and had developed a vocabulary of sighs so precise you could read his assessment of any situation from the exhale alone. A short sigh meant this is fine. A long one meant this is not fine, but we're pretending. The one he gave when Enric and I argued meant I'm going to lunch early. There was also a medium sigh through the nose, no mouth involvement. That meant the client has changed the brief again, and I am not going to be the one to tell Enric. Enric's office was on the third floor. Glass partition, a view of the Eixample grid, and the faint smell of the cigars he claimed to have quit. The glass was his concession to modernity. Everything else, the wooden desk, the filing cabinets, the drafting tools he hadn't used since AutoCAD but refused to discard, belonged to the man who'd chosen them. 63. Built the firm on heritage restoration. 20 years of saving buildings that didn't know they needed saving. And now the work was drying up, or the money was, and Enric was talking about commercial projects with the reluctant enthusiasm of a man who knew what paid and hated it. He'd taught me everything I knew about reading a building. How to date stonework by its cut, how to identify a load-bearing wall from the sound it made when you knocked, how to argue with a city council that wanted to demolish a 100-year-old facade for a parking structure. He believed in the work the way priests believe in the liturgy, without qualification, without apology, and with funding that shrank every year. The Marti project, he said, stopping me before I'd reached my desk. The client wants 4 weeks. Heritage filings take 8 to 12. They want 4. Then they don't want heritage filing. They want a renovation with a heritage-adjacent paint job. He gave me the look. Right, and he wished I weren't. We need the work, Antoni. We need the right work. We need work that pays. He tapped my desk twice, his way of ending an argument, and went upstairs. Halfway up the spiral, he stopped, didn't turn around. The Marti building has original hydraulic tile in the vestibule. 1910, if the records are right. A pause. They want to gut it for a co-working space. He kept climbing. He didn't need to say the rest. The rest was, save it anyway. Sergi sighed. The long one. I signed what needed signing, reviewed the Marti survey, and left by 1. The note in my pocket had been there all morning. I'd touched it twice through the fabric, checking the way you check for your keys, confirming it was still there without examining why I wanted it to be. I was back at my building by 2. The catalog caught me in the lobby, wide, glossy, positioned at the base of the mailboxes at exactly the angle designed to end a man. My shoe found it before my eyes did. I skidded. My coffee lurched. The catalog spun across the tile, 2 envelopes beside it, a postcard from someone with handwriting so aggressive it was vertical, all of it from her mailbox. 1A, the door hanging open on a hinge corroded past function. I picked up her mail, stacked it on the lobby shelf, looked at the hinge. No, Senor Vidal's job. I looked at it again. The pin was nearly sheared through. 1 more week and the door would fall off entirely. I put down my satchel, went upstairs, got my tools. Doña Carmen was in the stairwell. 2nd floor landing, watering a geranium that lived in a pot she'd cemented to the railing 6 years ago in what Fernando called an act of botanical hostage-taking. She looked at me, looked at the toolbox. Sempre la reglas tot, she said. You always fix everything. She said it flat, not an accusation, not a compliment. Then she watered her geranium and walked downstairs without waiting for an answer. I stood on the landing with my toolbox and the echo of a sentence that sounded like something my mother would have said if my mother had ever noticed. I went downstairs. 15 minutes. Replacement pin, bracket realigned, door cleaned and oiled. The hinge clicked shut. Clean, final, correct. I did not fix it for her. I fixed it because the hinge had failed and her mail was on my floor, and I don't walk past broken things. That's not kindness. That's compulsion. The difference matters to me even if it wouldn't matter to anyone else. Blue note, inside the mailbox door. Fixed. Not for you. Your mail was a safety hazard. 2 notes. 1 on the plant. 1 in the mailbox. She'd left 1 on my door. I'd left 2 in her territory. I went upstairs, washed my hands, and put her yellow note in the drawer. The check she'd written with my name spelled 3 ways. The pressed bougainvillea leaf. And now this. A threat in her handwriting on a crumpled yellow square. 3 objects from a woman I wasn't speaking to. I was keeping all of them. I closed the drawer, sat at the drafting table, opened the Marti assessment. The balcony door was open, the afternoon air moving through the apartment, warm and still. That's when I heard the curse. From downstairs, from the lobby. One word, Italian, sharp, echoing up through the courtyard and into my apartment, where I had no business hearing it. She'd found the mailbox and the note, and I was already listening for what she'd do next, which was exactly the problem. Chapter 5. The cafe around the corner from my building had been running the same bit with me since the week I moved here. It was a small place, 4 tables inside, 2 outside, a counter with a coffee machine older than my parents, and a barista named Luis, who had made it his personal mission to fix what I'd broken months ago. I knew the word was talat. I'd known since month 3, but by then I'd said cortado so many times that switching felt like admitting I'd been cheerfully wrong for a quarter of a year, and Luis had invested so much corrective energy that taking away his daily victory seemed cruel. So we performed it. Every morning. Un cortado, por favor. He closed his eyes, briefly, like a man summoning patience from a reserve he'd been tapping since August. Talat. He set the cup on the counter. Talat, nena. Talat, I said, perfectly, because I could. He looked at me. I looked at him. We both knew I'd say cortado again tomorrow. It was the most committed relationship in my life. Outside, the old man was at his table. Same chair, same newspaper folded to the same section, same talat untouched until he'd finished the front page. He'd been there every morning since I'd started coming, maybe longer, maybe since the cafe opened, maybe since Barcelona was founded. I didn't know his name. He didn't know mine. I nodded at him on my way in. He nodded back. That was the entire relationship. A year and a half of nodding. No words, no names, just mutual acknowledgement that we existed in the same city at the same hour, and that was enough. He nodded. I nodded. Luis sighed. I took my talat, my cortado, whatever, and headed toward Verde. The forn was on the way. It was always on the way, because Barcelona had positioned every bakery in my path like a test of character. I failed daily. Senora Roca was behind the counter, late 60s, flour on her apron, 0 English, infinite patience for the American who had been trying to say una barra de pa correctly since the day she arrived and had never once managed it. Una barra de pa, I said, pointing at the bread. Senora Roca studied my mouth the way you'd study a child sounding out their first word, hopeful, patient, already disappointed. She said the phrase back to me slowly, perfectly. I said it again. Worse, somehow. She handed me the bread anyway. She always handed me the bread anyway. I paid. She nodded. I left. We'd been doing this since day 1. The pronunciation had not improved. The bread was always excellent. I sold 1 succulent before noon. 1. A tiny jade plant in a terracotta pot the size of a coffee cup to a German tourist who said Süß 3 times and paid in exact change, €7. The lease renewal meeting was in 10 weeks. That's a strong start, I told La Reina Jr., the small bougainvillea cutting on the register counter. Very promising. At this rate, I'll have the rent covered by 2047. La Reina Jr. did not respond. She was 3 inches tall and had 1 leaf. She was not equipped for financial counseling. I rearranged the window display for the 4th time this week, moved the trailing ferns to the front, repositioned the hand-lettered signs. All plants come with free unsolicited life advice, and yes, she's real, and yes, she judges you, pointing at La Reina, visible on the balcony above. I swept the floor. I wiped down shelves that were already clean. I talked to the fiddle-leaf fig about its new growth, told the snake plant it was doing amazing, and assured the calathea that its brown edges were a vibe, not a failure. Nobody came in. The bell on the door rang at 11, and my heart did a stupid, hopeful leap. A customer, a real one, someone who wanted to buy something, and it was Marta. "Don't look at me like that," she said, setting 2 cortados on the counter. "I'm not a customer." "You could be a customer. You could buy a fern. You could buy 6 ferns. I'd give you the friends and family discount." "You give everyone the friends and family discount. That's why you're broke." She leaned against the counter and surveyed the shop with the clinical eye of a woman who did Verde's books and knew exactly how bad it was. "How's today? 1 jade plant, €7. And yesterday? 2 succulents and a propagation kit, €19. And the lease meeting? 10 weeks. Marta sipped her cortado. She was wearing emerald today, a silk blouse that made my floral wrap dress look like something a scarecrow had rejected. Her hair was perfect. Her nails were perfect. She ran the business side of Verde because I couldn't do numbers, and she couldn't do plants, and together we were one functional adult. Have you emailed Fernando about the renewal terms? Not yet. Have you opened your mother's email? Not yet. Have you done anything this week besides rearrange this window display? I sold a jade plant for €7. €7 is €7, Marta. She set down her cortado. You rearrange when you're avoiding something. What are you avoiding? Everything. All of it. The lease, the email, the numbers. I picked up a trailing pothose and moved it 2 inches to the left. I should be doing inventory. I should be building a marketing plan. I should be emailing Fernando. I should be paying Montse. I'm 2 months behind on the wholesale order from Santa Catarina. 2 months? Marta's eyebrows did the thing. Montse's been carrying you for 2 months? She's patient. She calls me Nena and tells me to pay when I can. Juliet, that woman is running a business, not a charity. I know, I'll pay her. I'll pay her this week. And instead I'm moving ferns. And the neighbor. I stiffened. What about the neighbor? The one you threw a book at and then told me you were never speaking to again. I left a note on his door. We're done. I said what I had to say. End of story. What did the note say? That Lorena stays, and if he touches her, I'll flood him again. On purpose this time. Marta studied me over her cortado. You threatened your neighbor with a watering can. In writing. He started it. With the cookies? With Fernando. He went to Fernando, Marta. He's been here one day and he complained about my music and Lorena encroaching on his balcony. To my landlord. The landlord who already hates me. The landlord who is looking for any reason not to renew my lease. I don't need noise complaints and vegetation encroachment added to the list of reasons Fernando has to throw me out. Okay, that's actually bad. Thank you. But you also threw a book at him. After he did that, the book was a response. Marta held up both hands. Okay, I'm stepping out of this courtroom. We're not talking about this anymore. I'm not thinking about him. He's irrelevant. He's plaster. He's a wall. A load-bearing column with cheekbones, I believe you said. I told you not to repeat that back to me. Marta left at 11:30 with instructions to email Fernando, open my mother's message, and do something productive that doesn't involve your neighbor. I ignored all 3 directives. I closed Verde for lunch at 1. 1 sale in the register. The planner was open on the counter. I should have been writing inventory numbers, updating the supplier order, doing the math that would tell me whether I could survive 10 more weeks like this. I locked the door, headed through the courtyard toward the stairs, stopped at the mailbox. The door was closed, not hanging open, closed. I tested it with 1 finger. The hinge swung smooth and tight. A clean click when it shut. My mailbox had never made that sound. My mailbox had been broken since November, and Señor Vidal had done nothing about it for 7 months, and now it was fixed. New hinge, new pin, oiled. Well, Señor Vidal had finally done something. 7 months of complaining, and I opened the door to check the inside. A blue note, his handwriting, so precise it made my teeth hurt. Fixed, not for you. Your mail was a safety hazard. A Madre di Dio. The curse came out louder than I intended. It echoed up the courtyard walls, and I didn't care. A noise complaint, vegetation encroachment, and now a safety hazard. That was 3. 3 things wrong with me in his building, documented in his handwriting, in 2 days. I was collecting violations like parking tickets. I stomped up the stairs, not walked, stomped. Every footstep deliberate, every step louder than necessary. I wanted him to hear me. I wanted him to know I was furious. I stopped in front of his door. 1B, closed, silent. I stood there for 3 full seconds. Then I went to my apartment. Wine, cheese, bread, the balcony. This was my lunch routine when Verde was slow and my brain was loud. A glass of something cheap and red, a chunk of manchego, half a baguette, and the balcony. My territory, my garden, my cascading wall of green and magenta that made the crumbling ironwork look intentional. Lorena was magnificent today, spilling over the railing in full bloom, her arms trailing across the divide between 1A and 1B with the confidence of a queen who recognized no borders. I settled into my chair with my wine and my cheese and tipped my head back and breathed. Then I saw the note. Blue, hanging from Lorena's outermost branch, the one that reached farthest over the divide, trailing magenta blossoms across his railing and onto his precious chair. The note was clipped to the branch at a height he could reach from his balcony just by leaning over. For me, getting to it would require hanging halfway over the railing and trusting my upper body strength, which was optimistic on a good day and suicidal after half a glass of wine. He knew this. He absolutely knew this. He'd put it there on purpose, 6 feet tall with arms like a normal human being, while I was over here at 5'3" trying not to die. He'd picked the one spot I couldn't reach without risking my neck. I set down my wine, gripped the railing, leaned out. The street was 1 floor below. Not fatal, but not dignified. My dress caught on the ironwork and rode up my thigh. A piece of railing scrollwork, a rusted iron curl that had been decorative in 1920 and was now just a hook for humiliation, snagged the wrap at my hip and held on. My hair blew into my face. If his balcony door opened right now, he'd find me hanging over the railing with my dress around my hips and my dignity somewhere in the courtyard below. I stretched, fingers reaching, and caught the edge of the note, peeled it off the branch, pulled myself back onto the balcony with the grace of a baby giraffe on roller skates, and yanked my dress down with both hands. This branch is 11 inches past the property line. It has until Friday. He'd threatened Lorena. He'd measured her. 11 inches. Not about a foot. Not too far. 11 inches. He'd taken a ruler or a tape measure, or God help me, probably a laser level to my bougainvillea like she was a building code violation, and he'd assigned her a number. He'd given her a deadline. He'd treated my bougainvillea like a zoning violation and assigned it a court date. Part of me, the part I was not going to acknowledge, was almost impressed. The man had commitment. Misplaced, deranged commitment, but commitment. The mailbox, the plant, 2 notes. I'd left 1 and he'd left 2. So that's how it was. I thought I'd had the last word. Left 1 note, walked away, done. But he hadn't let me walk away. He'd fixed my mailbox out of spite and threatened my plant with a deadline and left 2 notes to my 1. This was a war. Oh, you absolute. I went inside, grabbed 3 sticky notes, yellow because his were blue and I refused to match him. Note 1 for the mailbox. Nobody asked you to fix it. Note 2 for his door. You don't get to report me to my landlord and fix my mailbox. Pick a lane. Note 3 for the plant. Touch 1 petal and I will play Aretha Franklin at 5 a.m. every morning until one of us dies. Try me. I stuck note 1 on the mailbox on my way down. Stuck note 2 on his door on my way back up. Note 3 was the problem. His spot, the branch, the clip point, was in his territory. I couldn't reach it from my balcony without the death lean I'd just survived, and I was not doing that twice in one afternoon. I looked at his balcony. 1 chair, a small table, a glass of water, a votive candle in a clay holder, my watering can, the old one, the weapon, which I'd left outside my door days ago, and which Lorena's tendrils had since dragged halfway across the border because Lorena answered to no one. The watering can. I stuck the note on the watering can, picked it up, and lobbed it onto his balcony. The aim was good. The execution was not. The can cleared the railing and hit his table. His water glass wobbled but held. The votive candle holder didn't. It skittered off the edge, hit the balcony tiles, and cracked into 3 clean pieces. The candle rolled under his chair. The sound was louder than it had any right to be. A crack, a roll, and then quiet. The bad kind, the kind that follows something you can't undo. I stood on my balcony holding nothing. The watering can was on his side. The note was on his side. A candle holder I hadn't known existed was in 3 pieces on his side. My hands were empty and my heart was slamming. "Nope," I whispered. "Nope, nope, nope." I went inside, closed the balcony door, locked it, which I had never done before but felt appropriate given that I had just broken a man's pottery from 6 feet away. I stood in my kitchen with my back against the glass and waited. 3 seconds. 5, 10. His balcony door opened. Footsteps. He was looking at the damage. I could hear him not speaking, which was worse than yelling. The scrape of broken clay being picked up, a sticky note being peeled off a watering can. Then, in Spanish, loud, sharp, carrying through glass and stone and the entire vertical length of the building, a sentence I understood about 70% of. The 30% I missed was probably the worst part. The 70 I caught included the words watering can, impossible, and what I was fairly certain was a Catalan word for a woman who causes damage recreationally. I pressed my forehead against the glass. My breath fogged a small circle on the door. My heart was doing something arrhythmic and unauthorized. 3 notes, 1 broken pot, and a watering can that was now behind enemy lines. Through the door, I heard him say one more thing, quieter this time, almost to himself. Incredibly. I didn't know if that was an insult or something else. I wasn't going to ask. I wasn't going to open the door. I was going to stand here in my kitchen with my forehead against the glass and my heart hammering and wait for the building to stop ringing with the sound of my latest disaster. In my planner later I wrote, 3 notes, 1 broken pot. Verde, €7. Lease, 10 weeks. Mom's email, day 8. Definitely not thinking about him. Underlined definitely 3 times. Chapter 6. Antoni, 3 pieces of candle holder, a watering can with a sticky note attached, and the smell of her, soil and shampoo, carried on the breeze from one balcony to the other like an invasion I hadn't signed a treaty for. I picked up the candle holder pieces. Cheap clay, nothing I'd miss. The candle had rolled under my chair and wedged itself against the railing. The watering can sat in the middle of my balcony like a grenade that had already gone off. The note, touch 1 petal and I will play Aretha Franklin at 5 a.m. every morning until one of us dies. Try me. I went inside, found the note on my door. You don't get to report me to my landlord and fix my mailbox. Pick a lane. Downstairs on the mailbox, nobody asked you to fix it. 3 notes, a broken candle holder, and the watering can, the original weapon from the flood, sitting on my balcony like a trophy planted in conquered territory. Pick a lane. She was right. That was the infuriating part. I sat at my drafting table, opened the Marti assessment, read the same paragraph 4 times, closed the file, opened it again, read the paragraph a 5th time, and realized I'd been staring at the word balustrade for 2 minutes because it had the same number of syllables as bougainvillea. The Marti timeline was the kind of work I was good at. Clean grids, phased restoration, materials sourced and costed down to the nearest euro. On a normal day, I could lay out a 20-year conservation plan the way other people laid out dinner. Methodical, sequential, done by lunch. Today, the cursor blinked, and I could not make myself care about the difference between Phase 2 and Phase 3 because 3 yellow notes existed, and apparently that was enough to dismantle years of professional discipline. Her handwriting was on the notes in my pocket. Uneven, slanting, the letters leaning into each other, like they were arguing among themselves. Nothing like mine. I could feel the paper through the fabric of my trousers every time I shifted in the chair. I pulled blue sticky notes from the tray and scrap paper from the recycling and started drafting. For the mailbox, responding to, nobody asked you to fix it. Draft 1. Your mail was on my floor. My floor. Every morning, including a furniture catalog positioned at the exact angle to cause a workplace injury. Too long. Too detailed. She'd know I was thinking about it. Draft 2, you're welcome. Too smug. Draft 3, you're welcome. Again, a smug but efficiently. Done. For her door, responding to pick a lane. Draft 1, I didn't pick a lane. You picked a lane when you threw a watering can at my balcony and broke my candle holder, which, for the record, was a gift. It was not a gift. I'd bought it at a market for €2. I crossed it out. Draft 2, I picked a lane. You threw a watering can into it. A better. Draft 3. The lane I picked is the one where your bougainvillea doesn't colonize my railing and your mail doesn't concuss me before coffee. Which lane are you in? The one with the property damage? Too angry. Also too many words for a sticky note. I was trying to fit an argument onto a 3-inch square and running out of room, and my handwriting was getting smaller, and this was not how I'd imagined spending my afternoons in this apartment. I went back to draft 2. I picked a lane. You threw a watering can into it. For the mail she'd left on the hallway shelf, still sitting there, uncollected. This is yours. It's been here since yesterday. I am not your postal service. A 1 draft. Some notes didn't need revision. 9 drafts, 3 notes. I stood up from my drafting table, holding a handful of blue squares. I'd spent my entire afternoon composing sticky notes instead of finishing the Marti assessment. Enric wanted the timeline report by Monday. I had written "You're welcome" again in 3 versions and selected the most efficiently smug one. I pocketed the extras. A man should have supplies. Her door first, right across the hall. Eye height, centered. I straightened it again. The adhesive wasn't catching evenly. I peeled it off, smoothed it, restuck it. The corner was folded. I pulled a fresh note from my pocket, rewrote it, placed it. Level, even, precise. From the stairwell below, a sound. Her footsteps, her keys. She was coming up. I was standing at her door with my hand on a sticky note, and she was 10 seconds from turning the corner and finding me there with no explanation that didn't make me sound like I'd lost my mind. I ran, crossed the hallway in 2 strides, shoved my door open, and my satchel caught the hall table on the way in. The strap yanked. The table wobbled. The ceramic bowl where I kept my keys hit the tile floor inside my apartment and shattered. The sound was enormous, unmistakable, the kind of crash that carries through doors and down stairwells. I stood in my hallway surrounded by ceramic shards and watched my keys slide across the tile and come to rest against the baseboard. I'd broken my own property, fleeing from a sticky note delivery. From outside, her footsteps reached the landing, stopped, started again, faster now. Approaching, not her door, mine. She was standing on the other side of my door. I could hear her breathing. 3 seconds of silence. I held mine. Then her footsteps moved, away from my door, across the hall. The crinkle of paper, she was reading the note. I picked a lane. You threw a watering can into it. She laughed. Not a scoff, not a huff. A real laugh, short, bright, startled out of her. Like the note had caught her off guard, and her mouth had reacted before her pride could stop it. I stood in my apartment with broken ceramic at my feet and listened to her laugh at me through 2 closed doors, and it was worse, infinitely, structurally worse, than any note she could have written back. She was having fun. This was entertaining for her. I was crouching in shattered pottery and she was laughing. Her door opened and closed. The laugh was gone. I swept up the bowl, put my keys on the counter like an animal, stood in my kitchen furious, at the bowl, at her, at the fact that none of this was stopping me. If anything, the laugh made it worse. Now I had momentum. I pulled a note from my pocket, wrote, "This is no laughing matter." I stuck it on her door on my way out. That made 2 on her door. I didn't care. Downstairs. The hallway still smelled like her. She'd just come through, and the shampoo and soil combination hung in the stairwell like a haunting. I stuck the note on the mailbox. Clean placement. Level. Then the hallway shelf, her uncollected mail still sitting where I'd stacked it, untouched. I placed the note on top. Fernando was in the courtyard examining the drain. I stopped. I should not have stopped. The noise, I said, the vegetation, the watering can incident. I was hoping. Juliet? He looked up. She's been here 18 months. I'm aware. She's loud, yes, but the shop is good for the building, gives it character. He straightened up, wiped his hands. His face shifted when he said it. Not a grin, something quieter. Fernando was practical, transactional, a man who talked about leases and drainage. But the way he said character, he meant her. He meant Juliet, and he wasn't complaining. You know, she brought me cocoa when my back went out last spring, homemade, with a card. How is that relevant? I'm giving you context. He leaned against the courtyard wall. Who's winning? This is not a competition. There's a group chat. I've been added. You've been since when? This morning. The twins added me. Very informative. He was grinning. Work it out, Moreno. You're both adults. Although from the chat, he stopped himself, smiled. Never mind. What does the chat say? Work it out. He walked away. I kept going, past the courtyard, out the front. Verde. Her shop was empty. Lights on, door propped, not a single customer. A red silk scarf hung over the back of her chair, trailing to the floor. The kind she wore loose around her neck. The kind that slipped off one shoulder when she was crouching over a plant. I knew this. I hated knowing it. Then I saw the ferns, trailing fronds spilling past the building line onto the sidewalk. I should have kept walking. Instead, I took out my phone, opened the measuring app, and crouched on the pavement. 14 centimeters past the building line. I pulled a blue sticky note from my pocket and wrote, Your fern display is blocking the sidewalk by 14 centimeters. This is a public safety, too formal. I crumpled it. Second note, your ferns are encroaching on the sidewalk by 14 centimeters. Address this or what? I'd trim them. I was already going to trim them. I crumpled it. Third note, I reached into my pocket, empty. I was out of notes. I was crouching on a public sidewalk next to a woman's fern display with a measuring app open and 2 crumpled sticky notes in my fist and no more ammunition. The papeleria was 2 streets over. I walked there muttering in Catalan, not at anyone, at the situation, at the fact that I only had 3 blue notes left at home, and that was not enough. Not for this. A woman crossing the street gave me a wide berth. I didn't blame her. I passed the metro entrance. The Marti files were in my satchel. I was supposed to be at the office by 3. Enrique wanted signatures. The client was coming. The timeline report was due Monday. The metro was right there. The papeleria was 50 meters ahead. I knew what I was doing. I could feel the decision happening in real time. The Marti account on one side, the papeleria on the other, and my feet choosing wrong. Not stumbling into it. Choosing. The way you choose to jump instead of step back. I kept walking. I bought 3 packs. The woman behind the counter looked at the stack. Office supplies? Personal. That's a lot of sticky notes for personal use. I have a lot to say. She rang me up without further comment. Back at Verde. Still crouching range. I wrote the note, clean, final, no more drafts. Your fern display is blocking the sidewalk by 14 centimeters. I stuck it to the door, straightened it, peeled it. The left corner was a millimeter high. I smoothed it and stepped back and looked at the ferns again. 14 centimeters. I could fix this with my hands, and my hands were already twitching. I took out my pocket shears, professional tool, heritage architecture, perfectly normal, and crouched back down. 3 cuts, clean, precise. The ferns looked tidier. The sidewalk was now compliant. I stood up, backed into the woman with the stroller, not gently. My elbow caught the handlebar. The stroller jerked, and the baby looked at me. Unblinking, judging, already done with me as a person. The woman grabbed the handlebar. I said perdoni 3 times. She walked around me the way you walk around an obstruction you'd prefer didn't exist. I was still holding the pocket shears, on a public sidewalk, having just trimmed a stranger's fern display and reversed into a baby. Yo, the Martinez twin, sitting on the courtyard wall. Phone out, filming. He'd been there the entire time. How long? All of it, bro. The measuring, the trimming, the baby. He turned the phone to show me the screen. I also got you upstairs doing the sticky note thing on her door. The straightening, the peeling, the re-straightening. He grinned. My brother says this is, and I'm quoting, the most sexually repressed gardening he's ever witnessed. I was addressing a sidewalk encroachment. You were on your knees with a measuring app and then you attacked a baby with your elbow. This is already in the chat. I did not attack. 42 views in 20 minutes. Senora Puig says you need professional help. Doña Carmen says give it a week. He pocketed his phone. My money's still on you, cracking first. Nobody's cracking. I pulled a note from my pocket. Wrote, standing right there in front of the twin, not crouching, not drafting, not revising. Your fern was encroaching. I fixed it. You're welcome. I stuck it on Verde's door next to the 14 centimeters note. Crooked. The left corner was hanging off the glass. I didn't fix it. I didn't straighten it. I didn't peel it off and rewrite it. The twin stared at me. You didn't straighten it. No, you straightened every other one. This one's fine. It was not fine. It was crooked, and I could feel it being crooked in my bones, the way you feel a picture frame 2 degrees off on a wall you have to look at every day. My fingers twitched. I put my hand in my pocket, kept it there. The note hung at an angle that would have failed any inspection I'd ever run, but I was not going to give him the satisfaction. I left. He was still filming. I was halfway up the stairs, pocket shears in one hand, 2 remaining packs of sticky notes in the other, when my phone buzzed. Enrique, where are you? Marti meeting was at 3. Client left, 4:17. Murda, I stopped on the landing. Read it again. The client had come, waited, left. The Marti account, the one Enrique had been building for months, the one that was supposed to prove heritage work could pay, the one I'd told him I'd handle. And the client had sat in our conference room and waited, And I hadn't been there because I'd walked past the metro to buy sticky notes for a woman I wasn't speaking to. I leaned against the stairwell wall, closed my eyes, breathed. This was not me. I didn't miss meetings. I didn't forget clients. I didn't blow deadlines because a woman laughed at me through a door. In 19 years of holding things together, my mother's household, Clara's school schedule, every firm deadline Enrique had ever set, I had never once not shown up. And today I'd chosen sticky notes over a client because I couldn't stop myself. I opened my eyes, typed emergency, building issue, apologies, we'll reschedule. The reply came in under 10 seconds. Enrique, this is the Marti account, Antoni. Fix this. I put the phone in my pocket and went upstairs and did not accomplish a single useful thing for the rest of the afternoon. Chapter 7. Juliet, I sold 4 plants before noon. 4. That was 3 more than yesterday, and the best morning Verde had seen in weeks. Senora Puig came in at 9 and bought a trailing pothose she'd walked past 100 times without looking at. She held it at arm's length first, turning the pot like she was inspecting it for structural damage, then tucked it against her hip like a football. She patted my arm on the way out and said something in Catalan I didn't fully catch, but which sounded suspiciously like sympathy. She paused at the door, actually paused, one hand on the frame, and looked back at me the way my grandmother used to look at tomatoes before buying them, assessing, satisfied. Then she nodded once and left. At 10, the other Martinez twin, the quiet one, came in alone, which was unusual. I'd never seen them apart before. He was the one who didn't film things, didn't narrate. He moved through the shop like a man on a very specific errand, bypassed every fern, every trailing vine, every showy display piece, and went straight to the succulents. Picked up a jade rosette, picked up a propagation kit, brought both to the counter without browsing. He handed me exact change. Then, halfway to the door without turning around, "Your fern display looks great, by the way." Gone. The door swung shut behind him. I'd never heard him say more than 2 words to anyone in the courtyard. He'd just used 9 on my ferns. At 11, a woman from the 3rd floor appeared. I'd never spoken to her. Didn't know her name. She paused outside the shop window, checked her phone, glanced up the street, and then walked in like she'd just received clearance. Went straight to the jade plants. Didn't browse, didn't compare. Picked one up, brought it to the counter, and paid an exact change. €7. No hesitation, like she already knew what it cost. She said, "We're rooting for you," before leaving without explaining who we were or what they were rooting for. The door closed behind her. I stood at the counter holding €7 and a mystery. I should have been suspicious. I should have asked questions. Instead, I'd spent the morning rearranging the window display and thinking about the man in 1B and pretending I wasn't thinking about the man in 1B. And the sales felt like the universe apologizing for my week. Marta stopped by at 11:30 with cortados and hard questions I wasn't ready for. She was in emerald again, a silk-wrapped top, perfect nails, not a single smudge of potting soil anywhere on her person. I had dirt under 3 fingernails and a leaf in my hair. 4 sales, I said before she could ask. 4? She set the cortados down. What happened? I don't know. People just came in. Senora Puig bought a pothose she's ignored for 6 months. Marta picked up her cortado and deployed the look, the one where she sips and waits and lets the silence do its job. She was excellent at this. She could outlast a hostage negotiator in a staring contest, and she knew it. "And the neighbor?" she said. I told her I'd left 1 note on his door, and we were done. I told her I wasn't thinking about him. She said, which was Marta, for I don't believe a single word of that, and I'm giving you 30 seconds to correct yourself. I did not correct myself. I rearranged the lemon balm display instead. She finished her cortado, left the second one on the counter for me, and walked out without pushing it, which meant she was saving the push for later. Marta always saved the push for later. I was thinking about him. Not in the way Marta's eyebrows suggested. In the way you think about a toothache. Constant, low-grade, impossible to ignore. He was there when I rearranged the window display. There when I talked to the fiddle leaf fig about its new growth. There when I swept the floor for the 3rd time because I'd run out of productive things to do, and the broom was the only thing in Verde that didn't require financial decisions. He was there when I re-tagged the lemon balm. I wrote the price on the little slate marker and thought about his handwriting on the blue notes, and then crossed out the price and rewrote it because my sevens had started looking like his sevens, and that was unacceptable. He was there when I repotted the calathea and spent 4 minutes pressing the soil down with my thumbs and wondering if he pressed soil or if he was the kind of person who considered repotting beneath him. He was there when I answered Marta's text about Saturday. Brunch, usual place, and I typed yes and then stared at the phone for 10 seconds because the word usual made me think about routines, and routines made me think about a man who apparently carried measuring equipment and pocket shears on a regular basis. He was in every corner of the shop, like humidity. I couldn't see him, but I could feel him on every surface. I closed up at 5. 4 sales. Best day this month. The planner was open on the counter, and for once the numbers didn't make me want to cry. But 4 sales in a day still wasn't going to save Verde in 10 weeks. 41 euros. Rent was 800. I did the division, regretted the division, and closed the planner. It was a good day in a bad situation. I locked Verde's door. There were 2 sticky notes on it. Blue. His handwriting. I peeled off the first one. Your fern display is blocking the sidewalk by 14 centimeters. He'd measured my fern display in centimeters with what? A ruler? A tape measure? Did he carry measuring equipment on his person? The second note. Your fern was encroaching. I fixed it. You're welcome. Fixed it. Fixed what? I looked at my ferns. The trailing fronds that had been spilling over the sidewalk, my best display ferns, the ones that made the shop entrance look lush and inviting and alive, had been trimmed, cut back. 3 clean cuts. Professional. The kind of cuts you make with sharp shears. He'd trimmed my ferns. He'd measured my ferns, and then he'd trimmed them. My inventory. The plants I was trying to sell to keep my shop alive, to make rent, to stay in Barcelona. To prove to everyone, my mother, my ex, myself, that I wasn't a disaster, and he'd cut them back like a hedge that needed managing. Figlio di, you should see the video, said a voice behind me. The Martinez twin, both of them actually, sitting on the courtyard wall like a 2-person film review panel. The one with the phone held it up. What video? The video of your boyfriend measuring your ferns with his phone and then trimming them with pocket shears and then backing into a baby. He backed into a baby? A stroller. The baby was fine. The baby judged him. It's the best part. He pressed play. I watched. Antoni, on a public sidewalk, crouching with his phone's measuring app open next to my fern display. The focus on his face, concentrated, precise, like he was surveying a building foundation and not a potted fern. Then the pocket shears, 3 clips. Then he stands up and backs directly into a woman's stroller. The baby's face fills the screen for a half second, unimpressed, withering. Cut to, upstairs. Antoni at my door, placing a sticky note, straightening it, peeling it off, rewriting it, straightening the new one, peeling it again. The corner isn't right. He rewrites it, places the 3rd version. Cut to, Antoni at Verde's door, straightening, peeling. The twins' commentary in Catalan, I caught about half of it. The half I caught included the phrase sexually repressed and a word for gardening I hadn't learned yet. The soundtrack was Aretha Franklin. Respect. How many views? I asked. 63. Senora Puig watched it 4 times. We have 12 apartments. People are committed. I watched it again. The twin handed me the phone and I held it closer because I wanted to see exactly how casual he'd been about it. How little it had cost him. The measuring part. He crouched there with the app open like my fern display was a building code violation. Adjusted the angle twice. Then the shears. He didn't even pause. 3 clips, 3 fronds gone. Product I'd watered and pruned and positioned to make the shop entrance look like the kind of place you'd walk into. Gone in 3 clips because they were 14 centimeters past a line only he cared about. And then he stood up and backed directly into a stroller containing the most unimpressed infant in Barcelona. I shouldn't have, but the part where he backs into the stroller, the way his arms go out, the shears still in one hand, the baby's face, I pressed my hand over my mouth. Not because it was charming, because it was so stupid. The man had measured my ferns, trimmed my inventory, and then been defeated by a baby in a stroller, and 63 people had watched the whole thing, and I was one of them. And I was furious at every single person in this building, including myself. He also trimmed my ferns, I said. My inventory, my product, the things I'm trying to sell. Yeah, the twin pocketed his phone. He also ran from your door. What? After he put the note up, he heard you coming and bolted, like full sprint across the hallway, knocked something over inside his apartment. We heard a crash. I stared at the twin, then at the other twin. They both had the expression of men delivering testimony. That was the crash. I'd heard it from the stairwell. I'd been coming up the stairs with my keys in my hand and a bag from the phone, and I'd heard something. A shuffle, fast footsteps, then the slam of a door, then the crash. Glass, maybe. Something breaking against a hard surface. I'd stopped on the landing. I'd walked toward his door thinking he'd hurt himself, and then I'd read the note instead. I picked a lane. You threw a watering can into it and laughed. The laugh came out before I could stop it. One short, loud, involuntary sound in the hallway, the kind of laugh you can't take back because it's already bouncing off every surface in a building that has never once minded its own business. I clamped my mouth shut. His door was 3 feet away, closed. And on the other side of it, nothing. Not a sound. He'd heard me. I knew he'd heard me. The hallway was narrow and the walls were old plaster, and sound traveled in this building like gossip, instantly, everywhere, to everyone. I stood there for 4 seconds, 5, my keys digging into my palm. Then I turned, walked to my door, opened it, went inside, and closed it behind me without saying a word. Because it was funny. Because the man who'd measured my ferns and filed a noise complaint and called my cookies adequate had also written something that made me laugh against my will, and I hated that. I handed the phone back. He's unhinged. There's also a note on your mailbox, the other twin said, and one on the hallway shelf, and one on his door that says, "Hold on." He checked his phone. This is no laughing matter. This is no laughing matter. He'd written that. After hearing me laugh through his door, the man had pulled out a sticky note and composed a 5-word rebuttal to a laugh that he wasn't supposed to hear. How many notes total? We counted 6 on various surfaces around the building. 6. He'd left 6 notes in one afternoon. I went upstairs. 6 notes, measured ferns, trimmed inventory, a viral video with an Aretha soundtrack, and a man who apparently ran from his own sticky note delivery and broke something in his apartment. I stood in my kitchen. 6 notes, measured ferns, trimmed inventory, a viral video with an Aretha soundtrack. I was furious about all of it. The ferns, the trimming, the fact that he was now interfering with my livelihood. But he'd run from my door. He'd run. Nope, not going there. I pulled out my sticky notes, the yellow ones, all of them. I wrote fast, no drafts, 1 attempt per note. Juliet Santoro does not revise. The first one came out hard. I pressed the pen down so firmly the ink bled through to the counter. I almost wrote it in Italian, non toccare, before my brain remembered which country I was in and which language he'd understand. Leave my mailbox alone. J, next. Leave my mail alone. J, my handwriting was getting bigger. I could see it happening. The letters spreading, the capitals sharpening, the dashes getting longer and more aggressive with each note. Don't touch my ferns. Don't touch my plants. Don't touch anything of mine. The pen was practically a weapon at this point. I was carving the words into the paper. You trimmed my inventory. Those were for sale. You're acting like a child. 1 left. It should have been the simplest. Just a question, just 8 words. But the first version was 12 words and included the phrase, professionally evaluated. And the second version mentioned his mother. And neither of those was right, because what I wanted was something short and devastating. The kind of question that didn't need context, because the context was the entire week. The last one, the one I wrote 3 times, because the first 2 versions were too long, and the third was perfect. Are you insane? Is there something wrong with you? J8 notes. I lined them up on my counter. Yellow row, neat, even, like his would be. I walked across the hall. My hands were shaking, not from fear, from the specific adrenaline of delivering a public indictment to somebody's front door. Started at the top of his door and worked down. 1 note under another, a vertical column of yellow squares covering his door from eye height to the handle. each one placed with the care and precision of a woman making a point. I didn't straighten them. I didn't peel and redo. I slapped them on and left them exactly where they landed because I was not him, and I did not need 3 drafts and a measuring app to communicate. 8 notes on his door. He'd left 6 around the building. I'd put 8 in one place. I went back inside, closed the door, let my hands shake for 10 seconds. Then I stopped letting them, poured a glass of wine, sat on the balcony. Lorena was there, the crown branch still reaching over the railing toward 1B, still past his property line, still growing. The leaves had gone bronze at the edges, that thing they did in the last hour of sun, waxy and deep, almost metallic. The courtyard below was still, warm stone, long shadows. I looked at the branch and thought about a man who measures ferns and runs from doors and trimmed my inventory with pocket shears and wrote, "This is no laughing matter," because I'd laughed at him, because the laugh had bothered him, because he'd heard me through 2 closed doors, and it had mattered enough to pull a note from his pocket and write 5 words. I drank my wine and did not think about what that meant. In my planner, 8 notes on his door. He left 6. I'm winning. 4 sales. Best day this month. Least 10 weeks. Mom day 9. Ferns trimmed by a lunatic. Video views 102. Wait, 103. I underlined I'm winning. Chapter 8, Antoni, 8 notes. 8 yellow sticky notes arranged in a vertical column from eye height to the door handle. Her handwriting getting bigger and more agitated as they descended, the letters leaning harder, the punctuation escalating from periods to capitals to underlines. Leave my mailbox alone. J. Reasonable. Leave my mail alone. Also reasonable. Repetitive but reasonable. Don't touch my ferns. J. The ferns were encroaching on the sidewalk by 14 centimeters. I'd measured. Don't touch my plants. She'd broadened the category, ferns to plants, as if I'd proven I couldn't be trusted with specifics, and she was sealing the entire taxonomy. Don't touch anything of mine. Capitals, the word anything, and my jaw did something I didn't approve of. You trimmed my inventory. Those were for sale. Inventory. Sale. Not ferns. Not plants. The language of a business owner. Something about those capitals was sharper than the others, but I read the note twice and couldn't land on why. You're acting like a child. J. My spine straightened. Reflex. The same correction I made when Enrique pointed out a miscalculation. Posture first, processing second. Are you insane? Is there something wrong with you? I stood in my hallway reading them top to bottom, then bottom to top. The last one, are you insane, was stuck slightly crooked. She hadn't straightened it. She hadn't needed to. 5 words and the crookedness made it worse, as if the question was so obvious it didn't require alignment. I would have straightened it. That was the difference between us. I would have peeled it off, reapplied it level, checked the adhesive. She'd slapped it on crooked and walked away, and the crookedness said more than the words did. I peeled them off, all 8, carried them inside, put them in the drawer. The drawer now contained 1 misspelled check. I could still see her in the courtyard pressing her eyes shut. Merino, with an O. The ink was smudged where she'd crossed out dollars and written euros, and crossed that out too. 40 with a U, every correction more mortified than the last, as though misspelling my name was a crime she intended to commit repeatedly. 1 pressed bougainvillea leaf. Papery now, the magenta fading to something between rust and wine. It still smelled faintly of soil. I noticed this from the drawer, not because I'd held it close. I hadn't held it close. 1 yellow threat about flooding. The paper soft at the edges from how many times I'd read it. 3 notes from the watering can round. Pick a lane, nobody asked you to fix it, and the Aretha Franklin death threat. And now 8 more calling me insane. 14 objects from a woman I wasn't speaking to. I was keeping all of them. I called Clara. She left 8 notes on my door. 8 in one go, vertical column, top to bottom, escalating. Read them to me. Clara, read them to me or I'm hanging up and calling Mama. I read them, all 8, in order. Clara was quiet for the first 4. Leave my mailbox alone, leave my mail alone, don't touch my ferns, don't touch my plants. And then I heard the breathing change on, don't touch anything of mine. Keep going. You trimmed my inventory. Those were for sale. Oh, Antoni, you're acting like a child. Clara exhaled. And the last one? Are you insane? Is there something wrong with you? Silence. 3 seconds. Then Clara said very quietly, "She's not wrong. Thank you." "I'm serious. Something is wrong with you. You measured her ferns. You trimmed her ferns. You ran from her door and broke a bowl. You missed a client meeting because you were buying sticky notes. And now she's asking if you're insane, and Antoni, you might be." She paused. "What are you going to do next?" Clara had been doing this since she was 11, delivering the truth in a voice so calm you didn't hear the knife until it was already in. She'd learned it from watching our father say nothing and deciding silence was the one inheritance she'd refuse. "I don't know." "You never know. That's the problem. You know exactly what to do with a load-bearing wall, but give you an actual human situation, and you go shopping for office supplies." The sticky notes were... Don't finish that sentence. "You have the shears on the counter. I know you do." "How?" "Because you told me the deadline is Friday. Tomorrow, and you've had the shears out since last night. I know you." She did. Clara could read me like original blueprints. Not the renovation, not the plasterboard partition someone added in the 60s, but the load paths underneath. "Do you remember Papa and the piano?" she said. Not a question, a door she was opening. "Clara, he said he'd come to the recital. He fixed the car instead." She said it flat, no emphasis, the way she mentioned him when she wasn't going to dwell. "You do the same thing, ferns instead of words, a mailbox repair instead of a conversation, repairs instead of saying the thing." She left it there. I let her. I looked at the kitchen counter. The shears were where I'd left them, clean, sharp, ready. "Don't," Clara said. "The branch is past the property line. Don't cut her plant. It's 11 inches. Antoni, listen to me." Her voice dropped, not the laughing voice, the real one. "You have spent 3 days putting sticky notes on every surface in a building because a woman baked you cookies and has a plant that grows where it wants. You missed a meeting. You trimmed her merchandise. You ran from a door. The answer to all of this is not to take shears to her balcony." I said nothing. "What does the branch look like from your balcony?" It crosses the railing, magenta. It has the most blooms. And if you cut it..." I looked at the balcony door. Through the glass, La Reina's silhouette was dark against the streetlight, the crown branch trailing over both railings. Without it, the facade would be a building. With it, the facade was alive. "There'd be a gap," I said. "Don't make a gap." She hung up. I stood in the kitchen, picked up the shears, turned them over. The knock came 10 minutes later. Doña Carmen, housecoat, reading glasses held at arm's length. "Sit down," she said, walking into my kitchen without invitation. Into every apartment in the building. Hallways were formalities, doors were suggestions. She'd done this in my mother's kitchen. The building was her jurisdiction. She put her phone on my counter. "Watch." I watched. I'd already heard about it from the twin, from Clara, from the group chat notifications I'd been ignoring. But seeing it was different. Seeing myself, the measuring app, the shears, the baby, the notes straightening. In sequence, edited with commentary. The twin had captioned the baby shot, "Architect versus baby. Winner, baby." He'd slowed the note straightening to half speed, 3 attempts. In half speed, it looked like a man who had lost his mind in a very organized way. The view count in the corner, 127. "We have 12 apartments," Doña Carmen said. "People are sharing it. Senora Puig sent it to her daughter in Girona." She took the phone back. "Antoni, you need to stop bothering the poor American. She has enough problems, the shop, the lease, that mother who won't stop emailing. She doesn't need you trimming her livelihood." The ferns are her inventory. You trimmed a woman's merchandise and someone filmed it and now 127 people have watched you do it. She patted my arm. "Fix your own apartment. Leave hers alone." She left, paused at my door, one hand on the frame. "La teva madre habría estat preocupada por tú," she said, quiet, not looking at me. "Your mother would have been worried about you." She closed the door behind her and her slippers scuffed down the hall, and I stood in my kitchen, holding shears and hearing my mother's name in someone else's mouth for the first time in a long time. I watched the video one more time on my own phone. Sound off. I didn't recognize the man on the screen. The measuring, the shears, the baby, the straightening. That man had organized his entire day around a woman he wasn't speaking to. That man had walked past the metro to buy sticky notes. That man was not in control. That man was not precise. That man carried a woman's handwriting in his pocket all day without admitting why. The twin had added an Aretha Franklin soundtrack. Respect. I put the phone down, went to the balcony. Lorena's crown branch hung over my railing in the dark. Tomorrow was Friday. The deadline. My hand stayed on the railing. The shears were on the counter. I went to bed and left them there. Chapter 9. Juliet Friday. The deadline. I checked Lorena 3 times before noon. The first was 6:30, barefoot in the gray before sunrise, watering the balcony pots in the half-dark with the broken can I still hadn't replaced because replacing it would mean admitting the crack was permanent. Lorena was all silhouette against the pale sky, crown intact, the branch still reaching past the railing toward 1B. I told myself I was checking the soil moisture. The second was at 9, when I'd already unlocked Verde and arranged the fern display and was halfway through pricing the new pothouse shipment before I set down the label maker and went back upstairs. 2 flights, to make sure she had water. Lorena had water. Lorena had been watered 40 minutes ago. I stood at the railing for 10 seconds, touched the branch, and went back to work. I told myself I was rotating the pots for even light exposure. The third was at 11:15. I came upstairs for a glass of water I didn't need. I told myself the third trip was about hydration and had nothing to do with a man who owned pruning shears and had given my plant a court date. The branch was still there, all 3 times. Verde was slow, 2 sales, a succulent to a tourist who couldn't decide between the rosette and the trailing variety, and stood in front of the display for 11 minutes while I pretended not to be counting, and a trailing fern to a woman who seemed to be buying it out of guilt, though I couldn't figure out why. She wouldn't meet my eyes. Picked up the fern, brought it to the counter, said something that was almost an apology. I've been meaning to come in for ages. Paid full price without negotiating, and left before I could wrap it properly. I rang up the sale and moved a pothouse 2 inches to the left. At noon, I called Monsi about the wholesale payment. I was 3 weeks behind on the invoice, which in Monsi's world meant I owed her an explanation and possibly a firstborn. Nina, she said before I'd finished the sentence. Next week is fine. Monsi, I can pay half now and half. I said next week. You want me to change my mind? Stop talking. How's the shop? Slow. It's always slow before it isn't. Your bougainvillea, the big one on the balcony, she's still gorgeous? She's a criminal. She's annexing the neighbor's railing. Good girl. Next week, Nina. And eat something. You sound thin. You can't sound thin. I hung up and ate a granola bar at the register to prove a point to no one. Mom's email, day 10. 10 days of the subject line sitting in my inbox like a landmine with a passive-aggressive detonator. A week and a half of scrolling past it, seeing Juliet honestly in bold and choosing anything else. Inventory, supplier emails, a newsletter from a ceramic studio I'd never visited. I'd opened and closed the email app 4 times this morning alone, every attempt ending at the spam folder, as though Groupon offers required my urgent attention. I opened it. Finally, Juliet, honestly, your father says to tell you we love you and to please call. I say to tell you that love is not a substitute for a phone call. It's been 3 weeks. Are you alive? Are you eating? Is the shop surviving? Your cousin Angela got promoted. I'm not comparing. I'm informing. Call me. Mom. I'm not comparing. I'm informing. My mother could do more damage with a comma than most people could do with a weapon. I sat with my thumb over the call button for 6 seconds, counted them, put the phone down. I closed the email and did not call. 5 o'clock. I closed Verde, went upstairs, poured wine, went to the balcony. The branch was still there. Friday, his deadline. The branch had until Friday, he'd written, in blue ink, in his handwriting, clipped to the branch at his height where I'd nearly killed myself reaching for it. And now it was Friday evening, and the sun was going copper over the rooftops, and Lorena's crown was intact, every bloom, every trailing arm, untouched. He hadn't done it. The deadline passed, and Lorena was untouched, every bloom, every trailing arm. The late light was turning the magenta almost gold, and I'd been bracing all day for the gap, the space where the branch should be, the cut end, the absence. The gap wasn't there. I didn't know why this hit me the way it did, but it did. His balcony door opened. He stepped out, t-shirt, bare feet, a glass of water. He saw me and stopped. I saw him and didn't move. 6 feet of railing and Lorena's branches between us. We looked at each other. 3 seconds, maybe 4. I stood up, took my wine, went inside, closed the balcony door. Not a slam, a close. I was not making pasta. I want that on the record. I was heating olive oil for a sofrito. Onions, garlic, the base of a dish that required actual cooking skill and patience. I had both. I was a functional adult who could manage oil temperatures. I glanced at the balcony door. Lorena was out there. The branch was out there. He was on the other side of the wall, and he owned shears, and the deadline was today. And what if he'd waited until dark? I went to check. Just for a second, I stepped onto the balcony, leaned over the railing, touched the branch. Still there, still attached, still blooming. I ran my fingers along the stem and whispered, "He didn't touch you. You're fine, you're fine." And then I noticed a new tendril reaching toward his railing, and I had to examine it and make sure it was healthy, and the alarm screamed, smoke, gray, thick, billowing toward the ceiling. I ran back inside. I grabbed the flamingo mitts, the only mitts I owned, the mitts I would die in, and picked up the smoking pan. Stood in my kitchen trying to remember the oil and water rule. The door flew open. Antoni was in my kitchen before I'd processed what was happening. He was barefoot, and his eyes were not calm, not controlled. For 1 second, maybe 2, before he locked it down, his face was open and scared. Then it was gone. He turned the burner off, wet a dish towel, smothered the pan, opened the window wider. "The alarm," I said, flapping the flamingo mitts at the ceiling. He reached up and pressed the button. Silence. "This is your fault," I said. "My fault. I was outside checking Lorena because I don't trust you not to cut her in the oil. You left oil on high heat to check a plant? To check that you hadn't attacked my plant on your deadline, which, by the way, you didn't. So thank you for not cutting Lorena. But also, this is still your fault." He stared at me. I stared at him. We were both breathing hard, and my kitchen was full of smoke, and I was wearing flamingo mitts, and he just walked into my apartment without knocking. And somewhere in the middle of accusing him, I'd thanked him, and I wasn't sure how that had happened. "You just thanked me," he said. "I did not. In the middle of blaming me, you thanked me." It slipped out. It doesn't count. It was involuntary, like a sneeze. A sneeze. A gratitude sneeze. It means nothing. He almost smiled. I needed a new angle. "You didn't even knock," I said. "Your apartment was on fire." "It was not on fire. It was a pan. Your door was unlocked. Is it always unlocked?" Yes, it's always unlocked. Nobody locks their door in this building. Everyone locks their door in this building. Well, I don't. I forget. It's a habit from home. My parents never locked. This is not the point. The point is that you left oil on high heat, and your door was open, and the alarm was screaming. What was I supposed to do? Leave a note? I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. He had a point, and I hated that he had a point. The building arrived. Señor Vidal, Doña Carmen, one twin. 4 minutes of smoke assessment and flamingo mitt commentary. Antoni told Señor Vidal it was oil in a pan, already handled, no structural damage. Señor Vidal nodded. The twin did not film it. Doña Carmen gave me a look that contained multitudes. "He got here fast," she said to no one in particular, on her way out the door. They left. The kitchen was quiet. The smoke was clearing. Evening light through the window, turning everything amber. He picked up the destroyed pan, turned on the tap, washed it. I stood next to him. Closer than I needed to be for any reason related to pan washing. I could feel the heat coming off his arm through his t-shirt sleeve. I could smell soap and his skin and the ghost of smoke, and I was not going to think about any of this. He rinsed the pan, dried it, turned and held it out. Our hands met on the handle. His fingers were warm from the water. Steady. His eyes were on mine, and we were standing too close, and the pan was between us, and neither of us was letting go. 3 seconds. "Thank you," I said, "for not cutting Lorena." His hand tightened on the pan. Just barely. A fraction. "The branch is still past the property line," he said. "I know. 12 inches now. It grew." "She does that." Another second. His thumb shifted against mine on the handle. My breath caught. My brain had opinions about this. My hand overruled them. My phone rang. Marta. The screen lit up on the counter between us, and we both flinched, and he let go of the pan, and I caught it, and he stepped back, and the moment collapsed like a house of cards in a breeze. I gestured at the phone with the pan. Right? He was at the door, reassembled, calm, back in his lane. Lock your door. Stop telling me what to do. Lock your door, Juliet. He said my name like he'd been practicing it, like he'd been saying it in his head for days, and it had just slipped out through a crack in his composure. He left. The door clicked shut. I answered the phone. What? How's your evening? I burned the oil again. Again? Juliet? He came through the door. He didn't knock. The door was unlocked, and he came in, and he handled it, and then he washed my pan, and then what? I looked at the pan in my hand, the clean pan, his fingerprints still on the handle where mine were now. Then nothing. He went home. Juliet? Good night, Marta. I hung up, stood in my kitchen that smelled like smoke and soap and him, cedar and black coffee, which was apparently what architects smelled like and which I was never going to be able to unknow. I poured a glass of wine, turned on Aretha, loud. Chapter 10, Antoni. I closed my door and stood in the hallway and took a breath. A real one. The kind that fills your lungs and sits there and means something. She was fine. The apartment was fine. It was oil in a pan and not a fire, and she was fine. And I was standing in my own hallway, breathing like I'd run up 6 flights, because for 30 seconds I hadn't known that. I'd grabbed her doorknob without thinking. I'd been across the hallway before I'd made a decision. I didn't do that. I didn't run toward things. I assessed, I measured, I calculated structural risk and responded with appropriate tools. I hadn't calculated anything. I'd heard the alarm and gone, her hand on the panhandle, her fingers next to mine, the warmth of her skin. I pushed that out of my head. That was ridiculous. That was a pan in a smoky kitchen, it was nothing. It was a handoff. It was domestic logistics. I didn't stop thinking about it. The shears were on the counter. I picked them up, opened the drawer, and put them away. The deadline had passed. She'd blamed me for the fire, said she'd left the oil because she was checking Lorena because she didn't trust me. And she was right. It was my fault. And then in the middle of telling me it was my fault, she'd thanked me for not cutting it. That was going to stay in my head for a while. I sat at the drafting table, opened the Marti files. Through the wall, Aretha. Loud. The first music in days. I smiled. I didn't mean to. My mouth made a decision my brain wasn't consulted on. My pencil started moving, not on the Marti files. I drew the pan, her kitchen, the flamingo mitts, the smoke curling past the window, her face when she'd said, "This is your fault," and meant it, and then said thank you and meant that too. Both at the same time. Both real. I'd gotten her eyebrows wrong, too symmetrical. The left one sat higher than the right, which gave her a permanent expression of mild professional skepticism. I picked up the eraser, corrected it, and then put the eraser down because I was refining the anatomical accuracy of a portrait I had no business drawing. Looked at what I'd drawn, closed the sketchbook. Aretha was still going, loud enough to rattle the glass in my window frames. She'd turned the volume up twice since I'd sat down. I closed the sketchbook, left the desk lamp on. The bass line thumped through the wall and I let it. The sound woke me at 2:14, not a slow leak, not a drip, a crack, sharp, percussive, metal failing, and then water. The hiss of a pipe splitting open inside the wall and the rush of water hitting tile, and I was out of bed before I was fully awake. The bathroom, the wall behind the sink, water pouring from a seam in the plaster, not trickling, pouring, a pressurized stream that was hitting the floor and spreading fast. I splashed through it in bare feet, found the valve, turned it. The flow slowed, didn't stop. The secondary valve was behind the wall panel, and I couldn't reach it without tools, and the water was already in the hallway. Murda, my kitchen. The water hit the tile in a sheet, creeping past the drafting table, past the counter. I grabbed the sketchbook off the table before it reached the legs. The Marti files were on the table too. Client drawings, billable hours. I registered that. The sketchbook was what I grabbed. My apartment, the one I'd bought. The first thing I'd ever chosen for myself. The pipe had been failing for years. I'd seen the corrosion on the visible joints when I moved in, had noted it as a maintenance issue to address over time. Overtime had arrived at 2 in the morning without the courtesy of a warning. I knew it was the pipes. I knew it was infrastructure. I knew it had nothing to do with her. But she'd said she'd do this. She'd written it down. I'll flood you again, this time on purpose. And it was 2 in the morning, and my apartment was flooding. And the coincidence was so absurd and so perfectly timed that some irrational, exhausted, furious part of my brain needed to go to her door. Not because I believed it, because where else was I going to go? I went to her door, knocked, hard. She opened it. Pajamas, oversized t-shirt, shorts, hair everywhere, bare feet, eyes adjusting to the hallway light. She looked at me, soaked. Again, you did this. What? Antoni, what happened? Why are you? She looked past me. Water was creeping under my door into the hallway. Oh my God, are you flooded? You said you would. I held up the note. You wrote it down. I'll flood you again, this time on purpose. You think I broke your pipes? You threatened it, in writing. At 2 in the morning? You think I crawled under your apartment and with what, a wrench? Do I look like I own a wrench? You own a watering can that you've used as a weapon on 2 separate occasions. A watering can is not a pipe wrench. It has a spout. It has a handle. You aim it at things and water comes out. That is a delivery system. A delivery. She pressed both hands against her face for 1 second, then removed them. I own a watering can. 1 watering can. I own 1 tool and it waters plants. You also own 40 propagation jars that are functionally a small militia of, do not bring the jars into this. What do you think I'm doing in there, Antoni? Training an army of pothos? A door opened on the floor below us and closed again immediately. We were providing entertainment for the entire building. You have a documented history of flooding. Documented? Twice, in 1 morning with witnesses. Those were accidents. This is your building. You bought this apartment. Your pipes are your problem. We were shouting in the hallway at 2 in the morning, both in bare feet, both breathing hard. Water was creeping under my door and spreading across the hall tile toward her threshold. ¿Qué pasa, Doña Carmen? Bottom of the stairs. Housecoat, slippers, reading glasses. She came up, not rushing. Doña Carmen never rushed. She looked past me into my apartment. The water was still spreading. The main valve, she said. Did you? Shut it. The secondary valve is behind the wall panel. I need tools and access from the other side. Fernando has the building shut-off key. She was already pulling out her phone. Don't go back in there until the water is off. She called. I could hear a phone ringing 2 floors up. Fernando lived on the 3rd floor. He answered groggy and annoyed. 5 minutes later, he was in the hallway in a tracksuit and rubber boots. He assessed the apartment, shut the building valve, and came back out shaking his head. The pipe's gone, corroded through. I'll have a plumber here in the morning, but this is 2 days minimum for the repair, maybe 3. The bathroom and kitchen are not usable. He looked at me. You can't stay in there. I can pack a bag. Find a hotel. At 3 in the morning, Juliet said. Hotels exist at 3 in the morning. You don't need to go to a hotel. She'd said it before she'd thought about it. I saw it hit her, the realization of what she'd just offered. She crossed her arms tighter. You have a spare room? I said. I use it for storage, supplies, Verde overflow. Your apartment has 2 bedrooms. It's not a bedroom, it's a room with a daybed and 40 propagation jars. My apartment has 1 bedroom. Your apartment also has a lake in it right now, so I'm not staying in your apartment. Nobody asked you to. The spare room, Doña Carmen said. Settling it. Absolutely not, I said. Antoni. Doña Carmen used my name the way my mother used it. 1 word carrying the weight of every stupid decision I'd made in 3 decades. It is 3 in the morning. Your apartment is flooded. There is a room 12 feet away. Stop being difficult. 2 days, Fernando said. 3 at most. I'll have it fixed. He looked at Juliet. The spare room? Door sticks, she said, barely above a whisper. Then it settled. Fernando headed for the stairs. I'll be back at 8 with the plumber. Go grab what you need from your apartment, Moreno. The water's off. It's safe to go in. Doña Carmen patted my arm. I'll bring towels. This is not towels. She followed Fernando downstairs. Juliet and I stood in the hallway. The water had reached the midpoint between our doors. Her bare feet were in it. She'd stepped forward without realizing. I didn't do this, she said. Not fighting, not loud, just telling me. I know, I said. I know, I said again. Quieter. She looked at me. Wet hair. Bare feet in the water. The hallway light catching her face. She opened her mouth, started something, stopped. I watched her swallow the words. Doña Carmen came back with towels, patted my arm, said something in Catalan about water and walls and patience. I barely heard it because Juliet was holding the door open and I was about to walk into her apartment. I stepped inside. Her apartment was chaos I hadn't noticed during the fire. I'd been focused on the pan, the smoke, the alarm, but now standing in her kitchen at 3 a.m. with a bag over my shoulder, I saw it. Propagation jars on every surface, plants on the windowsill, the counter, the floor. Verde signs stacked by the door. The planner open on the counter. I saw numbers in the margins. Bad numbers. She pointed past the kitchen. Spare room, door sticks, shove it with your hip. Thank you. You're welcome. Barely a whisper. I went. Shoved the door. The bed was a flea market daybed piled with blankets and 2 extra throw pillows that had plants embroidered on them. The window looked out on the courtyard. I sat on the bed, a pillow embroidered with a fern pressed against my back. From the kitchen, the sound of her moving around, cabinet opening, glass clinking. She was pouring wine at 3 a.m. I could hear every movement through the thin wall between the spare room and her kitchen, every footstep, every breath. This was going to be a problem. Chapter 11. Juliet. I woke up at 7 to the sound of someone making coffee in my kitchen. Not my coffee, not my process. My process involves stumbling, swearing, overfilling the mocha pot, and burning my hand on the handle at least once. This process was quiet, measured, the sound of a spoon placed, not dropped, in the sink. I stayed in bed for 4 minutes pretending this wasn't happening. Then I got up, put on shorts and a t-shirt that didn't have holes in it, a choice I refused to examine, and headed for the bathroom. Grabbed the handle, pushed. The door swung open. Antoni was standing at the sink, shirtless, shaving, foam on half his jaw, a towel around his waist, a white towel, low on his hips. Everything stopped. His shoulders were broader than his shirt suggested. His back, I could see it in the mirror, had lines of muscle that moved when he turned toward me. His stomach was flat, and there was a line of dark hair that started below his navel and disappeared under the towel, and I followed it all the way down before I could stop myself. "The lock doesn't work," he said. My eyes came back up to his face. He'd caught me looking. He knew exactly where I'd been looking. I know, I should have mentioned that. You should have mentioned that. I'm mentioning it now. Neither of us moved. He had shaving foam on half his face and a razor in his hand. I was in the doorway in a t-shirt with no bra, and the air was warm and damp from his shower and smelled like cedar and soap, and I was breathing it in, and I needed to stop. "I'll wait," I said. My voice came out wrong, too low, too aware. 5 minutes. I closed the door, stood in the hallway, pressed my back against the wall, his shoulders, his back in the mirror, the line of hair under his navel, the towel low on his hips, the steam on his skin. I took a breath, then another one. It didn't help. 20 minutes later, showered, dressed, face still warm, I went to the kitchen. He'd made coffee for 2, a cup on the counter with a blue sticky note. Didn't know how much sugar. Guessed a lot. I picked up the cup, sipped. It was perfect. He'd guessed a lot because I seemed like a lot of sugar person, and he was right, and I was going to deal with that never. He was at the window with his own cup. Black, no sugar, dressed, combed, composed, as if the bathroom had never happened. The man drank black coffee at 7 a.m. and looked awake. I hated him for it. "Did you sleep?" I said. "The door sticks." "I told you. Hip. I used my hip. It opened. Then it unstuck at 4 a.m. and swung open on its own." "It does that. The window also doesn't close all the way. It does if you talk to it." He looked at me. "You have to say per favor and kind of wiggle the latch. It has a personality. The window has a personality. Everything in this apartment has a personality. You'll figure it out." His bag was on the floor by the spare room door. Neat, zipped, not unpacked. Like he was ready to leave the moment the plumber said the word. I went to Verde, sold 3 plants before noon, a pothouse to a woman who'd seen the building group chat video and wanted to support the fern girl, a succulent to the quiet Martinez twin, a monstera to a regular who told me she was Team Juliet in the building chat. "He's living with you now, right?" the regular said. "Temporarily. His pipes broke." She paid full price without being asked. "The chat says he made you coffee this morning." "How does the chat?" The twin posted it. He saw through the courtyard window. Of course, the courtyard window. The kitchen was visible from the courtyard, and the twins lived on the second floor, and one of them had apparently been watching at 7 a.m. when Antoni placed a cup of coffee on my counter with a sticky note. I texted the twin, "Stop filming my kitchen." He replied, "Your curtains are open." I did not have curtains. This was now a problem. I came home from Verde at 6 to find my kitchen rearranged. Not subtly, not one or two things shifted. The entire kitchen, every cabinet, every shelf, every drawer had been reorganized. The plates were stacked by size, the mugs were arranged by height. My spice jars, which had been in the order I'd bought them, which was chaos but my chaos, were now alphabetical. The cutting boards were vertical in a rack he'd built from materials I didn't recognize. My junk drawer, the sacred junk drawer, the drawer of mystery tools and dead batteries and takeaway menus and hope, was organized into sections with dividers. He'd made dividers for my junk drawer, out of cardboard. "What did you do?" I said. Not a question. He was at the kitchen table with his laptop. The cabinet organization was inefficient. The plates were stacked in a way that risked chipping. The spices had no. "You alphabetized my spices. They were random. They were in the order I bought them. That's not an organizational system. It is my organizational system. This is my kitchen. The cutting boards were loose in a drawer. They could damage the... Antoni, you made dividers for my junk drawer." The junk drawer was... It was... He paused, looked at the drawer, looked at me. "It was bothering me. My junk drawer was bothering you. Everything in this apartment is bothering me." He said it before he could stop himself. I saw the flicker, the realization that he'd said too much. "I didn't mean..." "No, you meant it." I pulled the spice jars out and started putting them back in their original order. "You've been here one day, and you've reorganized my entire kitchen because my system bothers you." "You don't have a system." "I have a system. My system is that I know where things are because I put them there." The cinnamon was behind the soy sauce, because I use them together. Nobody uses cinnamon and soy sauce together. I do, for a thing. It's a thing I make. From the courtyard below, a twin's voice. "This is gold. Are you getting this?" I went to the window, both twins on the courtyard wall, phone out, filming up. "My curtains are open, I know," I yelled down. "Public domain." "The spice fight is already in the chat," the other twin called up. "Senora Puig says he shouldn't touch your cinnamon." I pulled the window shut, turned back to Antoni. He was putting the cutting boards back the way I'd had them, loose, in a drawer, wrong. "Leave them," I said. "They'll chip the..." "Leave them." He left them, closed the drawer, went to the spare room with his laptop. The door stuck. He shoved it with his hip. By Saturday evening, there were 4 notes on the fridge. His: "The bathroom door needs a lock. I'll install one today." A mine, or we could just knock, like people. Knocking requires trust. You don't lock your front door. Your track record on doors is not reassuring. "The cinnamon is back behind the soy sauce. I'll survive." The dividers stayed. They were actually useful. I wasn't going to tell him that. Chapter 12, Antoni. Affixed the bathroom lock at 7 a.m. because I could still see her standing in the doorway, and I was not going to survive that twice. Her t-shirt had been thin, white, the kind of cotton that hides nothing in bathroom light. She hadn't been wearing anything under it. I'd noticed this in the same half-second she'd noticed the towel. Neither of us had looked away fast enough. I installed the lock, tested it 3 times. Functional, secure. No one was walking in on anyone ever again. I fixed the balcony door at 7:30. She'd been saying per favor, "You beautiful bastard," to it for 18 months. The latch needed realigning. 2 minutes. I fixed the cabinet above the sink at 8. She'd said it required sweet-talking. It required a Phillips head. I fixed the hallway shelf, the one that tilted 15 degrees and dropped her keys. By 9, I'd fixed 4 things and was looking for a 5th because my hands needed work and my head wouldn't stop. Her collarbones in the doorway light. the freckles below her throat, the way her breath had caught when she'd looked down the line of hair, down to the towel. Her eyes had traced a path, and her mouth had tried to form a sentence and failed. She'd looked at me the way I look at heritage stonework, like she wanted to understand how it was built. She came out of her room at 9:15, shorts, a top that showed her arms and her collarbones and the line of her neck. Her hair was still wet. I thought about the steam and the cedar and the towel and stopped myself. She went to the balcony door, tried the handle. It swung open on the first try. She stared at it. "You fixed my door." The latch was misaligned. "I've been sweet-talking that door for 18 months, Antoni." She opened and closed it 3 times. "When did you do this?" 7:30. "You've been up since." 6. "I like talking to that door," she muttered, opening and closing it a 3rd time. Looked at the shelf, set her keys on it. They stayed. The shelf. 15-degree tilt. It was a safety issue. It dropped my keys twice a day. It won't anymore. She was walking through her apartment now, touching things. The cabinet above the sink. She pulled it open. It swung smooth and silent. "Antoni." The hinge was, "You fixed my cabinet, my shelf, my door." She turned around. "What else?" "The bathroom lock." She went still. "You fixed the lock this morning before I walked in on you." "Yes." "So the lock works now." "Yes, I didn't notice. You didn't check." "Why would I? I never lock it." She said this casually, already moving to the kitchen, and the sentence hit me 3 seconds late. She never locked the bathroom door, which meant every shower she'd taken in this apartment for 18 months had been with an unlocked door. Which meant last night, while I was on the other side of the wall, she'd been in the shower with the door unlocked, and I needed something else to fix. She stretched, both arms above her head, arching her back, the fabric riding up to show a strip of tanned stomach and the curve of her waist. She wasn't doing it at me. She had no idea what it did from where I was standing. I went to the drafting table, opened the Marti files, did not think about unlocked doors. She went to Verde at 10. I worked, productively, professionally. She'd put 3 propagation jars on my side of the table before leaving. A trailing pothose in water, a succulent offset, something with roots that looked hostile. I moved them to the windowsill. At noon, I went to make lunch. My laptop charger was rerouted behind a propagation jar on the counter. The cord was wrapped around the base, incorporated into the plant's root structure, like it had been there for years. I pulled the charger free. The jar tipped, hit the counter edge, shattered. Water and glass and a cutting with 3 inches of roots spread across the tile. The plant, some kind of trailing vine, lay on the floor in a puddle, its white roots exposed and already curling. I stood over it. I'd killed one of her plants. After everything, the fern trimming, the bougainvillea deadline, the entire war over vegetation, I had just smashed a propagation jar and the cutting was dying on my floor. No, absolutely not. I opened every cabinet looking for a glass. Found a mug, mine, the white one she'd kept in her cabinet. Filled it with water. Picked the cutting off the tile, shook the glass shards off the roots, and placed it in the mug. Carefully, the way you'd handle something fragile that belonged to someone who would never let you forget it if it died. The cutting sat in my coffee mug on the windowsill. Roots in the water, leaves trailing over the rim. My mug was now a propagation vessel, and I'd done it to myself. I cleaned up the glass, mopped the water, left a note on the fridge, broke a jar. Plant is alive. It's in the white mug. I'll replace the jar. At 2, I came back from the bathroom to find a trailing fern draped over my satchel. Not next to it. On it. The fronds were threaded through the handle strap like the plant had moved in and was getting comfortable. A tiny yellow note was tucked under the pot. "She likes your bag. Don't fight it." Jay, she'd been back while I was in the bathroom. She'd come upstairs, placed a plant on my satchel, written a note, and left. All in the time it took me to use the bathroom. The woman operated at a speed that defied surveillance. By 3, the kitchen had 2 more plants I couldn't account for. I moved all 4 to the balcony. Blue note on the fridge, 4 plants relocated. The kitchen table is a work surface, not a greenhouse. The shower turned on me at 4. Left. Wait, right, wait. Left again. She'd told me the sequence. What she hadn't told me was the 3rd step. After the 2nd left, you pull the dial toward you. She did this automatically. She didn't know it was a step. I turned the dial left. The shower head fired off the bracket. Not a drip, not a detachment. It launched off the wall like something with opinions and hit the opposite tile with a crack. The hose, loose, pressurized, thrashed across the tub, spraying water at the ceiling, the mirror, the toilet, the new lock I'd installed that morning. I stood naked in the tub trying to grab it. The hose was wet and pressurized and had apparently decided I was the enemy. It whipped across my chest, sprayed my face, and when I finally caught it, both hands, death grip, the water redirected straight up and hit the ceiling so hard it bounced back down on my head. I jammed the head back on the bracket, turned off the water, stood in the wreckage. Her bathroom was soaked, ceiling, floor, mirror. The towels I'd folded that morning were drenched. Water was pooling under the door and creeping into the hallway. The irony was perfect. The man whose pipes had burst, who had accused her of sabotaging his plumbing, who had stood in her doorway soaking wet at 3 a.m., holding a sticky note as evidence. I had just destroyed her bathroom with her own shower. I cleaned everything. Towels, floor, ceiling, wiped the mirror, dried the lock. 20 minutes of damage control that felt like penance. The bathroom was exactly as I'd found it, except for the faint smell of humiliation. Blue note on the fridge. The shower has a third step you didn't mention. Pull the dial toward you after the second left. A yellow note when she came home. I absolutely mentioned that. The wiggle is the pull. J. Blue note, a wiggle is not a pull. These are different mechanical actions. A yellow note, in this apartment, a wiggle is whatever it needs to be. Also, why is my bath mat damp? I did not answer that one. Her keys hit the hallway shelf at 6, the shelf that no longer tilted, the shelf I'd fixed, and she came through the door already talking. Someone made a compilation video, she said, dropping grocery bags on my side of the table. Of you. All of it. The measuring, the trimming, the running, everything. A compilation. With a title card. It's called The Architect of Love. She was fighting a smile. Losing. In Comic Sans. In Comic Sans? 212 views. Somebody added a title card. She was fighting a smile. Losing. Senora Puig shared it with her church group. Why would a church group? They're praying for us. For what? Unclear. She pulled olives out of a bag. Possibly your sanity, possibly mine, possibly the marriage. There is no marriage. That's not what the church group thinks. She turned to put the olives in the cabinet, the one I'd fixed that morning, the one that now opened without sweet-talking. Her top shifted. I saw the curve of her shoulder blade and the strap of something underneath that wasn't a bra and was worse than no bra. I looked at the ceiling. The plumber came today, I said, to the ceiling. The pipes fixed, walls replastered. So you can go back. The plaster needs to dry. She turned around, looked at me. I was still looking at the ceiling. 24 hours minimum. Antoni. What? You're looking at my ceiling. Your ceiling has water stains. My ceiling has had water stains for 18 months. I looked at her. She was leaning against the counter, arms crossed, the top doing what it did. Her hair had dried into waves across one shoulder. I could smell her shampoo from 4 feet away. The kitchen was too small. The apartment was too small. The entire building was too small for both of us. One more night, I said. The plaster needs to dry. The plaster needs to dry. Sure it does. She didn't tell me to leave. She made dinner. She didn't announce it. She just cooked enough for 2. Pasta with too much garlic and a salad she'd assembled with the same chaos she applied to everything. Ingredients thrown together with no apparent plan that somehow worked. We ate on the balcony. Her wine, my water. Lorena above us, magenta in the last light. Her balcony was small, 2 chairs, a table, and not enough room for 2 people who were pretending they didn't notice each other. Last night, she said. Last night. You'll miss the door. The door that unsticks itself at 4 a.m. and swings open while I'm sleeping. She's saying goodbye, in her own way. She was sitting close. Not intentionally. The balcony was narrow and the chairs were pushed together and Lorena's branches took up half the space. Her knee was an inch from mine. Her bare shoulder was catching the streetlight. You didn't have to make dinner, I said. You fixed my entire apartment. I made pasta. We're not even. We're not keeping score. We've been keeping score since the day you moved in. She took a sip of wine, looked at me over the rim. Admit it. I looked at her. Her mouth was stained red from the wine. Her eyes were doing the thing they did in low light. Darker, warmer, closer than they should have been from 2 feet away. "Fine," I said. "We're keeping score." "Who's winning?" "You, always." She set down her glass. Her hand landed on the arm of my chair. Not my arm, the chair, but close. Her fingers were an inch from my wrist, and I could feel the heat of them without contact. "Antoni, Juliet." She leaned forward. I leaned forward. 2 feet became one. One became 6 inches. I could see the wine on her lower lip, the freckles across her nose. Her breath was warm, and she smelled like garlic and shampoo, and my whole body had gone tight, chest, jaw, the backs of my hands gripping the chair. Every rational thought I'd had in 34 years of being a careful man was being replaced by one single impulse, and I was going to... The spare room door slammed open. From inside the apartment, the bang of wood on plaster, loud enough to echo through the balcony door. The door that unstuck at 4 a.m. every night. The door that had been waiting for exactly this moment to remind us both that this apartment had opinions. We jerked apart. She grabbed her wine glass. I grabbed the arm of my chair. Lorena dropped a pedal between us. "The door," she said. "The door. It does that. I am going to fix that damn door." We sat in the quiet. The moment was gone. Lorena's pedal sat on the balcony tile between our chairs like a witness. "Good night," I said, standing. "Good night." Not standing, not looking at me. I went inside, shoved the spare room door closed with my hip, sat on the bed, pressed my hands flat on my knees, 6 inches, on a balcony, in the dark. Through the wall, very softly, Aretha. Monday morning, 6:15, I couldn't sleep. I got up. The apartment was dark. Her bedroom door was closed. The kitchen was empty. I went to the bathroom. The lock I had installed Saturday morning with a Phillips head screwdriver and tested 3 times, was not engaged. The door was closed but not locked. I pushed it open. She was standing at the mirror, naked, fully, completely naked, her t-shirt in her hand, just pulled over her head, reaching for the shower dial. She turned. My breath stopped, her body in the bathroom light, the full curve of her breasts, the dip of her waist, the flare of her hips, the line of her stomach, tanned, smooth, a small mole below her navel that I was never going to stop knowing about. Her skin was warm from sleep. The light caught every contour. She was looking at me and I was looking at her, and I couldn't move, couldn't look away. My body was responding in ways I could not hide in a hallway. "The lock," I said, too loud, pulling the door shut with a force that rattled the frame. "The lock, Juliet. I fixed the lock. You still don't? Get out." "I'm out. I'm closing the... It's closed." I stood in the hallway, door shut, hand on the handle, heart trying to break my ribs. I was hard and horrified and pressing my back against the wall and breathing through my teeth. "I fixed the lock," I said through the door. "Saturday. I installed a lock. You have to use it." I forgot. How do you forget a lock? I've never had a lock. I don't think about locks. This is your fault for being up at 6 in the morning. This is your fault for not locking doors. Silence. The shower turned on. Through the door, muffled. Stopped standing outside the bathroom. I went to the kitchen. Made coffee. My hands were shaking. The coffee was terrible. Too much water. Wrong ratio. I couldn't think clearly enough to measure. Her body. The light on her skin. The mole below her navel. She turned toward me, and there'd been a half second before the shock hit. Her eyes had dropped the same way mine had. She'd seen what I couldn't hide. I drank the terrible coffee and stared at the wall and did not sit down for 10 minutes. I packed my bag before she came out of the shower. Left a blue note on the kitchen counter. "I'm moving back. The plaster is dry. Use the lock." She came out in a towel. Her towel, pink, tucked at her chest, wet hair. She looked at the note, looked at me, looked at my bag. "You're leaving because of the bathroom. I'm leaving because the plaster is dry." The plaster has been dry since yesterday. Then I should have left yesterday. She crossed her arms over the towel, water dripping from her hair onto the tile. "Fine, fine. The lock is a good idea. The lock is an excellent idea. I'll use it. You won't. I'll try." We stared at each other, her in a towel, me with a bag, pretending the last 4 minutes hadn't happened, which was impossible. They had, and we both knew exactly what the other person looked like now. No amount of plaster or hallway was going to undo that. "Thank you," I said, "for the room." "You're welcome. I'll use the lock next time. There is no next time. Sure there isn't. I crossed the hall, closed my door, stood in my apartment. The quiet was mine again. The drafting table, the clean tile, the window, everything in its place, except nothing was in its place. She was on the other side of the wall. I'd seen all of her, every curve, every line, the mole below her navel. I was never going to unsee any of it. I sat at the drafting table, did not open the Marti files, did not pick up my pencil. Through the wall, the hairdryer, then music, then her voice, singing along, off-key and loud and alive. The quiet was mine again. I didn't want it. Chapter 13. Juliet. The apartment was too quiet. Not his quiet, not the organized, deliberate silence he carried with him. This was worse. This was a space that had recently held someone and now didn't. The chair pushed in at the kitchen table where he'd worked. The fixed cabinet that swung open at a touch. No sweet talking, no personality, just a cabinet being a cabinet like some kind of soulless appliance. The balcony door that opened on the first try every time, smooth and functional and deeply annoying. I opened the spare room. The bed was stripped. I'd washed the sheets and put them away, and the room was just a room again. Propagation jars, Verde overflow, a daybed with plant-embroidered pillows, and no trace of cedar. I opened the junk drawer. The dividers were still there, neat, sectioned. My batteries in one compartment, my takeaway menus in another, my mystery tools organized by size. I closed the junk drawer, opened it again, closed it. Went to Verde. The morning was slow. 2 sales by noon, a pothost to a regular, and a succulent to a woman who'd seen the video compilation and wanted to meet the fern girl. That's not my name, I said. The video says, the video was made by a 20-year-old with a phone and no boundaries. I'm Juliet. The shop is Verde. The ferns are fine. She bought the succulent and asked me to sign the pot. I signed it, my second autograph. My mother would be thrilled. My mother would also never find out. Marta called at 11. He moved out. The building chat. Doña Carmen posted the eagle has landed with a crying emoji, which I think means he went back to his apartment, and Senora Puig asked if you were okay, and the twin said, I don't want to know what the twin said. He said, and I'm quoting, the balcony was charged last night, and they need to stop pretending. Marta. Are you okay? I looked at Verde, the fern display he'd measured, the sidewalk he'd crouched on with a measuring app, the door where he'd stuck a note about 14 centimeters. I'm fine, I said. It was 3 days. He's across the hall. Nothing happened. Something happened on the balcony. Nothing happened on the balcony. The building chat. The building chat is fiction. The building chat is fan fiction written by twins with too much time in a church group in Girona. I hung up. Rearranged the fern display. Rearranged it again. Talked to the fiddle leaf fig about its new growth and told the snake plant it was doing amazing and assured the calathea that its brown edges were a vibe. Fernando arrived at 3, in Verde, with a cardboard box. Festival problem. Fernando, whatever it is, no. He set the box on my counter between a jade plant and a trailing pothos. Maria Dolores is in the hospital, gallbladder. She's fine, the festival isn't. 3 weeks out, nobody's running it. I'm sorry about Maria Dolores, but I can't. Heritage Buildings, Juliet, walking tours, the whole neighborhood comes out. He leaned on the counter. Your lease is in 9 weeks. You need bodies walking past this door. The festival puts hundreds of people on this street. 9 weeks. The number that lived in my planner margins. The number I avoided looking at while I rearranged ferns. Who else? I said. The architect. No, absolutely not. He knows Heritage Buildings. The festival involves Fernando. I just spent 3 days sharing a bathroom with that man. I've seen him in a towel. He's seen me in. I stopped. We cannot coordinate a festival. I'll ask him. He took the box upstairs. Through Verde's ceiling, I heard his footsteps cross the hallway. A knock on 1B. Muffled voices. Fernando's cheerful rumble, then Antoni's clipped flat no. More talking, more muffled back and forth. Fernando was persistent the way Doña Carmen was persistent, genetically, relentlessly, as a family trait. He came back down, smiling, the Vidal family smile, the one that meant you'd already lost. He said yes, he did not. Verde's door swung open behind Fernando. Antoni stood in the doorway, office shirt, sleeves rolled to his forearms, arms crossed. looking exactly like a man who had not said yes. I said I'd consider the architectural elements, he said. I did not agree to co-coordinate anything. You said consider. That's a yes in building management. That is not what consider means in any. 3 weeks, Fernando said. He was already at the door. Maria Dolores left notes in the box. The empanada vendor is a liar. Don't believe the prices. He left. Antoni and I stood in my shop. A woman browsing the fern display had given up, pretending not to listen. The silence stretched. His forearms, his rolled sleeves, the shirt collar open one button too many. I could see the base of his throat. The proximity had left me knowing exactly what he smelled like and how his jaw felt under my fingers. None of that was useful for festival coordination. Fine, I said. Fine? Logistics is mine. Buildings are yours. We don't discuss the spice cabinet, or the junk drawer, or the bathroom. Especially not the bathroom. We shook on it. His hand was warm and dry. His thumb shifted against my palm. That deliberate pressure that shot through my hand and settled somewhere below my stomach. 2 seconds too long. We both knew it. The customer cleared her throat. Are you two the ones from the video? No, we both said. She bought 3 ferns. The first note appeared on my door Tuesday morning. Blue, his handwriting, stuck at 5'3", my eye height. He'd either measured or guessed, and I didn't know which was worse. Festival coordination, Thursday, 8 p.m. Your kitchen table. I'll bring coffee. The Martinez twin materialized on the second-floor landing with his phone before I'd finished reading. Public door, he said. Public hallway. Yellow note on his door, 20 minutes later. Make it wine, and you've got a deal. Jay, his response on my door by noon. Wine is not a working drink. A mine on his before I opened Verde. In this building it is. The twin screenshotted the full exchange. 4 notes, 2 doors. Senora Puig sent hearts. Doña Carmen sent, finally. By Tuesday evening, the building chat had 87 new messages. I'd sold 4 plants to people who came in to ask about the sticky note situation. Verde was becoming famous for reasons that had nothing to do with plants and everything to do with a man whose handwriting I could recognize from 10 feet away. I was locking Verde at 6 when I checked the mailbox. His mailbox fix, the hinge he'd oiled, the door he'd repaired back when they were still at war. I opened it to check for mail, and there was a note inside, blue, tucked against the back wall where you'd only find it if you opened the door all the way. I just want to come over. 5 words. No excuse about a latch, no festival agenda, no building management pretense, just the truth, written small, hidden where only I would find it. My breath caught. My hand tightened on the mailbox door. The lobby was empty. No twins, no cameras, no building chat. Just me and a blue sticky note and 5 words that had taken apart every wall I'd built in 2 years. I pulled a yellow note from my apron pocket, wrote carefully, 1 draft because I wasn't him, because I didn't revise, because the first version was always the truest. Thursday, 8 p.m. Bring the wine and yourself. Jay, I tucked it inside his mailbox. Same spot, hidden, private, ours. I went upstairs, closed my door, leaned against it. Through the wall, silence. Then his door opening, his footsteps on the stairs, down, not up. Going to the lobby, a mailbox opening, a pause, a mailbox closing. His footsteps on the stairs, slower coming back up, his door. He'd gone to check. Chapter 14, Antoni, Thursday, 8 p.m., wine. I stood in my apartment holding a bottle of Priorat and having a conversation with myself about whether this was a working meeting or something else. The bottle said something else. The festival folders under my arm said working meeting. My body, which had been useless since Monday morning, and the bathroom and the mole below her navel, said nothing productive. I knocked on her door. She opened it, barefoot, hair down. A dress I hadn't seen before, dark green, loose, the kind that moved when she moved. She'd changed for a working meeting. Wine, I said, holding up the bottle. Finally, she took it. On the counter behind her, 2 glasses already out, and next to them the white mug, mine, still in her cabinet. She hadn't moved it. We looked at each other. Her doorway. The threshold I'd crossed soaking wet at 3 a.m., the threshold I'd fled through Monday morning with her body burned into my retinas. Come in, she said, before the twins see you. Too late. From the courtyard below, the twins' voice. Looking sharp, architect. Is that a Priorat? The festival box was on the kitchen table. We opened it. Confetti went everywhere. The bag had been deteriorating since Maria Dolores packed it and chose this moment to fully disintegrate, sending a cloud of gold and red glitter across the table, the folders, the wine, and both of us. That was already open, she said, picking confetti out of her hair. The entire box is a structural failure. She opened the folders, all of them, simultaneously, spread across the table like a war room, and then she started talking. I'd seen her work before, during the proximity at the kitchen table, but that had been the beginning. This was a woman on a mission. Something was driving her, more than the festival, more than the foot traffic. She needed this to work. She knew every vendor's name. She knew which permits were filed and which weren't. She knew the portable toilet ratio per expected attendance, and she argued with a disconnected phone number for 30 seconds before hanging up and finding an alternative in 12 seconds. I sat at the table with my heritage files and watched her. A military operation in a kitchen full of confetti and propagation jars. The wine had been opened and poured without me noticing when that happened. The walking tour, I said during one of her rare pauses for breath. I've mapped a route, 7 buildings, all pre-1930 construction, original facades, heritage-grade interiors. If we can get 3 owners to agree to open doors. Already called 2. They said yes. The 3rd wants insurance confirmation. You called them? The day after Fernando assigned us. She'd been working on this before our first coordination meeting. Without telling me. They were good buildings, she said, not looking at me, sorting folders. Good choices for the tour. We worked for an hour, side by side, my heritage files next to her vendor spreadsheets, her wine getting warm because she forgot it every 20 minutes, mine staying full because I was watching her instead of drinking. Then I reached into the box for the building participation list and pulled the wrong thing. The bunting unfurled, both rolls, simultaneously, and red and yellow fabric cascaded off the table onto the floor and over the chairs and wrapped around the table legs like a textile ambush. Don't, she said. I stood up. My chair caught the bunting. The table rocked, her wine glass tipped, red spreading across the vendor spreadsheets in a slow, unstoppable stain. No, no, no. She shoved her chair back. The spreadsheets were sliding off the table edge, dripping wine onto the floor. She dropped to her knees to catch them. I bent down at the same time. My heritage files were going off the other side. The bunting was still wrapped around my ankle. It pulled. I pitched forward, caught myself on the table leg, and landed on my knees facing her. Under the table. Both of us. On the floor, in bunting. Confetti still drifting down from the box above us. Her face was 6 inches from mine. Confetti in her hair. Wine on her fingers. She was breathing fast, and I was not breathing at all. The spreadsheets, she whispered. They're wet. I know. Her eyes were dark in the low light under the table. Her lips were stained red from the wine. Her mouth was right there. Her hand was on my arm, above the wrist, her thumb on my pulse, and she could feel it racing because I could feel it racing. Antoni, I kissed her. Not planned, not decided. My mouth was on hers before my brain had issued any kind of authorization. Her lips were warm, wine-flavored. She made a sound, small, startled, half-gasp, and her hand tightened on my arm. 2 seconds. The world was the taste of wine and confetti and the woman under the table, and nothing else existed. Then I pulled back. She stared at me. I stared at her, both of us on the floor, in bunting, under a kitchen table, with confetti in our hair and wine on our hands and my mouth still tasting like hers. That was, she started, an accident. An accident. The bunting. I tripped. You tripped into my mouth. The angle was, you tripped into my mouth at an angle. Yes. That is the worst excuse I've ever heard. I'm aware. We crawled out from under the table, opposite sides of the kitchen, maximum distance. From the courtyard below, the twins' voice carried up through the cracked kitchen window. I didn't get the visual, but the audio. He was laughing. You left the window cracked. That was an accident, came through perfectly. Juliet crossed the kitchen, shut the window. Did he hear? I started. You tripped into my mouth at an angle, the twin called up, muffled now through the glass. I got all of it. Juliet taped a Verde sign over the window. Again. I need curtains, she said. You need curtains. That didn't happen, she said. Agreed. The bunting. The bunting. We never discussed this. Never. Blue note on her door before I cross the hall. The spreadsheets need reprinting. I'll handle the heritage files. The bunting was entirely responsible. A yellow note on my door in the morning. Agreed. The bunting has been formally charged. If the twin uploads the audio, I'm moving to Portugal. I went back to my apartment, sat at the drafting table, did not open any files. 2 seconds under a table, a twin recording audio from the courtyard, a building full of people betting on exactly this moment. None of that mattered. She had made a sound against me. I was going to hear in my sleep for the rest of my life. The twins' recording was in the building chat by midnight, 114 plays by morning. The audio was, unfortunately, very clear. "You tripped into my mouth at an angle." It was the new caption in Comic Sans. Chapter 15, Juliet. We did not discuss the kiss. We coordinated the festival. We sat at my kitchen table Tuesday and Thursday evenings with wine and folders and confetti that kept appearing from nowhere, no matter how many times I swept. We talked about vendors and walking routes and which buildings would open their doors. We did not discuss the fact that his mouth had been on mine under a table in Bunting, and I could still taste the wine 4 days later. The notes continued. On the doors now, always the doors where the building could read them, where the twins could photograph them. The content had shifted, not hostile, not domestic, something else. The empanada vendor called. "He is a liar. You were right. I'm always right. You're just catching up." The walking tour route needs a 7th stop. I'm considering the courtyard at Carrer de Moncada. Thoughts? Thoughts, yes. Also, your handwriting is getting smaller. Running out of room? Running out of room is an architectural problem. I'll manage. The building chat was tracking every note. The twins had started a rating system, each note scored on tension and subtext. The mailbox notes, the private ones inside the doors, they hadn't found yet. Those were ours. The cava was his idea. A Tuesday. Late. The festival was 10 days out, and we'd been at the table for 3 hours, and the folders were closed, and neither of us was leaving. "Balcony," he said. We went out. He opened the cava, that single practiced motion, no sound, effortless. I brought manchego and olives and bread in glasses that didn't match. Lorena was overhead, full bloom. The evening light was turning Barcelona gold. He knew the city the way I knew plants, structurally, intimately. He talked about Gothic quarter stone and the way buildings breathe, and the ironwork on our balcony that had been forged in the 1920s by a craftsman whose name was stamped on the underside of the railing. I watched his hands move while he talked. His forearms, the sleeves rolled to the elbows, the muscle that shifted when he gestured. I knew what those forearms looked like wet. I knew what his chest looked like in bathroom light. I knew the line of hair below his navel. I drank my cava and did not say any of this. "Your firm," I said. "The heritage work. Is it going to survive?" "Enric wants to pivot. Commercial projects pay. Heritage doesn't." He looked at his glass. "But this is what I do. I save old buildings. If I stop doing that, I don't know what I am." "How did you end up here?" he said. "Barcelona, Verde." The cava was warm in my hand. He'd just told me his firm was dying. It felt wrong to hold mine back. I had an events company in New York. Event planning and design. I was good at it, really good. I turned the glass. My business partner was also my boyfriend. Jake, his money, my talent, that's how he framed it. Antoni went still. When he ended things, he kept the company, his name on the paperwork, his lawyers, and he told people I was a liability, that the company survived despite me. I looked at Lorena instead of at him. So I left, came here, built Verde from nothing, to prove I could do it without someone else's name on the door. "And the landlord thing," he said, quiet. "When I mentioned you to building management, I heard Jake telling someone I was a problem. I'm sorry. You didn't know. I should have." The silence between us was different now. Not hostile, not charged, just open. "I don't think about him anymore," I said. "I used to, every day, but I don't." I believed this when I said it. "A liability," Antoni said, like he was tasting the word and it was rotten. That's what he called me. "I watched you coordinate a festival in 3 weeks while running a shop and surviving a man who reorganized your kitchen. You ran logistics for 45 minutes without sitting down. You signed a succulent for a fan." His voice was the measured one, factual, certain, like he was reading blueprints. You're not a liability, you're a force. My throat closed. Not sadness, relief. The kind that hits you when someone says the thing you've needed to hear for 2 years and you didn't know you needed it until they said it. Lorena chose that moment to shed. A shower of magenta petals landed directly on his head. He froze. I pressed my hand over my mouth. She likes you, I said. He picked petals out of his hair, one at a time, precise, offended, like a cat that had been sneezed on. Lorena has no respect for personal space, he said. Lorena has excellent taste. He looked at me, petals still in his hair, one he'd missed near his temple. My fingers brushed his hair, his jaw, the skin just below his ear. I didn't pull my hand back. He turned his head toward my touch. Slowly, his mouth was close to my wrist. I could feel his breath on my palm. Juliet, there's a petal. I know. I should get it. You should. I didn't get the petal. My hand stayed on his jaw. His hand came up, slowly, carefully, and covered mine. Pressed my palm against his face. This isn't the bunting, he said. No. This isn't an accident. No. He kissed me, not like the table. Not fast, not accidental, not 2 seconds of chaos. He kissed me the way he fixed things. Carefully, thoroughly. One hand holding mine against his jaw, the other sliding into my hair. Warm, slow, deliberate, tasting like kava. I kissed him back. My free hand found his chest, cotton warm from his skin, his heart beat fast and hard under my palm. He made a sound against me, low, rough, nothing like his voice, nothing like the measured architect. His fingers tightened in my hair, and I leaned into him, and the chair scraped the tile, and neither of us cared. Lorena's petals fell around us, on his shoulders, in my hair, on the balcony tiles. The building was quiet, for once, for the first time in weeks. Nobody was watching. We pulled apart, his forehead against mine, both of us breathing. That wasn't an accident, I said. No. What do we do now? He pulled back, looked at me, petals in his hair. My lipstick, the wine-colored one I'd put on for a working meeting, on his mouth. I don't know, he said. I've never done this before. Kissed someone on a balcony, wanted something this much. The words hit me low, below the sternum, the place where Jake used to live and didn't anymore. Me neither, I said. He went home at midnight, across the hall, 12 feet. His door clicked shut. I stood in my kitchen, touched my mouth, tasted kava. I called my mother. She picked up on the second ring. Juliet, is everything... I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to... I pressed my hand against the wall. His wall. I'm good. Mom, I'm actually good. You sound different. I feel different. Is it a boy? Mom, your cousin Angela. Good night, Mom. It's a boy. Frank, it's a boy. I hung up. Laughing. Pressed against the wall with my hand over my mouth, laughing. Through the wall, his light was still on. I could see the glow under the hallway door from across the hall. I pressed my hand flat on the plaster. Warm, in my planner, he kissed me, on the balcony, with petals in his hair. He said, I've never wanted something this much. I believe him. Best week. Lease. 9 weeks. Video 400+ views. Mom knows. I underlined. I believe him. Chapter 16, Antoni. The festival was in 10 days, and Juliet Santoro had turned the neighborhood into a construction site. Banners on lampposts, vendor tables in the courtyard, a sound system in pieces across Verde's floor. She'd been on the phone since 7. Vendors, permits, the ayuntament, the empanada vendor who was, as Maria Dolores had warned, a professional liar. I was handling the heritage component, 7 buildings on the walking tour. 3 had confirmed open doors. 2 needed structural assessments. I'd spent the morning at the Arxiu Historic pulling original plans, trying not to think about the balcony and the cava and the way her thumb had traced my jaw when she'd reached for the petal she never actually removed. Blue note on her door that morning, Building 4 confirmed for the tour. Owner wants a structural walkthrough before opening day. A yellow note on my door, by noon. You're scheduling walkthroughs, and I'm negotiating portable toilets. This partnership is not balanced. The twin photographed both. Doña Carmen had started a Note of the Day feature in the building chat. Senora Puig voted on her favorites. The string lights were my idea. The courtyard needed evening lighting for the festival, music, food stalls, dancing. I'd suggested string lights because they were historically appropriate for Gothic Quarter architecture. I had not considered the installation. The anchor points were at the 3rd floor level, The ladder was old. Juliet volunteered to climb before I could object. "I've done this before," she said, 3 rungs up with a coil of lights over her shoulder. She had not done this before. "The anchor is at your 2 o'clock. I see it. Higher. I see it." She reached. The ladder shifted under her weight. I braced it, shoulder against the rail, feet planted, both hands on the uprights. She was above me now, stretching for the hook. From this angle, I could see the line of her back through her t-shirt, the muscles in her arms working, the strip of tanned skin at her waist where the shirt rode up. I looked at the wall. 15th century stone, very important stone. "Got it. First one's in." She looked down at me, caught me looking at the wall. "Are you studying the masonry?" "Professional habit. While holding my ladder?" "I can do both." We moved the ladder. Shabarba. She climbed again. The second anchor was higher. She stood on the 3rd to last rung, which was not rated for her weight, which she did because she was Juliet and safety ratings were suggestions. Almost. The rung cracked, wood splitting, her weight shifting. She grabbed for the wall and missed, and for 1 second she was falling backward, and I wasn't thinking about the ladder anymore. I caught her, both arms around her waist. Her back hit my chest. Her feet were off the ground. The string lights tangled around us, her shoulders, my arms, copper wire, and warm bulbs wrapping us together. She was pressed against me, shoulders to hips, every line of her body against mine. I could feel her ribs expanding with each breath, and the heat of her skin through the cotton of her shirt, and my hands were spread across her stomach, and I did not let go. "You caught me," she said. Her voice had changed, lower, breathless. "You were falling. You caught me before I fell." She turned her head. Her mouth was inches from my jaw. I could feel her breath on my neck, warm, uneven. My hands were still on her stomach. One had shifted up. My thumb was against the underside of her ribcage, bare skin where the shirt had ridden up. The contact, skin to skin, the first real touch since the balcony, sent a current through my hand and straight down my spine. She inhaled, sharp. She'd felt it too. "Antoni." Her voice against my throat, my name in her mouth, her body against mine from neck to knees. The courtyard was not private. The building had windows. I needed to put her down. I didn't. "The twins," I said. "I know." "Senora Puig." "I know." I set her down, slowly, my hands dragging across her waist as she found her feet. She turned to face me. We were still tangled in the string lights, her arm caught in a loop, my hand trapped near her hip. Her mouth was right there. Her eyes were dark. From the 2nd floor. "I got the catch. That's going in the chat." From the 3rd floor. "Are you two all right?" "We're fine," Juliet called up. Her voice was steady. Her hand was shaking. We untangled the lights. It took longer than it should have because every pull brought us closer instead of further apart, and my fingers kept finding her skin instead of the wire. "Thank you," she said, when we were finally separate, standing 3 feet apart, both breathing like we'd run somewhere. "Check the rungs next time. Next time, hold the ladder tighter." "I was holding you." She looked at me. I looked at her. The courtyard held its breath. She went inside. I stayed with the ladder and the lights and the phantom warmth of her ribs under my thumb. That evening, I went to Verde. Professional reasons. The facade needed documenting for the heritage tour. She was closing up, register open. Counting, not the casual end-of-day kind, but the careful, slow kind. Her planner was open next to it. I could see columns of figures, red circles. She closed the planner when she saw me. "Heritage assessment," I said. "At 7 p.m., evening light." She let me in. I walked the storefront, original tile, 1920s woodwork, the transom window with its original glass, beautiful space. The bones were extraordinary. The business was not. I could see it now that I was looking. Inventory stretched thin across too much shelf space. The register tape was short. The margins in her planner, the glimpse I'd caught before she closed it, were full of numbers circled in red. She was in the back, wrapping something, humming off-key. She didn't know I'd seen. The heritage certification. If this building was cataloged and it qualified, the 1920s construction was textbook. It would go on every walking tour in the Gothic Quarter. Permanently. Not just during the festival. Every heritage tour, every architecture blog, every guidebook listing. Foot traffic. Year-round. The kind of steady, reliable traffic that could keep a small plant shop alive. She didn't need a landlord to save her. Fernando would renew. He liked her. The building loved her. The rent was fair. What she needed was customers. What she needed was for people to walk past Verde every day and come inside. I could give her that. Without putting my name on it, I didn't say anything. If I told her and it failed, no, I'd do it quietly. The facade is excellent, I said on my way out. Original tile, original glass, good bones. Thank you. She looked up from the counter, smiled, the real one. So does the tenant. I went upstairs, opened a new file. Heritage certification, building assessment. Blue note on her door in the morning. Verde's storefront is the best preserved 1920s facade on the block. The festival route will feature it prominently. A yellow note on my door by noon. Are you complimenting my shop or my architecture? J. Blue note. Evening. Both. A. Chapter 17. Juliet. The empanada vendor arrived at 6 a.m. with the wrong truck. Not wrong as in slightly different. Wrong as in a refrigerated fish truck that still smelled like yesterday's catch. It was parked in front of Verde's entrance, blocking the fern display, the sign, and any hope of foot traffic from the east side of the street. Maria Dolores never complained about the truck, he said. Maria Dolores didn't have a plant shop behind your fish truck. It's an empanada truck. It smells like sardines. Sardine empanadas are a delicacy. Move the truck. He moved the truck. 4 feet, still blocking half the entrance. I decided this was a battle for after coffee, went inside to open Verde, discovered that the sound system, the one I'd assembled over 3 evenings with Antoni handing me screwdrivers, was dead, not sleeping, dead. No lights, no hum, no response to any combination of buttons, plugs, or the aggressive percussive maintenance I applied with my palm. I called Antoni, 6:15 in the morning. The sound system is dead. Good morning to you too. Antoni, the festival starts in 4 hours. 300 people are coming. There is no music. Did you check the fuse? What fuse? The fuse box is behind the counter in Verde, left side. 3rd switch from the top. How do you know where my fuse box is? I know where every fuse box in this building is. 3rd switch. I flipped the 3rd switch. The sound system came on. Flamenco guitar blasted through Verde at a volume that rattled the propagation jars and sent 2 cuttings off the windowsill. Turn it down, Antoni yelled through the phone. I don't know how. The dial on the... I found it. Silence. Then the guitar, soft. Then his breathing on the phone. Then a sound that might have been a laugh. Good morning, he said. Don't. The festival opened at 10, and within an hour, I understood what controlled chaos meant. The street was full. Not the polite weekend stroll full, festival full, shoulder to shoulder, music from 3 directions, children with churros running into fern displays full. The empanada vendor had set up his grill, and the smoke was drifting into Verde and making everything smell like garlic and sardines and questionable business ethics. Doña Carmen was running the cava bar with an iron fist and a pour so generous that by noon half the courtyard was singing. Verde's door was propped open. I'd made a sign, Welcome to Verde. The ferns are intentionally on the sidewalk. Don't measure them. People came. Not the trickle I was used to, a stream. Heritage tour visitors who'd read Antoni's hand-drawn maps and stopped at the 1920s storefront with original tile work marked in his precise handwriting. A woman from Eixample bought a monstera and 2 pothos. A man bought a fiddle leaf fig and said he'd seen us on the internet. A teenager asked me to sign a succulent. By noon, I'd sold 16 plants and run out of wrapping paper and was tearing pages from an old Verde catalog when Marta appeared. You need help. I'm fine. You're wrapping a cactus in a page that says winter propagation tips. You need help. Marta took the register. I went outside to coordinate. The courtyard was magnificent, string lights ready for evening, vendor stalls lining the walls, banners on the lampposts, the ones Antoni and I had fought about for a week. He wanted historically accurate colors. I wanted Instagram-friendly ones. We'd compromised on historically accurate colors that happened to be Instagram-friendly. He pretended this was a coincidence. The Heritage Walking Tour left at 1. Antoni leading, 40 people holding his hand-drawn maps. I watched from Verde's doorway as he gathered them in the courtyard and started talking about 15th century stone. He was good at this. Not performing, living it. He touched the building walls the way I touched La Reina's branches, like they were alive and he was responsible for them. His voice carried, and people leaned in, and he had the sleeves rolled on a linen shirt, and I was not looking at his forearms. I was checking the tour schedule. Then the Barcelona lifestyle blog arrived. 2 people with cameras and a microphone and press lanyards, and an enthusiastic young woman who said, "We're here for the architect of love story." And I felt my entire soul leave my body. "There is no story," I said. "The video has 600 views. We want an interview. Both of you. He's on the tour. I'm running a shop. Nobody is available for..." Antoni's tour group came around the corner. 40 people. The blog team pivoted. The woman with the microphone was in Antoni's face before he could react. "You're the architect of love? Can we get a comment on the sticky note situation?" Antoni looked like someone had asked him to explain the structural integrity of his feelings on live television. His jaw clenched. His eyes found mine across the courtyard. They said, "Help me." I mouthed, "You're on your own." He did the interview. 30 seconds, on camera. The twins filming from a separate angle. Senora Puig watching from her balcony, providing commentary the microphone couldn't pick up, but the building chat would relay in full. "The building has excellent heritage value," Antoni said into the microphone. "The 1920s construction is a significant example of..." "But what about the ferns?" the interviewer said. "The pocket shears, the sticky notes." The ferns were encroaching on the sidewalk by 14 centimeters. He said this with the rigid dignity of a man defending a position he knew was insane. It was a legitimate building management concern. From Verde's doorway, I yelled. He measured them with his phone. The interviewer turned to me. "And you're the fern girl?" "I'm the owner of a plant shop called Verde, and the ferns are part of my display." The interviewer was beaming. The cameras were rolling. The twins were losing their minds. By 4, the empanada vendor had started a price war with the paella stall, and I was mediating in Spanish that was 60% correct and 40% hand gestures. Antoni was doing his second tour. The demand had exceeded expectations, which meant his hand-drawn maps had run out, and he was improvising routes from memory, and the second group was twice the size of the first. A child knocked over my sidewalk fern display. A dog ate a churro and threw up near the Cava bar. The banner over the courtyard entrance came loose on one side and hung at an angle that was driving Antoni visibly insane. I could see him across the street, leading a tour, twitching every time the banner flapped crookedly in his peripheral vision. I fixed the banner. He saw me do it from across the courtyard. "Mouth, thank you." I mouthed, "You owe me." He almost smiled. I sold 8 more plants. Marta sold 6. A woman asked if we did events. "Events," I said, "corporate events, team building, botanical workshops. I run an HR company and our employees would love a plant arranging workshop in this space." I looked at Verde, the original tile, the light through the transom window, the trailing ferns and the propagation jars and the hand-lettered signs. "Yes," I said, "we do events. We did not do events. We were going to do events. Starting now." The vendors started packing at 7. The crowd thinned. The children with churros went home, and the dog that threw up was carried away by an apologetic owner, and the empanada vendor locked his fish truck with a grudging nod in my direction that might have been respect. The string lights came on, the ones Antoni and I had hung, the ones he'd caught me falling from. The courtyard transformed from a daytime market into something out of a film. Stone walls glowing, music shifting from guitar to something with a beat, people dancing. The whole building was on the balconies. Senora Puig with wine. Doña Carmen supervising the Cava bar's final hour. Both twins filming from separate angles for what they were calling the season finale. Senor Ferrer at his railing. I was exhausted. My feet hurt. I had empanada grease on my dress from separating the vendors and churro sugar on my hands. My hair had given up 2 hours ago. I'd sold 32 plants. 32, more than the last 2 weeks combined. Booked a corporate event, done a press interview, mediated a price war. I smelled like sardines and garlic, and I'd had the best day of my life. Antoni appeared next to me at the Cava bar. He'd changed. Dark shirt, open collar, sleeves rolled. His hair was pushed back, and he had a streak of chalk on his jaw from writing on the tour route signs, and he smelled like cedar and the evening air and the old stone he'd been touching all day. 32 plants, I said. 86 on the tours. 32. That's more than the last 2 weeks. 2 tours, the second one was double. We did this. He was looking at me, not at the festival, not at the courtyard, not at the building full of neighbors and strangers and cameras. At me, sardine grease and churro sugar and hair that had surrendered and all. Then the music shifted. A woman's voice in Catalan, slow, low, the kind of song that made the courtyard shrink until it felt like the walls were holding just the two of us. He held out his hand. Vens? I took it. He pulled me to the edge of the courtyard, near the broken fountain, string-light shadows on stone, his hand on my waist, the hand that had caught me on the ladder, that had been under my shirt in the kitchen, that left notes on my door in handwriting I could recognize from 10 feet away. We danced, slow, close, his thumb drawing circles on my hip through the fabric of my dress. You have chalk on your jaw, I said. You smell like sardines. The empanada vendor. I know, it's not romantic. You're wrong. His mouth was close to my ear, his breath on my neck, the circles on my hip getting slower. I could feel his heartbeat through his shirt, fast, steady. He was done pretending. I want to kiss you, he said, against my ear. The twins. I don't care. The blog. I don't care. I smell like sardines. Juliet. His hand tightened on my hip. His mouth brushed my ear. I don't care. He kissed me. He kissed me in the courtyard of our building in front of 300 people with chalk on his jaw and sardine grease on my dress. His mouth warm and tasting like cava, and his hand pulling me in tight and possessive, and nothing like the careful architect. My hand found the back of his neck and pulled him closer. From above, Senora Puig clapping, Doña Carmen, then the twins, then the whole building, balcony by balcony, applause raining down. We pulled apart, forehead to forehead. The building is applauding, I said. Let them. From above, finally. From Doña Carmen, I told you. From Señor Ferrer, leaning on his railing, smiling for the first time since I'd moved in. We helped Doña Carmen stack the last of the cava bar chairs. The courtyard emptied around us. The string lights buzzed in the quiet. My feet were numb and my face hurt from smiling, and I couldn't stop looking at him. We walked upstairs without talking. The building was dark. The stairwell light caught his profile, jaw, collar, the chalk still there. Good night, he said, at his door, key in hand. Good night, I said, at mine. 2 seconds of looking at each other across 12 feet of hallway, his open collar, the chalk on his jaw, the shadow at his throat. I don't know who moved first, his mouth on mine, my back against my door, his hands on my hips lifting me onto my toes. The courtyard kiss had been a declaration. This was what came after. Urgent, private, his body pressing me into the wood. His mouth moved to my jaw, my neck, the spot below my ear where my pulse was hammering. He pressed his lips there, and I made a sound that echoed in the empty hallway. My fingers were in his hair. He was touching my waist, my ribs, thumbs brushing the underside of my breasts through the dress. Every nerve I had was focused on the upward path. Inside, I said. He pulled back, eyes dark, breathing wrecked. Juliet. Inside. I reached behind me, found the handle. My door opened. Unlocked, always unlocked. The door I never locked that had started everything between us. He followed me in. The apartment was dark. Lorena's silhouette through the balcony glass, the kitchen that smelled like coffee, and us. He closed the door behind him. The click was loud in the dark. I turned. He was right there, close, closer than the kitchen counter, closer than the balcony, closer than under the table. His hand found my jaw, tilted my face up. He kissed me slow this time, deliberate, the way he did everything that mattered. My hands went to his shirt, the buttons. The first one, the second, the third. My fingers were shaking, and he caught my hand and held it against his chest, and I could feel his heart slamming under my palm. We don't have to, he started. Antoni. I pulled my hand free, undid the next button. Shut up. He made a sound, half laugh, half groan, and his mouth was on my neck, his hands pulling my dress off my shoulders. The fabric slid down my arms, pooled at my waist, his hands on bare skin, my back, my ribs, the curve of my waist he'd been circling with his thumb for weeks. I pushed his shirt off his shoulders, the shoulders I'd seen in the bathroom, the back I'd watched in the mirror. the chest with the line of hair I'd followed down with my eyes before I'd known his name. He picked me up, my legs around his waist, my back against the hallway wall, his mouth on my collarbone, my hands in his hair. Bedroom, I said. Left. I know where your bedroom is. You've never been in my bedroom. I know where it is. He carried me through the dark kitchen, past the propagation jars, past the planner on the counter and the fridge with the sticky notes, into my bedroom, the one room he'd never entered, the one door that had always been closed. He set me on the bed, stood over me. The streetlight through the window caught his face, the jaw, the mouth, the dark eyes looking down at me. You have chalk on your jaw, I said. You smell like sardines. Romantic, Juliet. He leaned down, kissed me once. Soft. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, including the 15th century facades. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever. He kissed me again, not soft. His weight came down over me, one knee between mine, and his mouth was open and hot and tasting like kava, and I arched up into him and felt him hard against my hip, and my brain went white. My dress was still bunched at my waist. He pulled it down, over my hips, off. His mouth followed, my collarbone, the center of my chest, the curve of my breast. He kissed the spot where my bra met skin and my back came off the bed. Off, I said, reaching behind me. He beat me to it, one hand. The clasp came free. The bra was gone. His mouth was on me, warm, deliberate, his tongue circling and then drawing flat and slow. My back came off the bed. I grabbed his hair and pulled, and the sound he made against my skin went through me like electricity. His mouth moved lower. My stomach, the dip of my waist, the mole below my navel. He stopped there, kissed it, looked up at me. I've been thinking about this since the bathroom, he said. You've been thinking about my mole? I've been thinking about everything below it. Then stop talking about it. He laughed against my skin. The vibration traveled everywhere. Then his hands were on my hips, and his mouth was lower, and I stopped forming sentences. He was thorough, the way he was with everything. Careful, precise, relentless. He paid attention to every response, every shift, every sound I made. Adjusted, learned, found the thing that made my hips lift off the bed, and did it again and again, until the heat pooling low in my stomach turned into a coil that tightened with every stroke of his tongue. I could feel the edge coming, the tension building in my thighs, my fingers twisting in the sheets, my breath going short and sharp. He pressed closer, held my hips down, and the coil snapped, and I came with his name in my mouth and my hand gripping the headboard and the other hand in his hair, pulling him closer, not away. He kissed his way back up. My stomach, my ribs, the hollow of my throat. I pulled him to me and kissed him and tasted kava and myself and him. Your turn, I said, pushing his chest, rolling him onto his back. He went, the careful, controlled architect, on his back in my bed, breathing hard, looking up at me with dark eyes and his hands open at his sides. I straddled him. His hands came to my hips, reflex, grip, his fingers pressing into the bone. I undid his belt, his trousers. He lifted his hips and I pulled everything off and I stopped, looked. What? He said, nothing. Just appreciating the architecture. Juliet, the proportions are Juliet. I leaned down, kissed his chest. The line of hair I'd followed with my eyes in the bathroom doorway, I followed it now with my mouth. Down his stomach, over his hip bone. He inhaled sharp through his teeth. His hand found my hair. I took my time because he'd taken his and turnabout was fair. The sounds he made, low, broken Catalan, my name mixed with words I didn't know but understood, were worth every second. When I came back up, he pulled me against him and rolled us, and he was over me and between my legs, and his weight pressed me into the mattress, and I wrapped my legs around him. Juliet, his forehead against mine, both of us breathing hard. I need... Nightstand. Left drawer. He reached, found it. I watched him tear the wrapper with his teeth because his hands were occupied with my hip and my thigh, and I was going to remember that detail for the rest of my life. Then he was inside me, and we both went still. His eyes on mine, full, connected, the weight of him, the stretch, his jaw tight, his arms braced, every muscle in his body held. Okay, he said, strained. If you ask me if I'm okay instead of moving, I will. He moved, slow at first, deep, each stroke deliberate, precise the way he was with everything until precision wasn't enough. The rhythm broke. He pushed harder. I pulled him closer, my nails in his back, his mouth on my throat. The headboard hit the wall, the shared wall, the wall the whole building had been listening through for weeks. The wall, I gasped. I don't care. The twins, I don't care. I didn't care either. The headboard hit the wall again. His hand slid between us, found the spot, the exact right spot, because he'd been paying attention, because he always paid attention, and the pressure built fast this time, layered on top of everything else. His face above me, his arms braced. The way his jaw went tight when he was close, I could see it, the control cracking, the measured man coming apart. "Look at me," I said. He did, his eyes on mine. Dark, open, nothing hidden, and I saw it, not just want, not just heat, the thing underneath, the thing that looked like the way he touched old buildings, like something worth saving. I came, hard, his name breaking in my throat. He followed 2 strokes later, his forehead dropping to mine, his breath shattering against my mouth, a low sound in Catalan that I felt in my chest. We lay there, tangled, damp, his face in my neck, my hand in his hair, the streetlight making stripes across the ceiling. "The headboard hit the wall," I said, "twice." The building heard. "The building has been waiting for this longer than we have." I laughed. He laughed, his body shaking against mine, his mouth against my throat, both of us laughing in my bed at midnight after 32 plants and 86 tourists and a fish truck and a price war and the best day of my life. "Stay," I said. "I'm not going anywhere. I mean tonight, stay tonight." He lifted his head, looked at me, pushed the hair off my face with the hand that had been writing notes on my door for weeks. "I'll stay," he said. In my planner, much later, in handwriting that was not steady at all, 32 plants, 86 on the tours, corporate event booked. He kissed me in front of everyone. Then he carried me to my bedroom. The headboard hit the wall. He stayed, underlined twice. Chapter 18, Antoni. I woke up in a room full of plants. Not my room. Not my bed. Not my pillow. Mine smelled like clean cotton and measured amounts of detergent. This pillow smelled like her shampoo and something green and the faintest trace of sardines. She was asleep next to me. Face down, one arm off the edge of the bed, hair everywhere. The sheet had slipped to her waist and the streetlight caught the line of her back. The spine, the shoulder blades, the freckles I'd kissed in the dark without counting them. I wanted to count them now. I wanted to trace them with my finger and catalog every one. I didn't move. I'd bought my apartment to stop living in someone else's space. I was lying in her bed surrounded by propagation jars and embroidered plant pillows, and I didn't want to leave. I let that sit for a minute. Then I let it stay. She woke up at 8, rolled over, looked at me, looked at the ceiling, looked at me again. "You're still here. You asked me to stay." "I know, She pulled the sheet up, then seemed to remember we were past that and let it drop. Hi. Last night happened. The headboard, twice. The building, definitely heard." She pressed her hands over her face, groaned, then started laughing into her palms, her shoulders shaking, her bare back catching the morning light. "We're never going to live this down," she said. "The building has been waiting for this longer than we have." "That's what you said last night." "It's still true." She dropped her hands, looked at me. The morning was soft and her eyes were warm, and her mouth had a mark on the lower lip where I'd bitten it, gently, once in the dark. And seeing it now in daylight did something to me that I was not prepared to manage before coffee. "I'll make coffee," I said. Getting up, finding my trousers. My trousers were not where I'd left them. They were across the room, draped over a chair, with a propagation jar sitting on top of them. A cutting with roots trailing through the water, balanced on my belt buckle like it had moved in. "Your plants colonized my trousers," I said. "They have good taste. There is a root system growing through my belt. She's making herself at home." I extracted my trousers. The cutting wobbled. I caught it, reflex, 2 hands, and placed it on the windowsill. She was watching me from the bed, sheet at her waist, arms crossed over her chest, not for modesty, for observation, studying me. "You just rescued my plant," she said. "It was on my trousers. You could have moved it. You rescued it. There's a difference?" "There's a difference." Her kitchen was warm, morning light through the window. I filled the mocha pot without thinking. The right amount of water, the right burner, the sugar bowl pulled from the cabinet before the coffee was ready, because she always reached for it first. The white mug was where she'd left it weeks ago, next to her mismatched collection. She hadn't moved it. I hadn't taken it back. 2 cups. Hers sweet, mine black. She came out of the bedroom, wearing my shirt, the white one from last night, buttoned wrong, hanging to her thighs, the sleeves past her hands. She looked like a woman wearing a stolen shirt and not caring, and it was the most devastating thing I'd ever seen in a kitchen. Not adequate, she said, taking the cup, sipping, smiling. The coffee or the shirt? Both are exceptional. We stood in her kitchen, morning light through the window Lorena hadn't blocked yet, his and hers mugs, his shirt on her body. Her apartment that I knew better than my own now. Every cabinet, every quirk, every door that stuck. Through the wall, my apartment, the quiet I'd paid for. It sounded empty. Back at my drafting table by 10. Marti files open. Same line read 4 times. My phone buzzed. Clara, you sound happy. She said at 10 in the morning. That's never happened, I told her. Not everything. Enough. The festival, the courtyard. After. Clara went quiet. Then, Doña Carmen already texted me. What did she say? Prayer hands emoji and final mint. Don't mess this up, Clara said. Softer now. I'm trying. Try harder. She's good for you. The sticky notes, the chaos, she's good for you, Antoni. You've been the careful one your whole life. Let someone be messy with you. She hung up. I sat at the drafting table. Blue note on Juliet's door before lunch. Not adequate. She'd know I meant the croissant. She'd know I meant everything. Yellow note on my door by 2. Come back tonight. Bring yourself. Leave the trousers. The days after were something I hadn't prepared for. She knocked on my door with coffee in the mornings. I knocked on hers with croissants. We ate on her balcony with Lorena overhead. I fixed things, the railing, the window, the shelf that had started tilting again. She grew things. Plants appeared in my apartment, one cutting at a time, silent, deliberate, colonizing surfaces I'd thought were mine. One Tuesday, I came home and found a small pothose on the corner of my drafting table. Not near the edge. Centered, sitting on top of the Marti elevations like it had been waiting for me. I moved it to the windowsill. Worked for an hour. Looked up. There was still a faint water ring on the elevations where the pot had been. I left the ring. Marta came to Verde on a Thursday. I carried a box of croissants down the stairs and through the courtyard at noon. The woman leaning against Juliet's counter was in emerald silk, and the conversation she was having with Juliet stopped when I came through the door. Juliet's face did something complicated. Marta, she said, this is Antoni. I figured. She didn't extend a hand. She looked at me the way I'd seen her plant suppliers look at a shipment, quickly, professionally deciding what to keep. I let her. I'd been assessed by worse audiences. Enric in a foul mood. The Municipal Heritage Board. My mother on a Wednesday. The croissants are from the forn on Carrer de la Princesa, I said. I know that forn. It's the good one. I know. Juliet was watching us both, her arms crossed. The kind of crossed where the body language was about her, not us. Bracing. I fixed her balcony door, I said. Apropos of nothing. The drafting table part of my brain offered it up as evidence. Marta's eyebrows moved, the one she's been sweet-talking for 18 months. The latch was misaligned. 2 minutes, Juliet said. Not looking at me, not looking at Marta, looking at the croissants. 2 minutes, I confirmed. Marta took a croissant, bit it, chewed, looked at me. You measured her ferns. They were encroaching on the sidewalk by 14 centimeters. Juliet made a sound that was half laugh, half threat. Marta ignored her. Okay, Marta said. To me, to the croissant, to no one in particular. She brushed the crumbs off her hands, picked up her bag, kissed Juliet on the cheek. At the door, without turning around, I'll call you Sunday. She left. The bell rang once. The shop was quiet. That was, Juliet started, an assessment. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. Antoni. Juliet looked at me. What did she think? She approves. You can't know that. She took a croissant from a man she'd never met. She didn't ask if it was safe. That is a deranged metric. It's accurate. The notes on the doors were different now. Not hostile, not domestic, not carefully ambiguous. Last night was, A, I know. J, come over. A, already on my way. She came over, every time. Or I went to her. The hallway between our doors became a runway we crossed in bare feet, late at night, early in the morning. her hands pulling me inside before the door was closed, my mouth on her neck in the dark kitchen, against the counter, against the wall, in her bed, in mine, on the balcony once at 3 a.m., with Lorena's branches hiding us from the courtyard, and her back arched against the railing, and my hand over her mouth because the building was sleeping and the sounds she made were not quiet. The building heard anyway. The chat had entered what the twin called the insufferable era. Senora Puig was crocheting something she refused to identify. Doña Carmen had started referring to us as els nens, the kids, which was either affectionate or a strategic claim of credit. Senor Ferrer said nothing but left a bottle of wine outside our doors. Both doors, one bottle, a single note in Catalan that she couldn't read, but I could. It meant roughly, about time. I had everything I hadn't known to want. Her coffee in my kitchen, my shirt on her body, the ring I refused to wipe away. And across the hall on her counter, the planner she closed a half-second too fast every time I walked in. Verde was struggling. Her planner told the story, the one she left open when she forgot I was there. The festival had helped. 32 plants in one day. Corporate event booked. But the festival was over. The daily numbers were settling back. Normal wasn't enough. She hid it with bright smiles and rearranged displays. The festival helped, she'd say. And it had. But festival traffic was temporary. The lease meeting was weeks away and the math was bad. She didn't know I'd seen the numbers. She didn't know I knew. But the building I could solve. At my drafting table that night, after her apartment, after her bed, after crossing the hall at midnight because we still hadn't figured out whose apartment to sleep in, the original plans from the Arxiu Historic spread across my table. The building qualified for heritage cataloging, original tile, ironwork, glass, all meeting municipal criteria. A cataloged building would go on every walking tour, every guidebook, every architecture listing. Permanent foot traffic past Verde's door, not festival crowds that came and went, year-round visitors. She could afford the lease if the customers came. The heritage certification would make them come. And in the plans, something I hadn't expected. Apartments 1A and 1B. On the original 1920s blueprints, one unit, one kitchen, one living space, one balcony. The partition wall had been added in the 1960s. Cheap construction, not original. The wall between our apartments wasn't supposed to be there. I looked at the plans, looked at the wall. On the other side of it, her, asleep. I put the plans away. Some things could wait. Mailbox note, the private spot inside the door. I keep thinking about what comes next. A mailbox note back found the next morning. So do I. J. Chapter 19, Juliet. It's called brunch, I said. It's eggs. It's a mimosa. It's not complicated. It's 11 in the morning on a Sunday and you want to drink champagne with orange juice in it. Marta said champagne with orange juice in it the way a person says put ketchup on it to a chef. This is why they can tell. Tell what? That you're American. They can smell it. You order brunch and they bring you a menu in English without asking. We were walking down Carrer dels Banyes Vells, which was approximately the width of my outstretched arms, and the morning was doing that thing Barcelona does, where the light comes down between the buildings in gold bars, like the city is showing off. I'd been here long enough now to walk these streets without a map, and short enough that I still looked up at the balconies. Marta said that was the tell, too. Locals don't look up. Locals have somewhere to be. There's a place on the corner, I said. Eggs Benedict. I checked. Of course you checked. It had 4.5 stars. From who? From other Americans? She steered me by the elbow, past the place with the Eggs Benedict and the chalkboard sign in English and the line of bright young people in linen, all of them holding phones, all of them photographing toast. We're not doing that. Marta, we're doing vermouth. It's 11 a.m. Yes, that's when you do it. She said it with the patience of a woman explaining the obvious to a child. El Vermouth Sunday, before lunch. You drink a vermouth, you have some olives, some chips, maybe an anchovy if you're a serious person. You sit, you talk, you judge people walking by. It's the most important meal that isn't a meal. She looked at me sideways. It's better than brunch. Nothing is better than brunch. You're going to eat those words with an anchovy on top. The vermouth bar was the kind of place I would have walked past 100 times without going in. A narrow front, a marble counter gone soft at the edges from a century of elbows, bottles stacked to a ceiling that had been painted white so many times the moldings had gone blurry. An old man behind the counter who looked like he had been installed when the building was. He saw Marta and his whole face changed, and he said something in Catalan too fast for me to catch, and she answered, and they both laughed, and I stood there being the American. "What did he say?" I said, when we'd been deposited at a tiny marble table with 2 vermouths, the color of dark amber, and a little dish of green olives, and a little dish of potato chips that I was almost certain had come out of a bag, and which were somehow the best potato chips I had ever eaten. He asked if you were the plant girl from the videos. Oh my God. His granddaughter follows the building account. Marta picked up an olive. "You're famous in a 4-block radius. Congratulations. It's the worst possible fame." The vermouth was sweet and bitter and a little medicinal, and there was an orange slice in it, and after the second sip I understood it the way you suddenly understand a song you've heard your whole life. Oh, I thought, oh, this is what Sunday is for. Good, right, Marta said, watching me. Not a question. I'm not saying anything. Your face is saying it. My face is a liar. Your face has never told a lie in its life. It's your worst quality. She tipped her glass at me. It's how I knew about the architect before you told me. You came into Verde 3 weeks ago looking like someone had hit you in the back of the head with something soft. And there it was. The reason for the vermouth. The reason for the elbow steering and the Sunday morning and the acted visualisity. We need to talk, Nena, in person. Marta had met him on Thursday, had stood in my shop and eaten his croissants and looked at him like a customs official, and she had said almost nothing then, and now she was going to say it. I braced. I picked up an olive I didn't want. "So," I said. "So." She leaned back. "He's terrifying." "He's not." "He's terrifying, Juliet. He stood in your shop like a man under oath and answered every question in 4 words or fewer, and he looked at you like—" She stopped, pressed her lips flat. "Do you know how he looked at you? Like he was calculating the square footage, like the square footage was the most beautiful thing he'd ever measured." She said it flatly, like it annoyed her. "I came here ready to hate him. I had a whole speech. I've watched you put yourself back together for 2 years with tape and spite, and I was not going to let some quiet Spanish man in good shoes, some quiet Catalan man in good shoes, undo all of it." She turned the vermouth glass on the marble. "And then he told me the croissants were from the good forn, and he said it like it mattered. Like getting it right mattered, and I thought, oh no, he's the real thing." Something pulled in my chest. I looked at the olives. "You like him," I said. "I don't have to like him. I have to approve of him. Those are different jobs." She ate the olive. "I approve of him. Don't make it weird." "I'm not making it weird. You're tearing a napkin." I was tearing a napkin. I put it down. Here's what happens when the person who has seen you at your absolute worst tells you the man you're falling for is the real thing. It goes in somewhere underneath the part of you that argues. It just goes in. I'd spent 2 years being very careful about what I let in. I had a whole system for it. And the system was, at that moment, on the floor of a vermouth bar with a torn napkin, out of order, and not coming back. "He's been weird this week," I heard myself say. Marta's eyebrow went up 0.5 centimeter. Marta could conduct an entire interrogation with 0.5 centimeter of eyebrow. "Good weird," I said quickly. "Just up late, drawing something. He gets these pencil shavings in his hair and then lies to me about it. Badly. He's a terrible liar, which is adorable because he thinks he's good at it." I waved my hand. "It's probably a work thing, the Marti project. He's stressed about it." What's Nothing's She signaled the old man for 2 more without asking me, because that's another thing about vermouth. Apparently, you don't stop at 1. That would be insane. Men who draw secret things at 2 in the morning. It's either very good or very bad, and there's no way to know which until it's too late to do anything about it. That's deeply unhelpful. I'm a deeply unhelpful friend. It's why we work. The second vermouths arrived. The old man said something and patted my shoulder on the way past, like I was a dog that had finally learned a trick. Drink your medicine, plant girl, and then tell me about the part you're not telling me, because you've got that face again, the hit with something soft face. I drank my medicine. The bar was warm. Outside, the afternoon had shifted, and the brightness had crawled across the street, and a group of teenagers went by, being loud in 3 languages. And somewhere a church bell did the thing church bells do here, which is ring slightly too long, like they're not sure they're finished. I told her the part I wasn't telling her. It wasn't a secret exactly. It was just the size of it, that I'd stopped locking my door, that his shirt was in my hamper and I hadn't given it back, that I'd put a cutting on his drafting table, centered, on purpose, on top of whatever important thing he was working on, and he hadn't moved my plant. He'd moved his whole project around it. That I woke up in the night sometimes and listened through the wall, and the quiet over there didn't sound like a stranger anymore. It sounded like a person I knew, breathing. Marta didn't say anything clever. That was how I knew it was serious. Huh? She leaned back. I came here ready to talk you down off something, and you're not on a ledge. You already jumped and you're enjoying the view. She picked up the last olive, pointed it at me before she ate it. That's worse, by the way. That's so much worse. I came up the stairs at 4 with 2.5 vermouths in me and the specific looseness of an afternoon that had gone just right. The stairwell was cool and dim after the street. I had my shoes in one hand. I'd taken them off on the second-floor landing because the vermouth had relocated to my feet, and I was being, I thought, extremely quiet. Antoni's door opened before I reached the top. You're singing, he said. I'm not singing. You were singing on the stairs, something with a lot of vowels. That's slander. I came up the last step. He was in the doorway in a soft gray t-shirt and no shoes, a pencil behind his ear because there was always a pencil behind his ear, and he was looking at me with the corner of his mouth doing the thing it did when he was deciding whether to let himself smile. Marta took me for vermouth. Apparently I've been doing Sundays wrong my entire life. You have. You knew? You knew and you let me suffer through brunch like an animal? You never asked. His eyes went over me, the bare feet, the shoes in my hand, the flush I could feel on my own face, the everything. Slow. He didn't hide it anymore. That was new, the not hiding, and it landed low in my stomach every single time. How was it? It appears, I said, that Marta approves of you. He went still in that specific way he had, the way that wasn't tension, the way that was attention. Does she? I crossed the hall. There were 12 feet of it, and I crossed maybe 10 and stopped, just inside the part of the air that was his. She had a whole speech prepared about how she was going to hate you, and then you said the croissants were from the good forn, and you ruined the entire speech. The croissants were from the good forn. That's exactly what she said you'd say. I tilted my head up at him. She said you're the real thing. Those were her words. Something opened in his face. Not the careful quarter smile, something wider, something he couldn't have hidden if he'd tried. He tucked a piece of hair behind my ear and left his hand there, his thumb against my jaw, and looked at me like I just handed him something he'd been building toward for a long time. Do you have wine in here? I said. I think I'm a person who has wine on Sunday afternoons now. I've become her. There's no going back. I have wine. Good. Excellent. I ducked under his arm and walked in like I lived there, which, lately, I almost did. Pour me some. The red, not the cooking one. I know you have a cooking one, you absolute Catalan. I've seen the cabinet. Behind me, I heard the door close, and his quiet, one-note laugh. The smile I couldn't see but knew was there, the one that never went all the way but came on like the sun finding a window. The low gold light was all the way across his floor now, 4 o'clock turning everything to honey. And his apartment, his beautiful Severe showroom apartment, looked better than it had any right to, because it was full of my plants. The pothos gone leggy on the windowsill. Something trailing off the top of the bookshelf, reaching for the floor. A cutting rooting in a jar by the sink. I'd been smuggling them in one at a time for weeks, and somewhere in there his place had stopped looking like a magazine and started looking lived in, started looking like us. You kept them alive, I said. You left instructions. He went to the kitchen. Detailed instructions. There was a chart. There was not a chart. There was a chart, Juliet. It had a watering schedule. It was color-coded. He was opening wine, the easy practiced motion, no sound. I followed the chart. Of course there was a chart. I'd written it for him, which was funny because I'd never owned one in my life. I didn't need a chart for my plants any more than you need a chart for your kids. You just knew. You felt the dry soil before you saw it. They told you, in their way, if you were paying attention, and I was always paying attention. That was the one thing in my entire chaotic life I had never once been late on. But for him to keep them alive while I wasn't looking, for this careful 15 degrees off bothers me man to be trusted with something living, yes. The man would need a chart. He'd asked me for one without asking, and I'd made it, color-coded, because I'd known he'd want it that way. I stood there in the middle of his ordered apartment full of my smuggled-in plants and felt the last bolt come loose on the 2-year system I'd built to keep exactly this from happening. He came back with 2 glasses. I didn't take mine. Juliet? I changed my mind about the wine, I said, and kissed him. He made a sound against my mouth, surprised, and then there was the small problem of 2 full wine glasses and nowhere to put them, except he was Antoni, so of course he set them down without spilling a drop, somewhere, anywhere, the one precise thing his hands managed before precision stopped mattering, and then both of them were on me, one at the small of my back pulling me in, and mine were fisted in the soft gray cotton of his shirt, and the kiss stopped being a hello and became a question with an obvious answer. The wine, he started. Later. You came over for wine. I came over for you. The wine was a cover story. It was a bad one. Everyone could see through it, including me. I got his shirt up and my hands flat on his stomach and felt everything underneath go tight. Are you going to make me say it in complete sentences? Because I will. The vermouth has made me extremely articulate. I could give a TED Talk right now about exactly what I want you to. Demo, he said, half a laugh, and kissed me again to shut me up, which was fine, which was the goal. That had been the entire goal. Middle of the afternoon, nothing dark or hidden anywhere. The first time, in my bed, had been midnight, and adrenaline and the whole building listening through the wall. This was Sunday. This was broad daylight. This was his hands already at the hem of my dress. You're thinking, he said against my throat. I can hear it. I'm thinking the light's on. It's the afternoon. You can really see everything. Yes. He pulled back just enough to look at me, and there was nothing careful in his face now, nothing held. That's the idea. He pulled my dress up and off in one motion and dropped it on the floor and then just stopped, looked at me. The whole length of me in daylight with my hair wrecked and a bra that did not match my underwear and did not care. His eyes tracked down my body the way they tracked a facade, slow, intent, cataloging every inch like he was going to be tested on it later. My skin went hot under the attention. Not embarrassment, recognition. He was seeing me, and he liked what he saw, and he wasn't trying to be polite about it. I went to cover myself out of 2 years of habit, and he caught my wrist. Don't, he said, low. I want to look at you. It's 4 p.m. You can see I know what I can see. He pressed his mouth to the inside of my wrist, right over the pulse, and my breath caught. Then the heel of my hand, then my palm, his tongue tracing the center of it, and the heat that shot from my palm straight between my legs was so sharp, I nearly said something I couldn't take back. Stop arguing with me about the light. I stopped arguing about the light. He walked me backward to the bed and followed me down onto it. His mouth was on my collarbone and his hands were unclasping my bra, and I stopped caring about anything except what was happening to my body right now. He dropped the bra off the side of the bed and cupped my breast in one warm hand and ran his thumb across the nipple and watched it peek under his touch, and the sound I made was not dignified. Sensitive, he said. Not a question. You could not be more smug right now. I'm not smug. I'm taking notes. He lowered his mouth and proved it, tongue flat, then circling, then the edge of his teeth, and my hips came up off the bed involuntarily. His hand pressed my hip back down, held me there. His other hand slid down my stomach, past my navel, fingers hooking into the waistband of my underwear and pulling them down my thighs in one unhurried motion while his mouth was still on my breast, And the coordination of it, both things at once, neither rushed, was so specifically him that I laughed, breathless, into the sunlit ceiling. "Are you laughing at me?" he said against my skin. "I'm laughing at the fact that you multitask during sex." "Of course you do. You probably have a flowchart." He bit down lightly on the curve of my breast and my laugh turned into a gasp. "I don't have a flowchart." "Liar." He kissed his way down, my ribs, my stomach, the dip of my waist, his mouth open and slow and wet and making a point. I could feel his breath getting closer to where I actually needed him, and my whole body was tightening in anticipation. And then he pressed his mouth between my legs, and my hand flew to his hair, and I forgot how to form consonants. God, he was thorough. His tongue moved against me in slow, deliberate strokes, flat then pointed, then circling the exact spot that made my thighs shake. And when he found it, he stayed there, and he did not let up. The vermouth had taken the lid clean off my mouth, so I told him, "Faster there, God, right there, don't stop." And he listened the way he listened to everything. Filed it, applied it, got it right, and then did it again, his lips closing around me and sucking gently while his tongue kept working. And my hips were grinding against his face, and his hands were gripping my thighs, holding them apart, and I was making sounds I'd normally be embarrassed about, except there was no wall, no building, pretending not to listen, just the bright, empty Sunday and his mouth and the orgasm that was building low and tight and inevitable. I came hard, my hand twisting in his hair, my back arching off the bed, his name in my mouth in a voice that sounded nothing like mine. He worked me through it, slower, softer, his mouth gentling as the aftershocks rolled through, and then kissed the inside of my thigh and looked up at me, chin wet, eyes dark, the faintest press at one corner of his mouth. "You're terrible," I got out. My voice was wrecked. "You're doing this on purpose." "I'm being thorough." "I hate thorough. I take it back. I want reckless. I want you to." "Tell me." "You first," I said, and shoved at his shoulder. He let me roll him. He was twice my size, and he let me, and that was the whole point, the control he handed over like a gift. His shirt was still on, and I pulled it off him and ran my hands down his chest, his stomach, the line of dark hair I'd memorized through a steamed-up bathroom doorway weeks ago. I followed it with my mouth, down his stomach, over the cut of his hip bone where the muscle tensed under my lips. Lower. I undid his belt, pulled everything down, and wrapped my hand around him, and the sound he made, low, broken Catalan, went through me like a current. I stroked him once, slow, watching his stomach clench. Twice. His hand gripped the sheet beside his hip. Then I lowered my mouth and took him in, and his whole body went taut, his thighs tensing under my free hand, his breath leaving him in one ragged exhale that made me wet all over again. I worked him slow, tongue flat against the underside, lips tight, finding the rhythm that made his hips twitch and then keeping it. He tasted like salt and warm skin and Sunday, and I could feel him fighting himself, fighting the urge to thrust, his abs going rigid with the effort of holding still. His hand found my hair, tentative at first, like he was afraid to tell me what to do. I pulled off long enough to look up at him. His chest was heaving, his jaw was clenched, his eyes on me were wrecked. "You can pull, I won't break." He pulled. His fingers tightened in my hair, and his hips rolled up into my mouth, and the sound that tore out of him, my name, then something in Catalan I didn't know but understood perfectly, made my own hips press into the mattress, looking for friction. I hollowed my cheeks and took him deeper, and he swore at the ceiling, and his whole body shook under me, and I could have stayed there all afternoon. I could have, the power of it singing through me, but he was close, and I wasn't done with him yet. When I couldn't stand the waiting anymore, I crawled back up and straddled him, and he reached for the nightstand, and I said, "Already, yes, please." And he laughed, low and wrecked, and I watched him tear the foil and roll it on with hands that weren't quite steady, and then I sank down onto him, and we both stopped breathing. For a second, neither of us moved. The stretch of him, the fullness, his hands gripping my hips hard enough to leave marks. "Okay," he said, jaw tight. "If you ask me that, instead of moving, I will end you." I rolled my hips. His head dropped back against the pillow, his eyes closing, and the sound that came out of him, Deo mo, made the heat between us spike so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I did it again, slow, finding the angle that made his jaw go tight, that made his fingers dig into the flesh of my hips, that made him look up at me like I was the one thing in his precise, orderly life he couldn't predict. I braced my hands on his chest and rode him. Slow at first, feeling every inch, the drag and the depth of him hitting a spot inside me that made my breath stutter every time I sank down. His hands were on my hips, guiding me but not controlling, letting me set the pace, watching me take what I wanted. His eyes were open and on me, and there was nothing architectural about the way he was looking at me now, nothing measured, just heat and want, and his stomach muscles clenching every time I rolled down. Then I shifted my hips a certain way and watched him crack wide open. His hands hauled me down hard. I gasped. He thrust up into me, and the pace broke. Not slow anymore, not controlled, his hips snapping up to meet mine while I braced on his chest for leverage, and the bed hit the wall, and neither of us cared. The vermouth had pulled the lock clean off my mouth, and I was saying things I'd never said out loud, how good he felt inside me, how deep, more, harder, right there. And he gave me all of it, one hand gripping my hip hard enough to bruise, while the other slid between us and pressed his thumb against my clit in tight, relentless circles. The words kept coming, wine pulled and true, spilling out of me. I love this. I love God, I didn't finish it. The word balanced right there on the edge. He went still under me for a single breath, his eyes open and on mine, like he'd caught the shape of what I almost said. Then his thumb pressed harder. His hips drove up into me, and the almost word shattered. I came with my whole body, clenching around him, my nails in his chest, his name breaking apart in my mouth, and he followed 3 thrusts later, pulling me down flush against him, his face buried in my throat, a low sound in Catalan I felt in my ribs. After, the sun had gone copper and then dim. We were tangled in his 2 nice sheets, and my heartbeat was coming back down from somewhere near the ceiling, and his hand was tracing slow lines up and down my spine like he was mapping it. I didn't get my wine, I said into his chest. You can have wine now. I've lost interest in wine. Wine is over for me. This is my whole personality now. I propped my chin on him. He looked younger like this, the composure smoothed out of him, his hair a disaster I'd made. His fingers moved absently through my hair, untangling it, slow and deliberate, the way he did everything that wasn't urgent. I lay there in the last of the light, with my torn open 2-year system on the floor with my dress, and it didn't feel like falling anymore. It felt like the ground. Through the window, the streetlight came on. Somewhere below, the building was settling into its Sunday evening. Doña Carmen's television, a scooter in the lane, the twins arguing about something in the courtyard. The ordinary sounds of the place I lived, the place I'd somehow, when I wasn't watching, started to belong to. Stay, he said, quiet, into my hair. I was already staying. We both knew it. I said. Make me dinner first. He kissed my hair. Then he actually got up, actually moved, actually left the bed, and walked to the kitchen in his boxers. I heard the tap, the sound of water filling something. Are you watering the plants? I said. It's 6:15. The chart says 6:15. Antoni, I am naked in your bed. The pathos is on a schedule, Juliet. I pulled the sheet over my face and laughed until my stomach hurt, and through the cotton I heard him moving through his apartment, watering my plants on time, by the chart, because someone had given him a chart, and he was not the kind of man who deviated from a chart, not even for the woman who'd written it naked in his bed on a Sunday. Chapter 20, Antoni. The certification file was 3 inches thick. I carried it to the office on a Monday morning, carefully, close to the chest, aware that daylight might change what it looked like. The Marti meeting was at 9. The certification pitch was at 10. I'd scheduled them back to back because the Marti work was the reason Enric kept me employed, and the certification work was the reason I'd been sleeping 3 hours a night for 2 weeks. One paid the bills. The other mattered. Enric's office hadn't changed in 12 years. Same oak desk, same drafting lamp, same framed photograph of the Sagrada Familia from 1998, when the cranes were still visible and Gaudi's vision was mostly concrete and faith. Enric believed in heritage work the way a doctor believes in a cure that doesn't sell. He just couldn't afford to practice it. Pro bono, I said, setting the file on his desk. He didn't open it. He looked at it, then at me, then back at it. The file sat between us with the weight of everything I wasn't saying. Pro bono, he repeated. The word landed flat in the office like a stone on water. Heritage cataloging, Gothic Quarter residential building, original 1920s construction, tile work, ironwork, original transom glass. It meets every municipal criterion for protected status. And we're doing this for free because the building deserves it. Buildings don't write checks, Antoni. This one qualifies. The documentation is complete. I've done the structural assessment, the facade analysis, the historical provenance. The filing is ready. All I need is the firm's authorization. Enric opened the file. He read the way he'd taught me to read, slowly with his hands, turning pages like he was assessing structural integrity through paper. He stopped at the facade photographs, the tile, the ironwork, Verde's storefront in the morning light. This is good work, he said, not looking up. This is the best heritage filing I've seen from you. Thank you. It's also the building where you live. Yes, the building with the plant shop. He turned another page, the one from the videos. You've seen the videos. My daughter showed me. The Comic Sans one. He looked at me over the file. You tripped into her mouth at an angle? The videos are not relevant to the architectural merit, Antoni. He closed the file, leaned back. The chair creaked. Pro bono heritage work on your own building. The building you just bought an apartment in. You don't see the conflict? The building qualifies on its merits. I'm sure it does. The question is whether you'd be filing this for any other building in the quarter. He paused. Or if someone else lived across the hall. The office was quiet. The drafting lamp hummed. Through the window I could see the rooftops of the Eixample, orderly, gridded, Cerda's rational plan for a rational city. Nothing like the Gothic Quarter. Nothing like the crooked streets and crumbling stone and a balcony where bougainvillea grew past every property line. Both. The answer was both. The building deserved cataloging. Any heritage architect in Barcelona would say the same. But I hadn't been working until 2 a.m. for the tile work. I'd been working because her planner had red circles she didn't know I'd seen, because her display was stretching thin, because the lease meeting was weeks away and she hadn't told me and I was solving a problem she didn't know I knew about. The building, I said. Enric looked at me the way he'd looked at the file, assessing, weighing, deciding whether the structure could hold what was being asked of it. I'll sign the authorization, he said. Pro bono, but the municipal review timeline is what it is. 8 weeks minimum. If it runs over, we bill. He closed the file. And Antoni, I need you focused. The Marti project is behind. Paying clients come first. It won't interfere. It already has. You look like you haven't slept in a week. I took the signed authorization and left. He was right about the sleep. He was probably right about the rest of it, too. I drew the shop redesign that night. Not the certification drawings. Those were municipal, technical, pages of criteria and measurements and historical dates. This was different. This was Verde as it could be. My drafting table was by the window. Lamp on. Through the wall, her wall, 12 feet, Sam Cooke. She was in a good mood. I could hear her moving through her kitchen. The clink of a glass, the soft thud of the balcony door opening. She'd be out there now, with wine, talking to Lorena. I picked up my pencil and drew her shop. The original 1920s storefront restored, the tile cleaned and sealed, the grout replaced, the pattern visible for the first time in decades. The transom window repaired, the cracked pane replaced with period glass, the wood frame stripped and refinished. The facade lit for evening, warm sconces at the entrance, the original ironwork visible from the street. Inside, the counter repositioned to face the door. The propagation station moved to the window where the morning light was strongest. She always complained that the cuttings on the counter didn't get enough sun, and she was right. The light was wrong. Display shelving along the original walls, following the tile pattern, built into the architecture instead of fighting it. In the back, where the storage was now, a workshop space, open, bright, big enough for the corporate events she'd started booking. Tables for botanical workshops, a sink, room for 20 people and 60 plants, her shop, her vision, my lines. The pencil moved for 3 hours. Not careful, not precise, fluid. The way it moved when the building was alive in my head and my hand was translating. I drew the fern display the way she arranged it, spilling onto the sidewalk, defying measurements, refusing to be contained. I drew the hand-lettered signs in her handwriting, not mine. I drew Lorena visible through the transom window, magenta against the glass, the crown branch reaching. In the margin, the pencil moved without permission, per Lorena. I set the pencil down, looked at the drawing, looked at the margin note. I was in trouble, not the breathless kind from the bathroom hallway. Deeper. I'd built something for her in the dark, and it needed to be perfect before she saw it. She almost caught me Wednesday. The knock came at 7. Her knock, the rhythm I knew, the weight that meant wine and evening and her. She had a key now. I'd given it to her the week before. No ceremony, just a key left on her door with a blue note, in case of fire or loneliness. Her key turned in the lock. 4 seconds. The drawings went into the bottom drawer. The certification file went under the Marti papers. The pencil went behind my ear because that's where it always was, and taking it down would look suspicious. The desk was clear by the time her face appeared around the kitchen doorway. "Working late," she said, bottle in one hand, glasses in the other. Marti files. At 7 on a Wednesday. The timeline report needs, "You have pencil shavings in your hair." I reached up. She was right. Small curls of graphite in my hair from 3 hours of drawing her shop. I brushed them out. She watched. "You were drawing," she said. "The Marti project has architectural components. Antoni, you have that look." "What look?" "The look you get when you've been drawing something you care about. Your eyes are different, less tight." She set the wine on the counter, studied my face. "What were you drawing?" "Building assessments." Liar. Heritage documentation. Still lying. She was smiling, teasing. She didn't know how close she was. The bottom drawer was 4 feet from where she was standing, and inside it was a drawing of her shop with her handwriting and her plants and per Lorena in the margin. "Show me," she said. "It's not finished. Show me when it is?" "Yes." My voice was even. My heart was not. "When it's finished." We drank wine on the balcony. Lorena overhead, reaching further across his railing every week. The evening was warm. She had her feet on the railing and her planner open on her lap. She was talking with her hands the way she did when something had gone right. 20 people, she said. A tech company. They want botanical workshops, team building, creative thinking, get your hands in the dirt. I'm charging per head and I've already ordered extra pots. Where are you putting 20 people? In the back. I'll clear the storage. It's tight, but it works. It didn't work. The back room was 8 square meters and half of it was shelving. 20 people would be standing on each other. The redesign in my drawer had a workshop space 3 times the size, walls opened up, storage relocated, room for tables and a sink. What? She said. Nothing. You made a face. I didn't make a face. You made your measuring face, the one where you're calculating square meters in your head. I don't have a measuring face. You absolutely have a measuring face. You made it the first time you saw my fern display. She sipped her wine. What's the problem with the back room? There's no problem, Antoni. It might be tight for 20. I'll make it work. I know you will. She looked at me. Curious. Not suspicious. Curious. The way she looked at plants that were doing something unexpected, growing toward a window that wasn't there, reaching for light she couldn't see. You've been weird tonight, she said. I'm not weird. You're quiet, quieter than usual, which is saying something. She closed the planner. What's in the drawer? My heart stopped. What drawer? The one you shoved everything into when I came in. The one you've been glancing at all evening like it's going to spontaneously open. Marti files. You're a terrible liar. I'm an excellent liar. You just happen to be observant. She let it go. Went back to the workshop plans. 20 people in 8 square meters. She'd make it work because she made everything work. The shop, the festival, the lease she couldn't afford. She built things out of chaos and optimism and sheer refusal to fail. You're quiet, she said, thinking. About the Marti project? About buildings. I looked at her. About which ones deserve to survive. She smiled. The real one. The one that meant she trusted me. The drawer was 4 feet away. The trust was right here. I was going to have to choose. Clara's voice in my head. You're doing the papa thing. Silence, because silence was easier than the risk. She reached across the table for the wine, and her hand brushed the drawer handle. My whole body went rigid. She didn't notice. Her fingers found the bottle, poured, kept talking about the workshop. But for 3 seconds, my heart had been in my mouth. The drawings weren't ready. The filing wasn't complete. She couldn't see them yet. Blue note on her door in the morning. You're building something real. I see it. A yellow note on mine by noon. So are you. Whatever you're drawing at 2 a.m., it looks important. She knew I was up late. She didn't know why. And the distance between those two things was getting harder to hold. Chapter 21, Juliet. I heard the phone call through the wall on a Thursday morning while I was making coffee. Not on purpose. Not eavesdropping. The mocha pot was gurgling. I was reaching for the sugar bowl, the one he'd started pulling from the cabinet for me on mornings he stayed over. His voice came through the plaster, low, measured, the firm voice. Then his voice got louder, not angry, emphatic, pressured, making a case. The lease is untenable at current terms. She can't sustain the business at this revenue. The numbers don't support. My hand stopped on the sugar bowl. The building qualifies, but the commercial tenant situation is the priority. If we don't act before the lease meeting, she'll lose the space entirely. The coffee was getting cold. My chest tightened. I knew this feeling, hadn't felt it in months, but my body remembered. I've been documenting the situation for weeks. She doesn't know. I didn't want to tell her until the filing was complete, because if it fails, she doesn't know. I put the sugar bowl down. My hands were shaking, not caffeine. The deep shake that starts in your chest. He'd been documenting my situation. For weeks, behind my back, talking to Enric. It had to be Enric, the firm voice, the professional pitch, about my lease, my revenue, my numbers. The red circles in my planner that I closed too slowly. The margins I thought were private. His money, my talent. That's how he framed it. Jake's voice. Not Antoni's. Jake's. In my kitchen. In Barcelona. 2 years and an ocean away, and Jake was in my kitchen because the words were the same. Someone with more resources and a bigger desk deciding what to do about Juliet's little problem. Documenting, filing, fixing. I sat at the kitchen table. The coffee went cold. Lorena was visible through the balcony glass. Branches reaching, crown intact. The plant he hadn't cut. The deadline he'd let pass. The balcony where he'd said, "You're not a liability, you're a force." And I'd believed him because his voice had been certain the way his handwriting was certain, and I'd thought that meant it was true. He'd been working at his drafting table. Late. For weeks. I'd heard the pencil through the wall and pressed my hand against the plaster and smiled. It wasn't the Marti project. It was me. Opened Verde. The door was heavy. The sign was crooked. Didn't fix it. Marta called before I'd finished my second coffee. "You sound weird." "I'm fine." "You sound like you did when—" "Don't say his name." A pause. I heard her sit down. "Tell me," she said. "He's been working on my building. Heritage certification. He's been talking to his firm about my lease, my numbers. He told someone I can't sustain the business." "How do you know?" "Through the wall, on the phone." "Did you hear the whole conversation?" I heard she can't sustain the business, and she doesn't know, and I've been documenting the situation. "That's enough, Marta." A long pause, long enough that I could hear traffic on her end. She'd been my person through Jake, through the collapse, through the flight. She knew what these words cost. "What are you going to do?" "Nothing. Sell plants. Not think about it." "Juliet, I have customers." I didn't have customers. The shop was empty. I rearranged the window display, moved the trailing ferns left, moved them back, told the snake plant it was doing amazing, assured the calathea its brown edges were a vibe, swept the floor that was already clean. A woman came in, one of the festival regulars, the one who'd asked about corporate events. She browsed the fern display, picked up a trailing pothose, set it down. "Is the architect coming by today?" she said. Casual, friendly. "My husband wants to ask about the heritage tour schedule." "He's not. I don't know his schedule." "You two are so cute." "The notes. My whole office follows the building chat." The building chat. Senora Puig shares it with her church group, and her church group shares it with everyone. You're basically famous. She picked up the pothose again. "Is everything okay? You look tired." "Long week." "Tell the architect I said hi." She bought the pothos. I wrapped it and smiled and said, "Thank you, come again." And the door closed and I stood behind the counter with my hands flat on the wood and breathed. In and out. The way Marta had taught me after Jake. In and out until the tightness loosened enough to function. The fiddle leaf fig's new leaf had unfurled overnight. I told it congratulations. My voice echoed off the tile. The emptiness answered back. Marta called again before closing. "Have you eaten?" "I had coffee." "That's not eating." "I'm not hungry." "Juliet, eat something. Go upstairs. Take a bath. Stop rearranging ferns." "How do you know I'm rearranging ferns?" "Because that's what you do when you're falling apart. You rearrange things that are already arranged." I closed Verde. Went upstairs. My apartment was worse. His coffee cup still in the cabinet, the white one I hadn't moved. My bedroom, our bedroom for the last few weeks, still smelled like cedar. His pillow on his side, the indent from his head. Picked up the pillow, held it, put it back. The counter where he'd made my coffee. The balcony where he'd said you're a force with petals in his hair. The bed where he'd carried me on festival night and stayed until morning, and every morning since. Washed a dish that was already clean. He knocked on my door at 7. 3 knuckles, evenly spaced. Even his knock was precise. Every other time he'd knocked, wine nights, balcony nights, the festival night when we'd come upstairs and I'd said inside and he'd followed me through this door. Every time, the knock had been the beginning of something. I stood in my kitchen, on the other side. "Juliet," through the wood. "I brought wine." My hand went to the handle. Reflex. Muscle memory from weeks of opening this door and finding him there. Bottle in hand, sleeves rolled, the almost smile. My fingers curled around the metal. I let go. "I'm busy," I said. "Are you okay?" "The corporate event is tomorrow. I need to prep." "Can I help?" "No." Longer pause. His breathing on the other side, 3 inches of wood. I pressed my hand flat against the door, the same hand that pressed against the wall when I listened to him draw. I could feel the warmth from the hallway, could almost feel him standing there. I pulled my hand back. "Okay," he said, quiet, confused. "Good night." His footsteps across the hall, his key, his door. I stood in my kitchen in the dark. The apartment smelled like his coffee from that morning. He'd made it before he left. 2 cups, mine sweet, his black. The balcony door was open. Lorena's silhouette against the streetlight. Poured the cold coffee down the sink. Got into bed alone. His side was empty. The pillow still had the indent from his head. The sheets smelled like cedar and his skin, and I pulled them up to my chin and stared at the ceiling, and stayed on my side out of habit, even though the whole bed was mine again. The whole bed had always been mine. He'd just been in it, through the wall. Nothing, no pencil, no chair scraping. The drafting lamp was probably on. He was probably sitting at the table with whatever he'd been building in the dark. The thing he'd been building about me. No note on his door in the morning. No note on mine. The hallway was bare. 2 doors. No yellow, no blue. The mailbox was empty. No hidden notes in the private spot. Went to Verde without looking at his door. The building noticed by afternoon. The twin posted in the chat. No new notes today. Status concerning. Senora Puig sent a worried emoji. Doña Carmen said nothing. From his apartment, 12 feet that had been everything and were now nothing. Silence. No pencil, no chair, no music. He was there. I knew he was there. But the silence on his side felt different from absence. It felt like waiting. In my planner, in handwriting that was small and tight and didn't look like mine, he's been working on my building, behind my back. He told someone my business can't survive. He didn't tell me. The notes stopped. I didn't underline anything. There was nothing to underline. Chapter 22, Antoni. She wouldn't look at me. Not on the stairs, not in the courtyard, not through the window of Verde when I walked past on my way to the office. I walked past every morning at 7:45, same time, same route, the same path that had become an excuse to see her through the glass for 3 seconds before the day started. She was always there, behind the counter. Planner open, hair in her face. Monday she looked up. I raised my hand. She looked back down. Tuesday she didn't look up at all. Wednesday the blinds were drawn. 3 days. 3 days of closed doors and empty mailboxes in the hallway between our apartments becoming a distance I didn't know how to cross. We passed on the stairs once. Tuesday afternoon, She was coming up, I was going down. The stairwell was narrow enough that we had to turn sideways to pass. Her shoulder brushed mine and she pulled away like the contact burned and kept walking and didn't slam her door because slamming would have meant she cared and not slamming was worse. I left a blue note on her door Tuesday evening. Can we talk? A. I checked the door that night. The note was gone. No response. Just the empty space where the adhesive had been. A faint rectangle of residue on the paint. She'd taken it down and left nothing. The building knew. Of course, the building knew. The twins stopped filming. Not because there was nothing to film, because even the twins understood that some silences weren't content. Senora Puig stopped voting on the note of the day because there were no notes. Doña Carmen found me in the courtyard Wednesday evening watering the plants Juliet usually watered. The window boxes, the courtyard pots, the trailing jasmine by the entrance that she talked to every morning on her way to Verde. What did you do? Doña Carmen said. I don't know. You know. I don't know what changed. Find out. She went inside. I finished watering the jasmine, Juliet's jasmine, the one she talked to about its day and its growth and its feelings, as if jasmine had feelings, as if everything in her orbit deserved a conversation. I tried. Thursday morning I knocked on her door before the office. No answer. I stood in the hallway with my hand on the wood and listened to the silence on the other side, and couldn't tell if she was there or already at Verde or gone somewhere I couldn't follow. Marta came to Verde. I saw her from my window, crossing the street, pushing through the shop door, disappearing inside. I sat at my drafting table, stared at the certification file. Drew nothing. 20 minutes later she came out, crossed the courtyard. I watched her climb the stairs through the stairwell window, her footsteps deliberate, a woman on a mission she hadn't chosen. She knocked on my door. She heard your phone call, Marta said, standing in my hallway, not coming in. Last week, through the wall. The floor tilted. You were talking to someone about her lease being untenable, about her numbers, about documenting her situation for weeks. Marta's voice was even, controlled. She heard you say she doesn't know. I was talking to Enric about the heritage certification. The cataloging protects the building. She didn't hear heritage certification. She heard a man discussing her business with someone who had authority, behind her back, without telling her. Marta looked at me. She heard Jake. I'm not Jake. I know that. On a good day, she knows that. But she heard the same words. Untenable, can't sustain, she doesn't know, and her body went back to New York. That's not rational, and it's not fair, and it is what happened. I leaned against the doorframe. The certification file was on my desk, 42 pages, building history, facade documentation, shop redesign with Per La Reina in the margin. Everything I'd built for her sitting 12 feet from the woman who wouldn't open her door. The certification saves Verde, I said. The cataloging brings permanent foot traffic. If the municipal filing is approved, did you tell her? I was going to tell her when it was finished. You were going to present her with a completed solution to a problem she didn't even know you knew about, without asking, without including her. Marta paused. Does that sound familiar? It didn't sound like Jake to me. It sounded like fixing a building that needed fixing. But Marta was looking at me the way she'd looked at the croissants, deciding something, and I understood that what it sounded like to me was not the point. Tell her, Marta said. Today, all of it. She turned to go, stopped. And Antoni, don't bring the drawings, don't bring the file, don't bring the solution, bring the words. She left. I stood in the doorway and looked across the hall at Juliet's door, closed, silent, the faint rectangle on the paint where my note had been. The courtyard was empty. The string lights from the festival were still up. Nobody had taken them down, and they hung dark and unlit in the evening air like decorations for a party that was over. She was sitting on the fountain ledge, the broken fountain, the dry stone where we danced and I'd said Vens, and she'd taken my hand. Her planner was open, pencil in her hand, not writing, staring at numbers she already knew. I crossed the courtyard, every step loud on the stone. She heard me coming. I saw her shoulders tighten, but she didn't look up until I was standing in front of her. Juliet. She closed the planner, didn't stand. The evening light was behind her. Lorena's branches overhead. She'd already decided something. I could see it in the way she held the planner against her chest like armor. Marta told me what you heard, I said. Marta shouldn't have come to you. You heard me talking to Enric about Verde, about the lease, about the building. I heard you telling someone that my business can't survive. Her voice was even, flat, the voice she used for customers, not for me, behind my back for weeks. The heritage certification. I know what heritage certification means. If the building is cataloged, the walking tours. I know what it does, Antoni. She stood, the planner against her chest. You've been working on my building for weeks. You looked at my numbers. You talked to your firm. You made a plan for my future without asking me if I wanted one. The plan isn't for your business. It's for the building. It's for me. Her voice cracked. Not loud, the way stone cracks when weight shifts. You saw my planner. You saw the red circles. You saw the math that doesn't add up, and you took that information to your firm, Antoni, to Enric, to a conference room. It was a phone call. You discussed my revenue with a colleague, my private numbers, my failure, and you documented it for weeks. I was trying to help. I didn't ask for protection. She was shaking, not crying, shaking. Jake protected me. Jake looked at my business and decided it needed his resources and his connections and his name, and by the end I didn't own anything. Not the company, not the clients, not my own work. I'm not Jake. Then why did you do exactly what Jake did? The question hung in the courtyard. Lorena's branches overhead. The dry fountain between us. I came here to build something of mine. Not Jake's, not yours, mine. I know. Do you? Because you looked at my shop and saw a problem. You looked at my lease and saw a deadline. You looked at me and saw something that needed fixing. I'm not what gets built around. Quiet now. The shaking had stopped. Worse, the stillness that comes after. I'm not a project. I'm not a renovation. The words were there, all of them. I love you. I did this because I love you. The queen isn't the plant. The queen is you. I drew your shop at 2 a.m. because your shop is the most beautiful building I've ever worked on, and you built it from nothing, and I wanted to make sure it survived. My jaw locked, my throat closed, the words pressed against my teeth, and my body wouldn't release them. This was what I did, what I'd always done, with Mama, with Clara. When the words mattered most, I went still. Built something instead. Let the silence answer. 5 seconds, she watched me, giving me space, her eyes on mine. I said nothing. She nodded, once. Okay, she said. She walked past me, close enough that I could smell her shampoo, close enough to touch. I didn't touch her. She crossed the courtyard, her footsteps on the stone, the string lights overhead dark, Lorena's branches reaching across both railings the way they always reached, past every boundary, past every line I'd ever drawn. I followed, not immediately, 3 seconds, 4. Enough time for her to reach the building entrance first. She was at the door. I was 3 steps behind. The entrance was narrow. It had always been narrow. The whole building was narrow, and for months we'd been finding reasons to be in each other's way. She heard me, turned, looked at me, and stepped aside. Moved to the left and waited for me to go through first. I went through. She didn't follow close. She waited until I was through and then came in behind me, and the distance she kept was worse than anything she'd said at the fountain. We climbed the stairs without speaking. First floor. The hallway. 2 doors, 12 feet. Her door closed. Not a slam, a click. The softest, most final sound in the world. I stood in my apartment, the certification file on the desk, the shop redesign, per Lorena in the margin. Through the wall, nothing. I'd had the chance. She'd stood in front of me and waited, and I'd given her silence. Juliet Marta let herself in, the emergency key, the one she'd always said was for exactly this. I was on the balcony. Wine. Lorena overhead, dry eyes. I'd been sitting here since the courtyard, since the fountain, since the doorway, since the click of his door. Below me, the building was doing its evening. Doña Carmen's television through the open window. A scooter idling in the lane. The twins' voices from the courtyard, quieter than usual. The same sounds I'd fallen asleep to on Sunday in his bed, when they'd felt like mine, like the ordinary noise of a place I belonged to. They didn't sound like mine tonight. I'm fine, I said. Marta sat down next to me, took the wine bottle, read the label, drank. He didn't do anything wrong, I said. The certification is probably good for the building. It's probably the smart thing. He's an architect. He saw a building that qualified, and he filed the paperwork. You don't believe a word of that. I believe all of it. I believe it, and I'm still furious. Why? Because he didn't tell me. The wine was warm, and my voice was cracking, and Lorena's petals were falling around us in the evening breeze like the plant was trying to be poetic, and I wanted to tell her to stop. He sat across from me on this balcony, and I told him about Jake, and he said I was a force. My voice cracked. The whole time he was going home and drawing my shop and talking to his firm about my lease. Is it failure? What? You said he was documenting your failure. Is that what the certification is? He told Enric my business can't sustain itself. Can it? My planner was inside. On the counter, red circles, math that didn't add up. Lease meeting in 3 weeks. No, I said. Not yet, but that's my no. That's my number and my planner and my problem to solve. Has he tried to take Verde from you? No. Has he put his name on anything? I don't know. Has he called you a liability? The word again. The word that lived in my chest like a splinter. He called me a force, I said, and he went behind my back. Both things can be true, Juliet. I looked at the balcony railing, the crown branch he hadn't cut, the plant that grew where it wanted and dared anyone to stop it. He stood in front of me at the fountain, I said. I gave him the chance to explain. I gave him space. I waited. And he said nothing. Nothing? 5 seconds, I counted. He looked at me and I could see the words. They were right there, Marta. I could see them in his face, and he didn't say them. What words? My eyes filled. Not the quiet kind. The real kind. The ugly, unstoppable kind I hadn't allowed in 2 years because crying about Jake meant he'd won. Crying about anything meant I was the disaster he said I was. Disasters cry. Forces don't. I don't know, I said. I don't know what words. I just know he had them and he chose silence. My face crumpled. I felt it go, the muscles giving up, the chin, the mouth. Marta reached for me and I tried to wave her off, and then I was sobbing. The kind of crying that takes your whole body. Shoulders, chest, stomach. The kind that sounds like it's been stored somewhere deep and compressed and is coming out with interest. I cried for Jake, for the company he took and the word he branded me with, and the 2 years I'd spent proving him wrong by not crying. I cried for Verde, my little shop with its red circles and its thin displays and its lease meeting I couldn't afford. And I cried for Antoni, for the man who'd drawn my shop in the dark and called me a force and chosen silence when I'd given him the space to speak. When it stopped, not finished, just stopped, the way storms stop, my face was swollen and my shirt was wet and Lorena's petals were stuck to my hair and Marta was still holding on. He's not Jake, Marta said. Quiet, into my hair. I know, he should have told you, Marta said. Quiet, into my hair, but he's not Jake. I know that too. So what do you do when you hear Jake in someone who isn't Jake? I didn't have an answer. The wine was empty. The evening wasn't. Antoni Clara called in the middle of the night. She'd been trying for hours. You let her walk away, she said. How do you? Doña Carmen called Marta. Marta called me. Clara's voice was rough. I've been sitting by my phone for 3 hours waiting for you to call, and you didn't call, so I'm calling. Tell me what happened. I was on the floor, my back against the wall, her wall. On the other side, nothing. The music had stopped days ago. The singing, her footsteps, her humming, the clink of wine on glass, gone. She told me she's not what gets built around, I said. And you said? Nothing. Clara breathed, heavy, tired. 31 years of knowing me in one exhale. Do you remember the recital? She said. I was 12. The piano recital at the school. Papa said he'd come. I remember. He didn't come. He was fixing the car that had been running fine all week. He fixed it instead of sitting in a folding chair and listening to his daughter play badly. She paused. When I asked him why, he said nothing. He just showed me the car. Running. Fixed. Clara, the car was never the problem, Antoni. Mama leaving wasn't because the car was broken. Mama left because he couldn't say the things that mattered. He could fix anything in the house except the silence. I pressed my hand against the wall. The plaster was cold. You have the words, Clara said. I've heard you talk about buildings for hours. I've heard you explain load-bearing walls to a tour group and make 40 people care. You have more words than anyone I know. You just won't use them for this. If I say it and it doesn't, if you don't say it, you've already lost her. You lost her at the fountain. The only question is whether you get her back." She paused. "Tell her in the language you speak." "What does that mean?" "You're an architect. You draw. You build. You put notes on doors instead of knocking." She paused. "So show her. Stop hiding the drawings in a drawer. Let her see what you actually built. If she can't see what it is, that's your answer. But you don't get to decide for her by keeping it hidden." I sat on the floor after she hung up. The apartment was dark except for the drafting lamp casting a circle on the desk. The certification, the redesign, everything I'd built in the dark. The pothos on the windowsill was still alive. The trailing something on the bookshelf had grown another inch since Sunday. The chart was still on the kitchen counter. Her handwriting, her color coding, her instructions for keeping things alive. I'd watered everything at 6:15. I hadn't missed a day. I opened the bottom drawer. Her notes. All of them. Every one kept. Not organized, not filed, just collected. A drawer full of yellow paper in her handwriting. The first one. The threat. "Lorena stays. Touch her and I'll flood you again." The paper was soft at the edges from handling. I'd read it 100 times. The misspelled check for building damages. $40. She'd crossed out dollars and written euros and crossed that out and written whatever the currency is, I'll pay it. The note from the fire night. "Thank you for the water. I still don't like you." The ink had smudged where the paper got damp. A pressed leaf from Lorena, magenta, flattened between two notes like a bookmark. She must have tucked it in when I wasn't looking. The door notes from the war. The door notes from after. The mailbox notes, the private ones, the ones nobody else had seen. "I keep thinking about your hand on my waist." The paper still smelled faintly like her. Shampoo and green things and the soap she used. Months of her. In a drawer. In my handwriting and hers. The whole story. I closed the drawer, picked up the file, the certification, the redesign, per Lorena in the margin. 42 pages and a drawing of her shop and the truth about the building we lived in. Her door was 12 feet away. Chapter 23. Juliet Marta let herself in. The emergency key, the one she'd always said was for exactly this. I was on the balcony. Wine. Lorena overhead. Dry eyes. I'd been sitting here since the courtyard, since the fountain, since the doorway, since the click of his door. Below me, the building was doing its evening. Doña Carmen's television through the open window. A scooter idling in the lane. The twins' voices from the courtyard, quieter than usual. The same sounds I'd fallen asleep to on Sunday in his bed when they'd felt like mine, like the ordinary noise of a place I belonged to. They didn't sound like mine tonight. "I'm fine," I said. Marta sat down next to me, took the wine bottle, read the label, drank. "He didn't do anything wrong," I said. "The certification is probably good for the building. It's probably the smart thing. He's an architect. He saw a building that qualified and he filed the paperwork." "You don't believe a word of that." "I believe all of it. I believe it, and I'm still furious." "Why?" "Because he didn't tell me." The wine was warm, and my voice was cracking, and Lorena's petals were falling around us in the evening breeze like the plant was trying to be poetic. And I wanted to tell her to stop. He sat across from me on this balcony, and I told him about Jake. And he said I was a force. My voice cracked. The whole time he was going home and drawing my shop and talking to his firm about my lease. "Is it failure?" "What?" "You said he was documenting your failure. Is that what the certification is?" He told Enric my business can't sustain itself. "Can it?" My planner was inside. On the counter, red circles, math that didn't add up. "Lease meeting in 3 weeks." "No," I said, "not yet. But that's my no. That's my number and my planner and my problem to solve." "Has he tried to take Verde from you?" "No." "Has he put his name on anything?" "I don't know." "Has he called you a liability?" The word again, the word that lived in my chest like a splinter. "He called me a force," I said. And he went behind my back. "Both things can be true, Juliet." I looked at the balcony railing, the crown branch he hadn't cut, the plant that grew where it wanted and dared anyone to stop it. "He stood in front of me at the fountain," I said. I gave him the chance to explain. I gave him space. I waited. And he said nothing. Nothing? 5 seconds. I counted. He looked at me, and I could see the words. They were right there, Marta. I could see them in his face, and he didn't say them. What words? My eyes filled. Not the quiet kind, the real kind. The ugly, unstoppable kind I hadn't allowed in 2 years because crying about Jake meant he'd won. Crying about anything meant I was the disaster he said I was. Disasters cry. Forces don't. I don't know, I said. I don't know what words. I just know he had them, and he chose silence. My face crumpled. I felt it go, the muscles giving up, the chin, the mouth. Marta reached for me, and I tried to wave her off, and then I was sobbing. The kind of crying that takes your whole body, shoulders, chest, stomach. The kind that sounds like it's been stored somewhere deep and compressed and is coming out with interest. I cried for Jake, for the company he took and the word he branded me with, and the 2 years I'd spent proving him wrong by not crying. I cried for Verde, my little shop with its red circles and its thin displays and its lease meeting I couldn't afford. And I cried for Antoni, for the man who'd drawn my shop in the dark and called me a force and chosen silence when I'd given him the space to speak. When it stopped, not finished, just stopped, the way storms stop, my face was swollen and my shirt was wet and Lorena's petals were stuck to my hair, and Marta was still holding on. He's not Jake, Marta said. Quiet, into my hair. I know. He should have told you, Marta said, quiet, into my hair. But he's not Jake. I know that too. So what do you do when you hear Jake and someone who isn't Jake? I didn't have an answer. The wine was empty. The evening wasn't. Antoni, Clara called in the middle of the night. She'd been trying for hours. You let her walk away, she said. How do you? Doña Carmen called Marta. Marta called me. Clara's voice was rough. I've been sitting by my phone for 3 hours waiting for you to call, and you didn't call, so I'm calling. Tell me what happened. I was on the floor, my back against the wall, her wall. On the other side, nothing. The music had stopped days ago. The singing, her footsteps, her humming, the clink of wine on glass, gone. She told me she's not what gets built around, I said. And you said? Nothing. Clara breathed, heavy, tired, 31 years of knowing me in one exhale. Do you remember the recital? She said. I was 12. The piano recital at the school. Papa said he'd come. I remember. He didn't come. He was fixing the car that had been running fine all week. He fixed it instead of sitting in a folding chair and listening to his daughter play badly. She paused. When I asked him why, he said nothing. He just showed me the car, running, fixed. Clara, the car was never the problem, Antoni. Mama leaving wasn't because the car was broken. Mama left because he couldn't say the things that mattered. He could fix anything in the house except the silence. I pressed my hand against the wall. The plaster was cold. You have the words, Clara said. I've heard you talk about buildings for hours. I've heard you explain load-bearing walls to a tour group and make 40 people care. You have more words than anyone I know. You just won't use them for this. If I say it and it doesn't, if you don't say it, you've already lost her. You lost her at the fountain. The only question is whether you get her back. She paused. Tell her in the language you speak. What does that mean? You're an architect. You draw, you build, you put notes on doors instead of knocking. She paused. So show her. Stop hiding the drawings in a drawer. Let her see what you actually built. If she can't see what it is, that's your answer. But you don't get to decide for her by keeping it hidden. I sat on the floor after she hung up. The apartment was dark except for the drafting lamp casting a circle on the desk. The certification, the redesign, everything I'd built in the dark. The pothose on the windowsill was still alive. The trailing something on the bookshelf had grown another inch since Sunday. The chart was still on the kitchen counter, her handwriting, her color coding, her instructions for keeping things alive. I'd watered everything at 6:15. I hadn't missed a day. I opened the bottom drawer. Her notes. All of them. Everyone kept, not organized, not filed, just collected. A drawer full of yellow paper in her handwriting. The first one. The threat. Lorena stays, touch her, and I'll flood you again. The paper was soft at the edges from handling. I'd read it 100 times. The misspelled check for building damages. $40. She'd crossed out dollars and written euros and crossed that out and written whatever the currency is, I'll pay it. The note from the fire night. Thank you for the water. I still don't like you. The ink had smudged where the paper got damp. A pressed leaf from Lorena, magenta, flattened between two notes like a bookmark. She must have tucked it in when I wasn't looking. The door notes from the war. The door notes from after. The mailbox notes. The private ones, the ones nobody else had seen. I keep thinking about your hand on my waist. The paper still smelled faintly like her, shampoo and green things and the soap she used. Months of her. In a drawer. In my handwriting and hers. The whole story. I closed the drawer, picked up the file, the certification, the redesign, per Lorena in the margin. 42 pages and a drawing of her shop and the truth about the building we lived in. Her door was 12 feet away. Chapter 24. Antoni went to Verde at 10, not to her apartment, not to her door, not to the hallway where we'd been writing on each other's walls for months, to her shop, the place she'd built, the ferns on the sidewalk and the sign in the window and the fiddle-leaf fig in the corner that had opinions about everyone who entered. The door was propped open, the way she'd insisted on since the day she'd opened, because a closed door meant a closed business, and Juliet refused to be closed, even now. Even with her planner full of red circles and her lease 3 weeks away, she was behind the counter, hair in a clip, Verde apron, pencil between her teeth. She was doing the books, the actual books, not the rearranging she did when she was avoiding the books. Numbers in columns, red circles. She looked up, saw me, saw the file under my arm. Her face closed, not angry, closed. The look she'd given me on the stairs, the not slamming, the stepping aside. "I'm working," she said. "I know, 5 minutes. Antoni, 5 minutes. Then I'll go. I'll leave this on the counter and I'll go." She put the pencil down, crossed her arms, the apron bunched under her elbows. She waited. I set the file on the counter, between her planner and a trailing pothose that was growing across the register. Opened it. The heritage certification was on top. 42 pages. I'd bound them. Professional. The municipal filing stamp on the cover, submitted, under review. "This is the building," I said. "Heritage certification filed. If the municipality approves and the building qualifies, Juliet, it qualifies on every criterion. Every walking tour, every guidebook, every architecture listing in the Gothic Quarter will include this address. Permanent." She looked at the certification. Her hands stayed at her sides. "Foot traffic," I said, "year-round. Not festival crowds that come and go. Tourists, architecture students, heritage enthusiasts. Every day. Past your door, past your fern display." "You filed this without telling me." "Yes, for my building, for our building. The tile work and the ironwork and the transom glass deserve protection. That's true regardless of anything else. But that's not why you did it." "No, that's not why I did it." She didn't flinch, neither did I. I turned the page. The shop redesign. She leaned forward. I watched her eyes move across the drawing, the restored tile, the repaired transom, the facade lighting. Then inside, the counter repositioned, the propagation station at the window where the morning light hit, the display shelving along the original walls. "You moved the propagation station," she said. "The light is better by the window. Your cuttings don't get enough morning sun. You've said that." "You listen to that?" "I listen to everything you say about plants. I don't understand most of it, but I listen." Her jaw tightened. I could see the tension in her mouth, the way she held herself still. She turned the page herself. The workshop space. The back room opened up. Tables, a sink, room for 20 people. "You designed this for my shop. I designed a possibility. You decide if it's right." She looked at me, hard. The same look she'd given the fern measurements, the junk drawer dividers, deciding something. "Show me the rest," she said. I turned to the original building plans, 1920s. The blueprint yellow with age, the lines precise, the notation in a draftsman's hand from a century ago. 1A and 1B, I said. On the original blueprints, they were one apartment, one kitchen, one living space, one balcony. Someone added a partition wall in the 1960s. Cheap construction. Her finger traced the outline, the single apartment, the open space, the balcony that ran the full width. "The wall between us," she said, "was never supposed to be there." She pulled her hand back, stepped away from the counter. "This is, Antoni, this is..." She pressed her hands over her face, breathed, dropped them. Her eyes were wet. "You can't do this. The drawings, the light for my propagation station." A workshop space for events I haven't even booked yet. Her voice cracked. And then you tell me the wall between our apartments was a mistake. You can't do that and expect me to. She stopped, looked at the dren at me. I could see it, the war behind her eyes. What she was seeing on the page versus what she'd heard through the wall. Both real, both true. And she couldn't hold them at the same time. You drew my hand-lettered signs, she said, quiet, in my handwriting, not yours. They're your signs. Her finger moved across the page. Slow. The shelving, the workshop space. Then it stopped, at the corner. 3 words in pencil. Small, unplanned. Per Lorena. She stared at it. Her finger hovered over the pencil marks without touching them. When did you write this? She said. The middle of the night. After you told me about the corporate workshop booking, you were singing through the wall. Her hand came down on the paper, flat, covering the words. Her shoulders were shaking. I let her look. I didn't explain it. The pencil had written it without permission, and explaining it would make it smaller. The shop was quiet around us. The hum of the street through the propped door. The fern display catching the morning sun. A propagation jar on the windowsill with a cutting that had rooted since the last time I'd been inside. New growth, pale green, reaching toward the glass. Verde kept growing. That was what it did, what she did, whether anyone was watching or not. She lifted her hand, wiped her face, and when she looked at me, the war was still there. The wound and the drawings and the man who'd built them both living in her eyes at the same time. Antoni. Her voice was barely there. I don't know what to do with this. You don't have to do anything with it tonight. I left the file on the counter, open, next to her planner, next to the pothos growing across the register. The filing is done, I said. Verde's address is in the system. When the approval comes, and it will come, the shop is on every walking tour in Barcelona. That's done. It doesn't need an answer. She was looking at the open file, the certification, the redesign. Per Lorena in the margin, 3 words in pencil where her hand had been. I'm not Jake, I said. I never was. I turned, walked past the fern display, past the fiddle leaf fig, past the hand-lettered signs she'd painted herself, in the handwriting I'd copied at 2 a.m. because it was hers and I'd wanted to get it right. It was still propped open. Her shop. The door she refused to close even now. Behind me, so quiet I almost missed it. Antoni. Not calling me back. Not asking me to stay. Just my name. The way you say a word when you're testing whether it still belongs to you. I stopped. 1 step beyond the threshold. The sun was on my face, and her voice was behind me, and every muscle in my body wanted to turn around. I didn't turn around. If I turned around, I'd fix it. I'd find the words or build something, or close the distance the way I always closed distances. With my hands, with a solution, with silence dressed up as action. She didn't need me to fix this. She needed me to leave the drawings and let her look at them without me standing there waiting for a verdict. I kept walking. The Gothic quarter opened around me. Sun on old stone. A woman with a stroller crossing at the corner. The empanada vendor setting up his grill 3 blocks down. The fish truck. The sardine smoke already drifting. A group of tourists with a map stopped in front of a facade I'd assessed 2 years ago. Somewhere a church bell rang and kept ringing, 1 note held past the point of sense. Barcelona going on. The whole indifferent, beautiful city going on, while I walked through it with my hands empty and everything I'd built sitting on a register in a plant shop behind me. I crossed the street. Didn't look back. My chest ached in a way that had nothing to do with breathing and everything to do with the sound of my name in her mouth in the doorway of a shop I'd drawn at 2 a.m. for a woman who didn't know yet what to do with it. The file was on her counter, 42 pages, and a drawing of her shop with her handwriting and her plants and 3 words in the margin that the pencil had written, because my hand already knew what my mouth couldn't say. She had it now. All of it. What she did with it was hers. Chapter 25. Juliet, I didn't close Verde right away. He left. The bell over the door rang once, and then the shop was quiet, and the file was on the counter. Open. Per Lorena face up in the margin where my hand had been. I stood behind the register. The pothos was growing across the receipt printer. The fern display was catching the morning sun through the propped door. A customer walked past, looked in, kept walking. I didn't notice. I was looking at 3 words in pencil that a man had written at 2 in the morning while I was singing through the wall. I sat down on the stool behind the counter, pulled the file toward me, read it again. Not the certification. I'd read that while he was standing there, while I was still holding the wound up between us like a shield. I read it now without him in the room, without his voice, without his careful hands flat on the counter waiting for a verdict I couldn't give him. The shop redesign, page by page, the restored tile. He'd drawn the grout lines individually, every one, the pattern visible for the first time in decades. The transom window repaired, the cracked pane replaced with period glass. I looked up at the actual transom. The crack was still there. The crack had been there since before I'd moved in. He'd drawn it whole. The counter repositioned to face the door. The propagation station at the window where the morning light was strongest. I looked at the actual propagation station, on the counter in the wrong light, where I'd been complaining about it for months. He'd moved it, on paper, because I'd mentioned it once, and he'd listened. The workshop space. The back room opened up. Tables, a sink, room for 20 people, and 60 plants. The back room I'd been trying to squeeze a tech company into. 8 square meters. He'd given me 3 times the space by removing a wall I hadn't known could be removed. The display shelving along the original walls, following the tile pattern, built into the architecture instead of fighting it. My fern display the way I arranged it, spilling onto the sidewalk, defying measurements, refusing to be contained. He'd drawn my chaos and made it structural. And on every sign in the drawing, my handwriting, not his, mine. The hand-lettered signs I'd painted myself. He'd copied my letters, my slant, my uneven spacing. He hadn't put his handwriting in my shop. He'd put mine. Jake had taken my name off the door. Antoni had drawn it back on. I sat with that. The shop was quiet. A second customer walked past. A third came in, looked at the ferns, asked if we shipped internationally. I said, not yet. Without looking up, and she left, and I kept sitting there with a 42-page heritage certification filing and a shop redesign that had my handwriting on it and 3 words in the corner that a pencil had written without permission, per Lorena, for the queen, for the plant, for me. Jake had looked at my business and seen a problem to acquire. Antoni had looked at my business and seen a building to protect. Jake had put his name on everything. Antoni hadn't put his name on anything. The certification was filed under the firm, the redesign was unsigned, and the only words in the margin were for the queen, not from the architect. Jake didn't know where my fuse box was. Antoni knew where every fuse box in the building was. He'd known since before he liked me. He'd known because that's who he was, a man who learned where things were and how they worked and what they needed, and then he fixed them. Not for credit, not for control, because they were broken, and he was the kind of person who couldn't walk past a broken thing without stopping. I'd heard Jake through the wall, and it wasn't Jake. It was never Jake. It was a man on the phone with his boss trying to save a building he loved in a neighborhood he loved for a woman I closed the file, opened it again, looked at Per La Reina one more time. Then I closed Verde early. His door was closed. The hallway was quiet. 2 doors, 12 feet. I had my key, the one he'd given me weeks ago, with a blue note in case of fire or loneliness. I hadn't used it since before the phone call. I'd almost left it on his doormat during the silence. Had held it in my hand Tuesday night and stood in the hallway and put it back in my pocket because giving back a key was final in a way I wasn't ready for. I didn't knock. I used the key. His apartment was dim, evening light through the window, the sun already behind the rooftops. The kitchen was clean, counter bare, except for the coffee maker and a single yellow mug. The one he'd bought after I kept stealing his white one. He'd bought me a mug for his apartment, and I hadn't noticed until now. I heard water running, the kitchen tap, then the soft sound of it filling something, a jar, a pot, something small. He was at the windowsill, the pothose, watering can in one hand, the chart, my color-coded handwriting, propped against the window frame where he could read it. 6:15 in the evening. He was watering my plants. He hadn't heard me come in. I stood in the doorway and watched him move down the sill, the pothose, then the trailing thing on the bookshelf, then the cutting in the jar by the sink. methodical, precise, following the chart. The same man who'd watered Juliet's jasmine in the courtyard while she wasn't speaking to him. The same man who'd kept her cuttings alive on his drafting table and hadn't missed a day. My eyes burned. Not tears. Recognition. The sharp sting of looking at something wrong for a week and then seeing it right. "You're still watering them," I said. He turned. The watering can stopped. He looked at me, standing in his kitchen, holding the key he'd given me, my chin already trembling. "It's 6:15, he said. "The chart says 6:15. Antoni." The pothouse was looking dry. "I think it needs a bigger." "Antoni." I crossed the kitchen. He set the watering can down. I stopped in front of him, close, inside the part of the air that was his. His eyes were red, not fresh, not just cried, but the kind of red that comes from days of not sleeping and an afternoon of walking through Barcelona with your hands empty. "I'm sorry Jake hurt me," I said, "and I'm sorry I made that your problem." His face changed. Not a lot. The tension around his jaw loosened half a degree. "I heard him through the wall," I said. "I heard she doesn't know and she can't sustain, and my body went back to New York. That's not your fault. That's mine. That's my wound, and I put it on you, and you didn't deserve it." "Juliet, I'm not done." I put my hand on his chest. His heart was going fast. I looked at the drawings. I sat in Verde for 2 hours, and I looked at every page. You moved my propagation station. You drew my handwriting on the signs. You gave me a workshop space I didn't even know I could have. My voice cracked. Jake took my name off the door. You drew it back on. His hand came up, covered mine on his chest, pressed it flat against his heartbeat. "I'm sorry I heard Jake," I said, "when I should have heard Antoni." He didn't say anything, but his eyes filled, fast, sudden, and his other hand came to my face, his thumb on my cheekbone, and he looked at me the way he looked at buildings he intended to keep standing. "I'm sorry Jake hurt you," he said. Quiet. Not an apology for himself, an apology for the wound, for the fact that it existed at all. That was all. 2 lines. Everything else the drawings had already said. I kissed him. Not urgent, not the way I'd kissed him after Vermouth or on festival night. My hand still flat where his heart was hammering, his hand still on my face. A kiss that said, "I see what you built. I see who you are. I'm here and I'm not confused anymore." He kissed me back the same way. Careful. Not the architectural careful, the human version. Born from almost losing something and being afraid to hold it too tight. "I don't want to go back to my apartment tonight," I said against his mouth. "Then don't." He took my hand off his chest and held it, walked me through the kitchen, past the drafting table, the pencils lined up, the Marti files, the bottom drawer I now knew had held every note I'd ever written him, past the yellow mug and the watering can and the chart propped against the window, into his bedroom, the mirror of mine. Same layout, same window, the last of the evening light falling across the bed. He'd made it. Hospital corners. Even now, even after the worst week of his life, he'd made the bed with hospital corners, and I loved him so much for it, I thought my chest would crack. "We're about to destroy that," I said, "I'm aware." We undressed each other without rushing. His shirt over his head, my palms flat on his skin, the ribs I hadn't seen before. The crisis had taken weight from him. I kissed the new hollow below his collarbone and felt him exhale like he'd been holding his breath for days. My shirt. His hands warm on my bare waist. My bra, he unhooked it and let it fall and stood there looking at me in the last of the daylight, and I didn't cover up. I was done covering up. "Juliet," the way he said my name, like it was load-bearing. I pulled him down onto the bed, hospital corners gone in one motion. He was above me, weight on his forearms, his face close enough that I could see the lines the week had carved around his eyes. I touched the one at his temple, traced it. "I see you," I said, "all of it." He turned his head and kissed my palm, then my wrist. Then he lowered himself down the length of me, mouth on my throat, my collarbone, the center of my chest. Unhurried, like he was relearning the route after a week of not being allowed to travel it. He found my breast, and I arched into him. His tongue was warm and deliberate, circling, then flat, then the scrape of teeth that made my breath catch. His hand cupped the other breast, his thumb matching the rhythm, and the dual sensation made my hips press up into him without permission. He kept going down. My stomach, the mole below my navel, his mouth pressed there, breath warm, the pause that had become ours. Then lower. His hands sliding under my hips, tilting me up, his mouth on the inside of my thigh where the skin was thin and sensitive, and I was already shaking before he'd reached where I needed him. When he did, I stopped thinking. His tongue moved against me in long, measured strokes, patient and relentless and entirely focused. Not the playful Sunday version, not the festival night discovery. This was a man proving he was still here, that he knew me, that he hadn't forgotten anything during the silence. He found the spot that made my thighs clamp around his head, and he stayed there, lips and tongue and pressure and patience, and I told him everything the week had taken away my ability to say. Don't stop right there. God, right there. Please. The orgasm didn't snap. It unraveled, deep, rolling through me in waves that started at his mouth and traveled up through my stomach and broke out of my throat as his name and a sound that was half gasp, half sob. Not sadness, release. A week of silence and shut doors and sleeping on my side of an empty bed, all of it coming loose at once. And he held my hips and worked me through it until I was shaking and pulling his hair and saying stop and meaning never stop. He kissed his way back up, my hip, my ribs. The tears on my face, there were tears I hadn't noticed, and the corner of my mouth. I pulled him up to me and kissed him, tasted myself on his mouth, tasted salt. Come here, I said. I need you closer. He settled over me, between my legs, his weight, his skin, the length of him pressed against me. I reached between us and wrapped my hand around him, and he dropped his forehead to mine, and the sound he made, low, wrecked, Catalan, vibrated through both of us. I stroked him, taking my time, watching his jaw go tight, his eyes closing and then forcing open because he wanted to see me. The control fraying one thread at a time. Nightstand, I said. Unless you moved it. I didn't move it. He reached, came back. I watched him roll it on with hands that weren't steady and thought, this is the most careful man I've ever known, and his hands are shaking because of me, and I almost lost this. He pushed into me, and my back came off the bed, and my hands found his shoulders, and we both went still. Not the Sunday afternoon fullness. Not the festival night adrenaline. This was the weight of almost lost. The stretch of coming home to a place you'd locked yourself out of. I could feel him everywhere, inside me and above me, and his breath against my mouth and his hands gripping the sheets beside my head. Okay, he said. The words strained through a jaw he was barely holding together. Move, I said. Please move. He moved, deep, his forehead against mine. Eyes open. We breathed against each other's mouths, and I could see everything in his face. The fear and the relief, and the thing underneath both that he'd tried to say with a pencil because his mouth couldn't manage it. I wrapped my legs around him and he went deeper, and I gasped and his hips stuttered, and for a second the careful broke and he thrust hard, and we both made a sound that wasn't a word. Again, I said. He did it again and again. The slowness cracked and what came through was raw, his hips driving into mine, my nails in his back, the bed moving under us, his mouth against my throat, saying things I couldn't translate but understood in the way your body understands what it needs. Deeper, harder. His hands slid under my hips and changed the angle, and I cried out and didn't care who heard because the wall was right there, the wall that wasn't supposed to exist. And on the other side was my apartment and my plants and my chaos, and none of it was separate from this anymore. I was close. He could feel it. My body tightening around him, my breathing going ragged, and he didn't speed up. He slowed down, held the angle, pressed deep and stayed and rocked against the spot that made my vision go white. Look at me, I said. He looked, his eyes wet and dark and open and absolutely wrecked. I came, not like Sunday, not sharp and fast. This one rose up from somewhere deep, and I held his face in both hands and watched his eyes while it took me apart. And I said his name, and I said I love you, and I meant both equally, and his face when he heard it, the way it broke open, the way the last wall came down, was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen an architect destroy. He followed. 2 thrusts later, buried in me, his face pressed against my neck, a sound in Catalan I felt in my ribs and my chest and the backs of my eyes. I held him, legs around his waist, arms around his back, every part of me wrapped around every part of him. The bed had moved 6 inches from the wall. The headboard had hit the partition. Once. We didn't make a joke about it. Some things don't need a punchline. We lay in the wreck of his hospital corners, his mouth against my shoulder, my hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat come back down from wherever it had gone. The streetlight through his window, the mirror of mine, the same view from the other side of a wall that had 60 years left to live and not a day more. "You're still watering the plants," I said, into his shoulder. "It's on the chart. You watered them every day." "The chart doesn't have a category for heartbreak. It just says 6:15. I buried my laugh against his shoulder, the kind of laugh that's half cry and all relief. He held on. His arm tightened around me the way it did in sleep. Reflex, grip, the body's answer to the question the mouth couldn't ask. "Stay," he said. "I already told you I'm not going anywhere." Quiet, his breathing evening out, his hand in my hair, not moving, just there. The room settling around us, the streetlight, the drafting lamp still on in the other room, the building doing its nighttime sounds through the floor. "I love you," he said. Not into my hair, not against my skin, to my face, looking at me in the half-dark with the careful man's voice saying the 3 words the pencil had beaten him to by weeks. "I know," I said. "Per Lorena told me." He laughed. Quiet, the vibration traveled through me. "A bougainvillea said it before I did," he said. "She's been saying it for months. You're just catching up." I woke up in his bed, his arm around my waist. Heavy, warm, his face pressed against my shoulder blade and his breathing slow and even. The drafting table was visible through the doorway, the lamp, the pencils lined up by length, and draped over the drafting lamp, my bra. Purple lace on precision German engineering. The funniest thing I'd seen in weeks. I didn't move. His arm tightened when I shifted, pulling me back against his chest. Reflex. Even asleep, he held on. Through the wall, my apartment, my kitchen, my plants, the propagation jars and the chaos and the mocha pot, all of it right there. 12 feet and 60 years of cheap plasterboard between us. Not for much longer. He stirred, kissed my shoulder blade, morning stubble on my skin. "Hi," I said. "Hi." "Your drafting lamp is wearing my bra." He lifted his head, looked through the doorway. The corner of his mouth shifted, the almost smile that had started it all. "It suits her," he said. "Don't get attached." I'm taking it back. "Keep the lamp. I'll keep you." Blue note on my door that afternoon, stuck at 5:03. "Come home." A. Yellow note on his by evening. I never left. Chapter 26, Antoni. The approval came on a Monday. A letter from the municipality, stamped, numbered, official. Heritage catalogued. I'd framed it before Juliet saw it. She'd stuck a yellow note on the frame. "You're welcome." The building. The first heritage tour passed Verde on a Tuesday. I wasn't leading it. The municipal tourism board had taken over the route, printed their own maps. My hand-drawn versions were framed on Verde's wall now, behind the register, next to a propagation jar and a sign that said, "You're looking at a heritage-listed building." The ferns are intentional. I watched from the court 12 people following a guide with a clipboard. They stopped at the facade. The guide pointed at the tile, the 1920s tile I'd documented, measured, photographed. The group looked up. Cameras came out. Then the door opened. A woman stepped inside, then another. Then a man with a backpack ducked past the fern display. Didn't measure it. Didn't complain. He spent 4 minutes at the propagation station before buying a trailing pothose and asking if Juliet shipped internationally. She did not ship internationally. She was going to ship internationally. I could see it in her face. The gears turning, the planner calculations, the woman who'd come to Barcelona with 1 suitcase and a dream about a plant shop already outgrowing the space. 4 plants sold before the tour group moved on. 4 plants from 12 tourists on a Tuesday morning that wasn't a festival, wasn't a special event, was just a regular day on a heritage-listed street. The next day, 18 people. 6 came in. By the end of the week, I'd stopped counting the tours and started counting the register tapes. Juliet left them on the kitchen counter. Our kitchen counter now, with its mocha pot and sugar bowl and 2 mugs and a propagation jar colonizing the toaster. The tapes got longer every day. The red circles in her planner turned green, then disappeared. She called me at the office on Friday. I was in the middle of the Marti report, and Enrique was across the desk pretending not to listen. I need more pots, she said. That's a good problem. I've never had this problem. Every other problem. No customers, brown edges on the calathea, a man who measured my ferns, but never not enough pots. She was breathless, laughing. I'm placing a bulk order from my supplier in Valencia, Antoni, a bulk order. I'm very proud of the pots. Don't make it weird. I'm architecturally proud of the pots. Enrique looked at me across the desk, the look that meant, you're on the phone with her again. I didn't care. Enrique could bill me. The lease meeting happened on a Thursday. Fernando's apartment. 3rd floor. I don't need you there, she said, pulling on her shoes at my door that morning. Planner under her arm. Green circles instead of red now. I know you don't. I'm not saying that to be. I know. It's your lease, your name. She looked at me, shoes on, ready. Thank you, she said, for not offering to come. I'll be at the drafting table. She went upstairs. I sat at my drafting table and listened to the ceiling, her footsteps above, the murmur of voices, a laugh that could have meant anything. I opened the Marti files, read the same line for 40 minutes. Her knock came. I was at the door before the second one. She was standing in the hallway with her planner and a signed lease, and tears streaming down her face, and a smile so wide it made the tears irrelevant. 3 years, she said. Same rate. Fernando said the shop gives the building character. Said Doña Carmen would murder him in his sleep if he let me go. She wiped her eyes on the lease. Not how you treated a legal document, exactly how she treated everything. He also said the heritage listing raised the property value. He said to tell you thank you. I pulled her into the apartment, kissed her against the door frame. The planner crumpled between us. The hallway that had been a battlefield and a bulletin board and a runway was just a hallway now, with 2 people in it who were staying. The twins organized the screening for a Saturday evening. String lights on, the same ones from the festival, never taken down because Juliet had declared them permanent, and nobody argued with Juliet about permanent things. A laptop on the fountain ledge, a bedsheet hung from the 2nd floor railing as a screen. The air smelled like Doña Carmen's cava and someone's paella and the jasmine by the entrance. The building came. Doña Carmen arrived first, cava in hand. She took the center chair, the one the twins had set out for her, the throne, because Doña Carmen was the reason any of this had happened, and everyone knew it, and she wasn't going to let anyone forget. Señora Puig came down with a paper bag and a satisfied look. She handed it to Juliet. 2 blankets, one blue, one yellow, knitted tight, soft wool, the exact colors of our sticky notes. For the apartments, she said, then with a look, or the apartment, depending. Juliet held up both blankets, pressed her face into the yellow one, looked at me over the wool with wet eyes. Fernando brought chairs for the 3rd floor tenants. The couple from the 4th floor came down with their daughter, who immediately tried to climb La Reina. Marta was there. She'd taken the train from wherever Marta lived, which I'd never asked. She sat next to Juliet and held her hand and said nothing. Señor Ferrer appeared last. Bottle of wine, 2 glasses. He stood at the edge of the courtyard looking like someone had dragged him to something social at gunpoint, except nobody had dragged him. He'd come on his own. Play it, Doña Carmen said. The twins pressed play. 3 minutes. Guitar score. The footage started with the fern display, the first week, the measuring tape, the note about 14 centimeters. Then the fire alarm, the bathroom hallway, the festival prep, bunting disasters, ladder catches, the interview where I defended measuring ferns with rigid dignity while knowing I was insane. The door notes in sequence, blue and yellow, the handwriting getting softer, getting closer, the words shifting from threats to coordinates to something the whole building had been reading and nobody had been willing to name. The festival, the courtyard at night, string lights, 2 people dancing by a broken fountain, the kiss, the building applauding from every balcony. Then the crisis, no footage, just the empty doors, no notes. The hallway bare. The twin had filmed the absence, and the absence was worse than anything. Then, come home, blue note on her door. And under it, yellow. I never left. Everyone was quiet when it ended. Juliet had her face in Marta's shoulder. I was looking at the fountain where we danced and fought and said nothing when everything needed saying. Doña Carmen broke the silence. I told you, she said, to no one, to everyone. I told you from the beginning. You did, Senora Puig said. The cookies, the first week, I brought cookies and I said, we know, Carmen. I said, we all know. Juliet's phone rang. She looked at the screen, looked at me with the expression that meant her mother was calling at the worst possible time, which was the only time her mother called. Mom, we're watching a. She looked at the courtyard, the building, the kava and the blankets and the bedsheet screen. It's a long story. She put the phone on speaker. Kathleen Santoro's voice filled the courtyard, loud, inevitable, unstoppable. Frank, they're having a party in the courtyard, the one with the fountain. She's seen the video, Juliet mouthed to me. The architect is there, the one who drew your shop. He's here, Mom. Tell him we're coming in September. Frank wants to see the building. I want to see the fuse box. Doña Carmen leaned toward the phone. Kathleen, this is Carmen. Your daughter is in good hands. Carmen, the one with the cookies. The one with the cookies. They talked for 10 minutes, across an ocean, in the courtyard. Doña Carmen and Kathleen Santoro, who had never met, and were already planning September like co-conspirators. Juliet sat between Marta and me, the yellow blanket around her shoulders, her mother's voice in the air, the building around her, every window lit, every neighbor present. Señor Ferrer poured 2 glasses of wine, left them on the fountain ledge, walked back to his spot at the edge of the courtyard. I picked up both glasses, brought one to Juliet, kept one. The building, she said, looking around. The building. They watched the whole thing, from the beginning, and they stayed. String lights above us, kava, the bedsheet screen still frozen on Zion Come Home, neighbors who had filmed and voted and crocheted and stayed silent and spoken once and brought wine and brought cookies, from every balcony, from every window, from the very first day. They stayed, I said. The courtyard emptied slowly. Doña Carmen was the last to go inside, still talking to Kathleen's voicemail. The twins packed up the laptop. Marta kissed Juliet on the cheek and left without saying goodbye to me, which I had come to understand was how Marta said goodbye. I was coiling the extension cord when Señor Ferrer appeared beside me. He'd stayed at the edge all evening. The wine bottle was empty. He stood next to me and didn't say anything for a long time. You fixed the building, in Catalan, his voice rough from disuse. The building was already good. I don't mean the building. He walked away. I stood with the extension cord and the jasmine and the last of the evening. Señor Ferrer had just said the most he'd ever said to anyone in this courtyard. Blue note on her door that night. Your mother and Doña Carmen are going to be unstoppable. I'm terrified. A yellow note on mine by morning. Welcome to the family. J. Epilogue, Antoni. 1 year later, I took down the wall. Not with a sledgehammer, with a pry bar and a dust sheet, and the same precision I used on every building I'd ever restored. The partition was exactly what the 1960s blueprints had promised. Cheap plasterboard over a timber frame, no structural function, no architectural value. It came apart in sections. Clean. Deliberate. Verde was open below us. I could hear the register, the door chime, the murmur of customers on a Tuesday morning that would have been silent a year ago. Juliet watched from the kitchen. Her kitchen, the 1A kitchen, the one with the mocha pot and the sugar bowl and the cabinet that didn't need sweet-talking anymore. She was drinking coffee and making no effort to help. You're enjoying this, I said. Dust in my hair, plaster on my shirt. I'm enjoying watching you destroy something instead of fix it. I'm restoring the original floor plan. That's fixing. You're taking a wall apart with a pry bar. That's destroying. Architecturally, this is restoration. Domestically, this is foreplay. I looked at her. She was leaning against the counter in my shirt, the white one, the one she'd stolen months ago and never returned. Coffee in one hand, the other hand resting on her stomach in a way that might have meant nothing and might have meant everything. Are you going to help? I said. I'm supervising. You're drinking coffee. Supervisors drink coffee. I pulled another section of plasterboard. Behind it, the timber frame. Behind that, the other side. Her bedroom. My bedroom. The rooms that had been separated for 60 years by cheap construction and stubbornness. The last section came free. I lifted it out, set it aside, and the apartment opened. One kitchen, one living space, one balcony, the full width, Lorena's branches visible through both windows now, magenta against the glass, reaching across the unified space the way she'd been reaching across the divided one for years. The morning sun hit corners it hadn't touched in decades, her propagation jars on the windowsill next to my drafting lamp, her plants colonizing my bookshelves, her chaos everywhere, and my order underneath it. Together, it looked like a home. Juliet walked through the gap, slow, her hand trailing along the edge where plasterboard used to be. She stopped in the middle, the exact spot where the partition had stood, a faint ridge on the floor, barely visible. "Right here," she said. "This is where I used to press my hand. I know." "You didn't know. I knew something was on the other side. I could hear you singing." "I can't sing." "I know that too." She laughed, the laugh that started everything, the laugh that had cost me a ceramic bowl and a career plan and every careful measurement I'd ever made. I pulled a sticky note from my pocket. Blue, I'd written it that morning. "P.S. I love you." I stuck it on the ridge where the wall had been. Eye height, 5'3". She read it, touched it, left it there, from the courtyard below, a sound. The twins' voice, "They took the wall down, I repeat, the wall is down." From the second floor, Señora Puig, clapping. From Doña Carmen, "Ya era hora." From Señor Ferrer's balcony, visible through the window, the glint of a bottle being raised. Juliet put her hand over the sticky note, palm flat on the ridge, the spot where everything had been divided and wasn't anymore. "Home," she said. I put my hand over hers. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of To Bloom in Barcelona, written by Lena Bianchi, narrated by Isadora Blythe.